And again, cutting away this time. That's well played. That too is going to run away for 4 runs.
Down on the boundary to try to cut that off. So what a start this is for Trinidad and Tobago. Much better, but again, good running, good aggressive running on the part of these two.
Yeah, excellent intent shown between the two opening batters here now, Salim Khan and Christian Lal. They're both very attacking by nature, but it's also very important the rotation of strike and running between the wickets. Try and minimize those dot balls. You know, you add pressure onto the bowling unit. You know, especially maintaining a left-right combination. You not only put strain on the captain, but also the bowler.
So the right-handed Christian Lal is now going to take strike for the first time this morning. Obviously one of the key men. He had 44 from 41 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes against the Windwards. And that's a good shout there, and they're going to get a quick single as well. A delivery coming back in, well bowled by Sylvera there. And the against the Windwards.
The wickets, yes, there was a slight stutter at the beginning, but they did go through quite easily for the single, so good strike rotation.
Placing this nicely into the gap, but good fielding and making sure got his body behind it on this occasion.
As we take another look at the LBW decision, I mean, as rightly as you said, Ross.
2 sixes against the Windwards. And that's a good shot there, and they're going to get a quick
as well. It was a good delivery. And just a little too wide there, but enticing him to come outside the off stump there, but he missed it. That ends the over, the first one for the morning, and it's 10 without loss after 1.
Yeah, Sylvera starting from the northern end, so the wind, whatever little wind that we do have here this morning, will aid his in-swinger to the right-handed Christian Lal and take it away from the left-handed Salim Khan. So good choice of ends for Sylvera. Did pick up a fifer on the game on Tuesday here. It's been very impressive. Your thoughts on Sylvera?
Well, he struggled early, but he came back and bowled that devastating spell that literally got his team back in the hunt, because for all intents and purposes, for most of the game, Jamaica looked like they were a defeated team. They didn't seem too interested. In fact, they looked like they were happier just to, get off the field at some point, until all of a sudden they got a few wickets. Sylvera did the trick for them, and they were able to keep chipping away. But the Leewards, to their credit, held their nerve with the last pair, seeing them over the line.
Yeah, it's something that we see very typical of West Indian cricket, because Leewards were literally cruising to the victory and then a collapse.
So we have Perico Henry, who's been brought back into the team here. So he gets an opportunity. He was a sub in the last game. He replaces Danza Hyatt Jr.
Yeah, what an opportunity for Henry. Very eager young man, very exciting, has a bit of pace about himself. He's tall. He's taking the attack from the sudden end.
And that too is just touching down just outside the leg. Good stop there by the wicketkeeper Richardson, because that could easily have gone past him. And I'm not sure if the fine leg would have been able to come around to stop it from going over the fence.
Yeah, good work there by the wicketkeeper Richardson. minimizing the damage.
And that's a good shot there, and probably pitching just outside leg stump and going across the left-hander. But again, when they keep the ball up to the batsman, that's where they seem to be having the most success.
Yeah, definitely full-length delivery, possibly pitching outside leg, putting umpire Imran Moakan to make an early decision. He's from Berbice, Guyana. Man at square leg is Mr. Johan Williams from Chosel, St. Lucia. Both are teachers by profession.
This time they push and run, which is excellent running again. If you're not going to hit a boundary, then keep pushing and keep trying to rotate strike. And we've seen a good example of that here. And we saw some of it too, especially from the Leeward Islands when they batted. They kept the pressure on the Jamaicans and actually were taking singles where, you would think they shouldn't be getting a single.
Yeah, it's very pleasing to see that these young men placing great emphasis on strike rotation. It's very common in my younger days. Whatever cricket that I would have played, my coach would have always tip and run. Very important, Was never a strongly built young man to hit the ball very hard. So it's very important to rotate the strike, get the ones and twos. And these has a false start there for Henry.
I think the bat fell out of Khan's hand. So the umpire was just trying to make sure that it was not a disadvantage if he had to try to run a quick single. No fast bowler likes to be stopped mid-stride.
Yeah.
It's hard work. That's well bowled again, right up to the batsman. And I hope they would learn from that and recognize that they're creating problems when they keep the ball up to the bat.
Yeah, it's very well bowled by Perico Henry. It's a good start, barring the wide. It's very important with the new ball, utilizing that new ball and encouraging the batters to play on their front foot. There's a slip and a deepish gully. More short-toed man.
Again, a short ball that he's trying to pull, probably a little too close to him for that shot, and he misses out in the end. Just balloons in the air. Now the umpire is having a word, maybe telling the young man that he's just encroaching on the stump.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that to see how close he would have gotten into the danger area.
See this? That's when the bat fell out of his hand and he had to stop him. So again, they're chasing. They want a second, but that was going to be risky. And in the end, they opted not to go. But seriously, you could see the intent there from Lal. He wanted that second run.
Yeah, it's good to see, running the first one quickly and giving himself the opportunity for a second. But I think it was a good call in the end. Jamaicans generally have a very strong arm. They've been very accurate. Ground feeling in majority in the previous game was pretty good. They drop a few catches.
And again, and once more, they were hinting at a possible single, but this time they were dissuaded from going through with it. 14 without loss after 2.
Yeah, much better over there by Perico Henry. A lot more economical, just conceding 3 from that opening over. It's important for Jamaica that they get a good start.
Yeah, they don't want to kind of repeat what they did in the last game, where they couldn't get wickets for long periods, and they just looked out of sorts as a result. Sylvera 5 for 26, career best. So he will continue under blazing sunshine here at the National Cricket Centre. Long may it last. Keep our fingers crossed, cross our toes, everything. And there's a delivery again, a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. And Lal not prepared to wait.
Yeah, slashing at that one, a bit too close to him. There's 2 slips in play, so bowler wouldn't mind seeing a shot like that, a 6-3 feel. Looking to target just on and off that 4th stump line and possibly bring back one into those pads.
And that's a good lifting delivery there again. A lot of effort we could see going into that one. But in the end, well played. He dropped the wrist and allowed it to climb on its way through to the keeper, but the line was good as well.
Yeah, much better start to this over for Sylvera. Much better line and putting a lot more effort into that delivery. There's a 3rd man on a fine leg. We are within the first power play.
Again, touching down at a good length. They want a single, but it's not there. Now the Jamaicans are kind of hip to the tactics of Trinidad and Tobago, just pushing and running. So now they've brought in that extra cover, or that cover fielder a little bit closer. So he's not back on the bound, on the 30-yard line. He's a good 8 to 10 meters in. So he's not allowing them the luxury of pushing and running. And that's a good shot. That's hit back past him, the bowler, and the man at mid-on. No chance. 4 runs. He was just pitching up a little bit there, and that one just sped off the bat. Scott, who is at mid-on, could only jog after it because he had given up any hope.
Yeah, that one smashed back past the bowler for 4, hitting the side screen. That's beautifully played by Christian Lal. Very attacking by nature is Christian Lal, and that's bringing up his first boundary.
Yeah, that probably was a shock to the system there, because Sylvera probably wasn't expecting that at all. Let's see if he pitches up again. Bowled him. Bowled him neck and crop. He was playing down, probably played down the wrong line, and the ball just deviated enough and took the off stump clean out of the ground. It's one of the pretty sights in cricket, a fast bowler hitting the timber and removing the off stump. And what a delivery.
Magnificent. Adrian Sylvera, take a bow, you young man. Hitting the top of off. Glorious indeed. What a repulse to that, after being hit for a boundary the ball before. He just angling it across Christian Lal and taking the off stump, having that off stump cannoning away towards the wicket keeper. What a wicket, what a delivery. Just the start Jamaica would have wanted in the 3rd over. They've gotten the first breakthrough.
It's 18 for 1, and that always represents a good feeling for the entire team. When you could get an early wicket, it puts more pressure on the opposition, but more importantly, it gives the entire fielding team a lift. And now they're probably hoping that they could build on that and just keep the pressure on for as long as possible. Here it is again. You could see him. He was never settled. He was moving in the crease. He ended up as square as they come, and heard that sickening sound behind him there. Bold neck and crop.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful delivery there. Angling it across him and just taking the top off. Adrian Sylvera continuing his good work from the previous match. Jamaica needs him to deliver with the new ball. New batter is Zachary Stewart.
Yep. Another right-hander. And this time Stewart is not prepared to go outside the off stump, chasing.
So an excellent over by Adrian Sylvera, his second. And he's able to get a breakthrough in that over, just conceding 4 runs, but most importantly getting the wicket of Christian Lal. Bowled for 5. So 18 for 1 in 3 overs. It's important that they continue to work in partnerships. The Jamaican fast opening duo, Perico Henry, the first over he would have just conceded 3, so he's been economical. Would want to continue in that trend. Sylvera does have a bit more pace about himself, and does swing it about. Both men strongly built.
Pitching up there is Perico Henry is slapped through the covers, and that's going to run close to the boundary. It may not get there. In fact, it is intercepted, and they're able to come back for the 3rd run. Littleton doing a little bit of football there and then preventing it from going over the boundary at widest long off.
Yeah, over pitched there by Henry, turning out to be a full toss on Salim Khan. Smashing it through the cover area, unable to get it to the boundary. It is a very thick, lush green outfield here. So good work by Littleton, showing off his football skills. The Reggae Boys will be in action soon.
Yep. But as coaches will probably tell them, better bend down and pick it up. You don't want to turn an ankle there now. It's another quick delivery coming in. Again, just some movement off the seam. And you could see Stewart probably surprised by that movement. Luckily for him, it didn't go through the gate.
Yeah, much better comeback there by Henry to the right-handed Stewart. This one just short of a length, about that 8 meter, and targeting the body, coming back in with the angle.
And look at where it bounced. It pitched and it actually went behind the stumps. So that's why all the hands went up. Could easily have dropped on the stumps.
Yeah, definitely a bit of pace about Henry.
He's deceptively quick because he has big, broad shoulders. He's well built, and you have to pinch yourself to remember these are under 17 lads. Some of them are fairly big. Again, teasing him outside the off stump, but no interest there from Stewart.
Yeah, it's very important that we nurture these young men. They're very tender age. At this point in time, you want to just harness their talents, groom them, because really do want to see West Indies cricket improving and back on the rise. We've been struggling for a number of years now.
Yeah, it's all it's work in progress, if you know what I mean. The whole question of West Indies cricket. So it's all about taking steps. Some of it might be baby steps, but in the main, you have to play cricket, and you have to play the right kind of cricket as well. And as more and more people get involved and get used to it, it's going to improve. Here's a nice ball driven again through the covers. It goes. They go for 1. They got a second. They might consider a third. No, they decide against it. And it turned out to be a good decision as well. That ends the over 4 completed. It's 23 for 1.
Yes, Stewart getting off the mark with that cover drive, piercing the gap between the man at cover point and cover. So nicely played all along the ground, relieving whatever tension you would have had No batter wants to get out or not. It's definitely a lovely feeling to get off the mark.
Yeah, we always say duck is a batsman's score because the law of averages suggests that at some point you're going to make a duck. You know, the duck is going to get you.
Yeah.
You just hope you could delay it as much as possible. Even if you don't get a big score, at least you want to get off the mark. And I think people go to great lengths to achieve that. That's well played again. But showing the respect to Sylvera, who obviously is causing his problems, causing some problems, I should say, even though he does give you one or two, how should I say, hittable deliveries or boundary balls.
Yeah, there have been a few loose deliveries in between, but by me, and it's been a good start. They've taken the wicket of Christian Lal. Looking for another one within this power play. Definitely want to get Salim Khan. He's one of the gun batters here for Trinidad and Tobago. That's nicely worked into the leg side.
They're almost overcommitted, and once again, the decision was a late one, and you could see Khan wanting to come back for that second run, but Stewart was not interested, and it's almost like Khan was almost trying to convince him from mid-pitch that he should go ahead, but by that time the ball was already in the hands of Henry. It would have been a big risk.
Yeah, possibly a very good call there by Zachary Stewart, stopping his captain midway. There we see that left-right combination causing trouble again.
Surprised it wasn't called away, but unless it brushed the pad on the way through. I know there are some changes to the laws, and especially with that leg side no ball, or wide I should say, they're now using the, how should I say, the blue line as a gauge, or if they will put another line there closer to the stump that will act as the gauge for the umpires. That's another quick delivery, but this time he doesn't get away with it.
And just swing out the line of that one, Zachary Stewart.
And here the umpire is also having a look at where his follow-through is.
It's a good variation having that bouncer, but just badly lined. Try and push the batter back and then pitch one up, encourage him to drive, possibly taking that outside edge.
Again, just pulling the bat inside the line there, sensing that there was danger out there. There are two slips, so Stewart obviously aware of that, or should I say wary of that, and decide against playing, which I think is a good shot in the end because there is risk involved.
So it's been a much better comeback here by Sylvera. Does seem as if he takes some time to get into the game. His first over going for 10. Now in his third over, it's 1 for 16.
And again, another good delivery, touching down just in front of the right-hander and draw him into a shot. But he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. And he was kind of half-cocked, whether to play, not to play. And the ball just kind of jumped over the blade of the bat.
Yeah, he's consistently bowling an excellent line here. He's just targeting on and about the outside, the off stump. It's angling away from the right-handed Zachary Stewart. Two slips in play. Stewart needs to be careful for the big booming in swinger.
There's another one down the leg side. This time he doesn't get away with it.
So you can see he's looking to set up Stewart here, just angling it across him. 2-3 deliveries and then trying to bring back one. But unfortunately, the one that he does bring back, he starts it too straight and it goes down the leg side.
His delivery, the delivery that got rid of Lal was reminiscent of the one that Bernard Julian bowled Jeffrey Boycott with in Barbados. So Gary had just called him and had a word with him in the very next ball. And that's a careless shot. No foot movement at all. He just hung the bat out there, almost as if he wanted to play bat and catch with the slip. Luckily for Stewart, he missed it. And it went through to be taken by the keeper at the end of the over, 26 for 1 at the end of 5.
Another peach of a delivery there by Sylvera. So that's an excellent over. Building that pressure. 1 for 17 and 3. And it's an absolute privilege of mine to be sitting here with a stalwart in the media world, Mr. Ruskin Mark. So much knowledge, so much experiences.
Yeah, but that was a memorable day because Jeffrey Boycott, you remember, was a thorn in the side of the West Indian bowlers. Because of his patience, he would stick around. He wasn't too keen on scoring quickly, but he would occupy the crease. And remember back then, that was the mode of an opening batsman, see the shine off. Again, a big swing outside, a foolish delivery, but missing. And that was Jeffrey Boycott's rule to kind of nullify the quicker bowlers. So after we had Keith Boyce and say Van Benhoulder, Bernard Julian got the ball and Sagari was standing in the slip or forward short the way he normally would stand. And he just went and he had a word with him, something he would have seen, and told Bernard, whatever the discussion is, this one is picked up nicely and put away brilliantly. There is a man trying to get around there, but to no avail. Sylvera couldn't get there, and that's 4 runs yet again.
Yeah, exactly what you're speaking about earlier, Ruskin. They do play some bad deliveries. This one down the leg side, short and well put away there, finding the gap wide of the man at long on, at fine leg, and getting the boundary.
Yeah, he had to go a long way to his right and then had to go down. And for a tall man, that is always a difficult ask when the ball is running away from you. But 30 now for 1. Trinidad and Tobago after they were put in by Jamaica. That man at fine leg, more square leg now. He's gone a long way around, just backward square. And that's a brilliant delivery again, touching the edge, but going down past the slip cord and not much that Hall could have done about that. That's 4 runs down to third man, a vacant third man, I might add.
Unlucky for Perico Henry there. This one, much better delivery, angling across him and taking the outside edge wide of the man at first slip, who's already standing in about a 1.5 slip. Maybe a second slip would have been in a better position, but this one going through the gap and going down to the third man boundary. So slice of luck there for Salim Khan. He's scoring quickly.
Better delivery again. Keeping the batsman play, which is a good sign for a fast bowler. You don't want to spray the ball around too much. So you want to concentrate on certain specifics, and then you could vary from there. And it's just like any other thing. You get used to doing it. You work on it, and then you could add as you go along, build on it. And that's another beautiful delivery. Again, touching down more or less middle stump and angling it across the left-hander.
Yeah, lovely line there. Very well bowled. Adding to that point, great men like Glenn McGrath, Curtly Ambrose, they were very consistent bowlers. Their action was very repeatable and they would just continue working those lines and length. Now we have the likes of Josh Hazelwood and our very own Jaden Seals. He's been very impressive.
And he's gone again with him through forward square leg. This time the man from fine leg has a long chase and he does well. He just keeps it up, and Sylvera having some work to do. And as a fast bowler, you want to limit those chases as much as possible. But at the end of it all, it's another 3 runs to Can. And at 37 now, for the loss of 1 wicket. Stewart is 2, and Khan is up to 26 from 16.
Yeah, excellent start for Salim Khan. Keeping in mind that we have our Caribbean Premier League going on, the CPL. Have a game later tonight, but we had a game yesterday. TKR taking on Antigua Barbuda Falcons. Trinidad Knight Riders coming out victorious.
A big win too, a win that shoots them up to second on the table, behind the same team they just defeated. And that's what you want. If you're trying to get to the top, you want the teams that are ahead of you to not get points, or not to get too many points. And if you could then beat them in head-to-head, it makes your task a little bit easier. They're not going to drop points, in fact, what they have there to keep, but you could improve your numbers. And again, he was trying to go with that attacking shot, but he just seemed a little bit cramped, almost like he was checking, because he wasn't quite sure if he could go through the line with it, and he just kind of kept the bat kind of cocked there for a little bit.
Good adjustment there by Salim. It always seems as if he just has that split second more. And the likes of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, it just seems as if they have just so much time to play the ball.
And again, a little bit loose there, just kind of relaxed, but there's the little movement that the bowlers are getting off the wicket that is causing a little bit of indecision on the part of both batsmen.
Yeah, nicely line delivery into the body. What Salim Khan is looking for is width. Anything wide outside the off stump, he's slashing at it and making good contact, and the ones that are just too straight, he's working it neatly into the leg side, and there's wide open spaces. We're still within the first power play. The first power play is 10 overs, in which only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So he's making full tool of it at the moment.
Again, I think he got the edge on this occasion, but the wicketkeeper couldn't haul it in. Giovanni Richardson probably was a little bit too relaxed there. Although the ball deviated, he really and truly, that's a catch that he should have been at least getting a glove to and stopping. If he couldn't catch it, try and stop it. But it hit low down on the bat, and you could see it just deviating off the edge. It came to him, it was going down, but it passed him, it just bounced in front of him. And I don't think the slip corner now, he's pleading his case there. But I think he has an argument. The ball did die on him.
Yeah, definitely dropping short.
It was not going to slip. None of the slip cord, and whether first or second slip, could have caught it. The ball was dropping in front of him. And but he probably just played the bounce more than anything else, or misplayed the bounce, and it went past him. So it's those little things, I'm sure, the things that the Jamaicans probably spoke about, because we saw a lot of it in the last game, that the Robert Haynes and the backroom staff would have been preaching of, if you can't catch the ball, at least stop it. Because we did have a couple instances where balls dropped in front of fielders when they could have maybe made a better attempt at catching. And so it's those things, I'm sure, that they're drilling into their heads. Hence the kind of chagrin of his teammates. Once again, they are teasing the batsman with that persistent line just outside the off stump.
Yeah, very well bowled there by Sylvera. Richardson is a very tall wicketkeeper. I don't normally see wicketkeepers that tall.
Mm-hmm.
So
kind of the Junior Murray shade.
Definitely would have posed a challenge, getting down to his ankles. Probably should have gotten his body behind it, but wasn't able to do so.
And that's the thing with wicketkeeping, you can't relax at all, because you concentrate for every delivery. That one is hit in the air. There's a man down there, but it's sailing over his head. Now, this is what coaches go crazy about. The ball went over his head there, and that's Henry down there. The ball went over his head, but it dropped inside the boundary.
Yeah, that's a chance. You know, Henry about maybe 8 meters within the boundary rope, and this one just landing just inside. If he had stayed all the way to the edge, would have been an opportunity for a catch. Unfortunately, went over his head, and fortunately for Salim Khan, going into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so that pushes the score to 43-1 at the end of over number 7, and you could see Sylvera is not a happy man right now, because the catch, the edge that didn't go to hand to the wicketkeeper earlier, and then to have this one now, sky down to fine leg, the ball actually passed over the head of the fine leg fielder. It wasn't like he's running to his left or running to his right. He was actually going forward and then had to turn and try to get back, and the ball dropped behind his head, right behind him.
Yeah, as you see another replay of that, it's perfectly lined, as Ruskin said, just not on the boundary rope.
Here's another good delivery. So he must be mad and fuming. So as a bowler, you want to make amends. Of course, you would apologize to your fellow fast bowler teammate in Sylvera, but more importantly, you want to get a wicket as soon as possible now. And again, causing a little bit of anxiety. The batters trying to play these horizontal shots, but they're not catching up with the delivery. That's a fairly quick delivery. And just a little bit late on it.
Stewart struggling a bit to get the ball away. It's 2 of 12.
You'd probably be better advised to just push and run for the time being. Don't try anything too spectacular. It was more like that, but he would have to learn to take the pace off of it, and that way give himself time, he and his teammate, time to cross and to get into their respective creases.
Yeah, spot on. Definitely look to rotate the strike, especially the way Salim Khan is batting. He's batting well, he's batting positive, so allowing him to have the majority of strike, especially within the power play, would be wise.
Pitching up, driven brilliantly, square the wicket on the offside for 4.
Shot of the day, absolutely glorious there, Zachary Stewart. That one full and wide and driven square. What a shot.
Yeah, beautifully played. He was in a good position. He kept his head still, his feet were planted, and he just brought the bat in and stroked it. And you could see him opening the face as well to get it square and away from the fielder, that squarish cover position. And 4 runs, 4 good looking runs. So he's up to 6 from 14 now. And again, they want a quick single, but once more, too much pace on the ball, and they're not giving themselves that opportunity to get the single. Jamaicans are a little bit hip to that, so you have to place it a little bit better away from the fielders, especially those in that inner ring who are attacking the ball.
But I continue to admire the backing up by the non-strikers. They're very keen on looking to rotate the strike.
And again, into the gap it goes once more. This 2 is traveling towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? It just gets there. So another boundary to Stewart. He's had his problems, but he's also produced 2 beautiful drives through the offside.
Yeah, that's glorious indeed. So that will definitely ease his concerns. He's now 10 of 16, and a partnership building here for Trinidad and Tobago. A vital partnership after losing the early wicket of Christian Lal from a beauty by Adrian Sylvera. They're now 51 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, so the 50 is on the board. And that's one of the achievements there. You could see the hot pursuit there from Littleton. And he may be coming into bowl in a short while because he too, in fact, I think he was the one who got the breakthrough that started the slide for Jamaica after they were pretty much out of the game. And he got the wicket of Atenes. And then things started to happen thereafter. Again, playing and missing, and they're going to scamper a bye, and they eventually made it, but it was risky business. Stewart was struggling there, but a bye is the signal.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a risky single. Just ricochet of the wicket-keeper and went to the man at first slip, who quickly got it in his hand and was able to target the stumps, but unfortunately wasn't able to hit the stumps, and Zachary Stewart lives to fight another day.
Yeah, that would have been curtains there. Had the aim been a little bit, somehow I don't know if Hall and Company and the pelt mangoes and things. That was a given as a youth growing up. Again, trying to turn it on the onside. Now the umpire signals the leg by. And more frustration for Sylvera there because as a bowler you want to get every wicket possible, and even if it's a run out off your bowling, you want it. So he's probably fuming there, probably trying a little too hard because as you said, there's a partnership building here. These two have added another 30 or so runs, so they need something going their way quickly. From around the wicket this time, and that is another chase down at fine leg. A little bit slow with the running. They seem as if they weren't sure if they wanted to go back for a second run. They only got a single.
Yeah. Just going straight in line, going down the leg side and taking the pad, going down to fine leg. So a leg by. One more to the total. Ryan Littleton would have been a replacement player for Jamaica. He would have had a number of injuries. Mackenzie with a dislocated finger having to return home last weekend. So Ryan Littleton coming in and doing well for Jamaica.
And this one is hit in the air. This could be a catch, and he's dropping it. Well. He had a long look at it, and then to add salt in the wound, it went for 4. But this was another opportunity there to come in, take a good catch. Andrew Lloyd, and he's saying the ball moved, but I don't think we have that kind of atmosphere that would allow a ball to move like that. That ball is in the air for so long that he had more than enough time. Look at how long the ball is in the air. He's delaying. Look at how low he's trying to catch it, and then he catches it away from his body, and all of the things working against him there.
Yeah, I think he misjudged the flight of that one. Should have put in the hard work earlier and get closer to the ball. And another chance goes a begging of the bowling of Sylvera.
And again, pressure on, but you could see the disappointment in him. And now he has something else to worry about because the umpire is once again having a look. I don't think he's warned him or anything like that, but when the umpire starts to walk about like that and kick pebbles from the pitch, he's obviously looking at it and probably hinting to you.
Yeah, definitely some concerns there.
Yeah, you're encroaching. Now he's good there. This is where he runs into problems, and then it's the next foot. And that's well bowled again. All of a sudden, though, the singles have dried up for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And maybe it's because they probably feel they can middle the ball a bit better now. So they're trying to hit boundaries. But that same drive that he's pushing out there, just push it straight up to mid-off, or just to the right of mid-off, or to the left of the same cover point fielder, and try and pinch a quick single. Yeah,
it's an issue that has plagued West Indies batting. have an abundance of 6 hitters and boundary hitters, but to rotate the strike is something that continues.
Not many Larry Gooms pitching up outside the off stump, and that too is called a wild. So you could see just that little, the reaction of the umpire is probably playing on his mind now. So his whole, instead of focusing on the batsman and what he wants to do to the batsman, he's probably now focusing where his feet might be landing. And so it's just something else that he shouldn't be focusing on, but he has to, because the umpire is like, it's antsy there, watching at his every move. Short ball again, and that too is signaled as a wide. So you could see it's in his head. He's just, maybe it's just this over, but he's just lost just that concentration and that focus.
Yeah, he's definitely lost a bit of rhythm in this over. You know, the number of chances going down off his bowling would have frustrated him, and now to knowing that the added concern with the umpire looking on at his follow through. He's struggling a bit here now, Sylvera. Just one ball remaining in his 5th over. Definitely want to close it off quickly.
And again, this time they could get the single. That's a good shot. Again, it's just push it away from the fielder. Let them work a little bit for it. And that he did. Littleton could do nothing about preventing that single. So that ends the over. That's the end of over number 9. It's 61 now for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, much better there by Salim Khan. This one, just waiting on it and playing it late and just playing it backward of the man at point and able to get the single. So that's exactly what we want to see from these young batters. Able to rotate the strike, tip and run, find the gaps, play with soft hands. You know, if you're unable to find the boundary, it's very important that you get the 1s and 2s. So you keep the strike rotating.
It does, and what it does, it keeps the pressure on your opponents because they obviously feel that if you're pinching singles in those close areas, that they could come closer and closer. And then when you hit it with any kind of power, even if it's along the ground, it might go through the gap. And then they're frustrated even more now because it's almost like you're lulling them into a false sense, and then you're doing the opposite. So, you know, you kind of like have to work out, you could manipulate the field by doing those things and doing them well. Anyway, speaking about pelting mangoes, watch that crew by the scoreboard up there. They look like a mango pelting crew. I just hope when they make the chow, they remember us. Not too much pepper though. On the legs, flicked away, and that's gone. It might have hit pad. No, actually there was bat as well, and that has gone for 4, but it peeled off the bat down to fine leg. The man at fine leg, who is a lot wider, Sylvera, had no chance at all. And just as we mentioned, the mango pelters.
Badly lined delivery there by Henry, and this one on the legs, whipped off. He's very strong off the pads, as Salim Khan, as we see another replay of it. Targeting the mango pelters down there. He gets another boundary, and he quickly moves on to 41 of 28 deliveries.
That ball was just disturbing. A little concentration there on a mango. That's a good delivery, a quicker delivery. And going back to what has worked for him, touching down middle and off, going across the left-hander.
Yeah, it's a much better line to Salim Khan, just about off stump, middle and off. Anything too straight, he puts it away. He's gotten a number of boundaries this morning on the leg side.
He's always looking, which is a good trait to have. And again, he's driving, but again, no real power on this occasion. Littleton having no issue this time around.
And he doesn't seem to have the same power as he has through the onside through the offside as he has on the onside. You know, seems to have a very strong bottom hand grip.
Just surprising because He goes again. It's looping just over the head of the square leg fielder. So he's living a bit of a charmed life somewhat here. And, but the scoreboard is ticking over. Once he's there, runs are coming. He's up to 42 now, 10 to Stewart. And it's 66 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago in the final power play over.
Yeah, it's been an excellent start. They've lived a charm life. Number of chances going a begging. The Jamaicans haven't been the best in the outfield this morning, but it's a good start for Trinidad and Tobago after being put into bat.
Driven again, and that's even better. Look at, not a man move. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders standing on the offside. They all still standing. None of them. They didn't even want to turn to chase the ball. That is how well played that shot was. It was up to a spectator to throw the ball back for them.
Yeah, glorious Zachary Stewart leaving us all in awe with that shot. Piercing the gap in front of point for 4. And that raced into the boundary. Creamed through the offside for 4.
Now they've done away with the second slip. And so they're trying to plug that gap on the offside there. And you can see him cutting at it. There's a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. And the wicketkeeper was jumping, but no response from the umpire. So that completes over number 10. And at the end of the power play, it's 70 for 1.
Yeah, see another replay of that final delivery. This one is short and wide. The horizontal bat strokes he's struggling a bit with. Once he's playing with a vertical bat and driving through the covers, he's masterful. He's doing it masterfully. But the ones to cut, maybe there's a slight uneven bounce on the surface, but doesn't able to get bat on that one. Judged by umpire Morkan.
You can see him like disgusted with himself after playing. Watch out how quickly he kind of put his head up in the air and was looking to the heavens. The ball hasn't even reached the gloves yet, and he's already kind of admonishing himself for missing out. In the meantime, the slip cordon is jumping. So Littleton is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, he's going to take up the bowling attack from the northern end. A bit of a change from Tuesday, in which he bowled from the southern end. So he's going to replace Adrian Sylvera.
Yeah, Sylvera, his 5 overs cost him 26 runs, I think, or something like that. But his figures are much better than that. Could have been much better than that. Even if you give him the 26 runs, he probably could have had 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, he's very unlucky this morning, Adrian Sylvera. He's a wicket-taking bowler.
Littleton would think the same. Pitches up and he's driven. That too is going through, and that is going to go through extra cover for 4 runs. Just pitched up and then he didn't hit it too hard. He just pushed it into the gap for another boundary.
Yeah, excellent gap finding there by Salim Khan, beating the man at short cover and going wide of the man at mid-off. That's a perfectly placed shot, and he gets maximum result, 4 runs.
So he goes to 46 now. Stewart is 14, 74 now for 1. Trinidad and Tobago pushing on here now. And again, a stifled appeal. But this time either he was fooled a little bit by the length of the ball, and the last minute he was trying to turn it on the onside. Probably be better advised to try to go straight with those deliveries. Even if you're not to the pitch, just aim for back past the bowler. Then you present a wider surface to face the ball. And again, delivery got on the full, but not able to take full advantage of it. No pun intended there. But he picks up 2 more.
Yeah, this one, a full toss on the legs. He'll be disappointed because he's strong there. He would have wanted to get maximum, but just getting it over the 30-yard circle, he gets 2. So we are now outside of the first power play. So the second power play, in which a maximum of 4 fielders would be outside the 30-yard circle. At this point in time, they only have 3. And those 3 are fine leg, a third man, and a man at sweeper on the offside.
That one was a slow delivery, and I think Littleton is famous for those change of pace deliveries. And he obviously trying to induce a fall shot. Maybe got a skyer and he hits it straight into the hands of the cover fielder. Pitched up again, no real pace to work with there, and he hit it straight to the man in the covers and has to go. So he goes for 48 there. A little bit of a disappointing dismissal, but 76 for 2 now.
Yeah, Salim Khan, you'd definitely be disappointed. You would have gotten off to such an impressive start. 40, just a couple runs away from a half century. This one driving in the air, not getting his head over the ball and hitting it in the air. And Ryan Littleton again, what an impact he has had on this tournament as a replacement player, coming in late, and he's done well. He's gotten runs, he's gotten wickets, and he's definitely been an improvement. Added another aspect of this Jamaican team who's been struggling throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he's done very well since given his opportunities. He was a little bit expensive as well, but he mixed up his deliveries quite nicely and caused a few anxious moments. But like you said, because the Jamaicans' catching hasn't been the best, the bowlers are the ones who suffered the most. So Roberto Badri makes his way out into the middle.
And Ryan Littleton, he's a guy that doesn't have much pace about himself, but he uses a lot of variations. And on that occasion, was able to get Salim Khan caught at cover, playing it uppishly. Would have been looking at another boundary, just not getting his head over the delivery and hitting it straight to the fielder. He'll be disappointed to not get a half century and carry on even further.
Yeah, and you tell yourself, either side of the man, they could probably gotten away with it. And again hitting that thick outside edge, bouncing down into the slip cordon there. But Gordon, the captain for today, is able to stop it from going down to third man. So that ends a good over, a successful one at that. And after that over, it is now 78 for 2.
Yeah, Ryan Littleton seems to always have make something happen for the Jamaicans. We'll be seeing the first sign of spin this morning. Will be coming from the southern end.
Yeah, and that will be the former captain, or the other captain, the Marco Scott.
Yeah, I had a little discussion with the coach of the Jamaican under 17s, and he said that the GCE would have decided that they're looking at grooming these young men to leadership, so allowing both DeMarco and Gordon the opportunity to lead the team. Scott would have gotten the opportunity in the majority of the 2-day affairs, and now Gordon is getting his opportunity in the limited version.
And again, a little play on a miss there, just nibbling at it. Not really trying to hit it hard, Zachary Stewart.
Good start there for DeMarco Scott.
And again, turn, a little bit of turn, and a good alert call in there because Badri saw that the ball had bounced and nobody seemed to want to stop it from going down to third man. And he saw the opportunity and they stole a leg by.
And definitely some turn on offer, as we'll see on this replay. Pitching outside off and with the angle
and bounce. Height as well would have been a problem for him.
back live.
And this one pushing it, trying to push it through the offside. It ends up just to square leg, just behind the umpire. And again, a quick single taken there. So Badri is off the mark. And it's 78 now for 2.
Yeah, taking the inner half of the bat and going into the onside for a single. So a really good start for DeMarco Scott thus far.
It's another good delivery. Causing some problems, and it's just the turn that is creating the havoc. Plus, he's getting a little bit of bounce. The batsmen probably need to be a lot tighter with their defensive prods.
You can see he's targeting those stumps. He does have 3 men on the boundary, patrolling the boundary on the onside and a short mid-wicket.
And he has a cover out on the offside. They were guilty of not having protection for that inside-out shot. And this one again is going right up under the bat this time, just hitting the toe of the bat. And it's kept out to the end of a very impressive over, just 2 runs off it. It's 78 for 2 after 11.
Excellent over there by DeMarco Scott. Holding some off-spin and troubling the right-handed Zachary Stewart and Roberto Badri. Ruskin, what are your thoughts when it comes to leaders in the Caribbean when developing these young men? Because we're struggling right now to pinpoint captains at the West Indies level.
Well, the thing is, you want captains who are actually captaining teams. You're looking at Littleton bowls again, and they're going to get another comfortable single. That's well played by Badri. And I've always said, you want players who are in the role of captain. So the first thing you look at is at the regional captains, the ones who are captaining their respective national teams, or if they're playing for like a club that is a successful club, you want to know what he's doing at that level to have success. And this one, a play and a miss again. And Littleton thought he had got broken through once more. So that is the first kind of order of business. Are these guys captaining, or have they ever captained a team, whether it's a school level, zonal level, national youth level, national senior team level, whatever it is. So you know you have pedigree there because they've had success doing it. Quicker, shorter, and that goes through the legs of the keeper, but it's backed up quite quickly. And then once you identify that, then you're now looking at, you could probably narrow down the numbers. So you say, okay, look, we have 6 regional captains, these are their traits, and these are the successful ones, or whatever is the criteria you're using, and then you kind of do a short list, maybe drop 6 into 3, and then you do what probably we don't do enough of, is give them opportunities to captain. And that's why you have 18 tours and other tournaments that you could have all around. And from there, you start kind of instilling in them that, look, we're looking at you as a former Test captain or, West Indies captain. This is what we want to see you do. But then you could help them by carrying them into... In fact, that is what I think the Brian Lara Academy was supposed to be doing, to helping to groom and kind of nurture that aspect of the game. The physical aspect, fine, but it's the technical and the analytical part and that we seem to be lacking. That's a wide. And those are the areas, and that is what that facility in its original format was designed for, with a lot of classrooms, and teams could come in and sit down and have discussions and go through different things. And I'll tell you the shortcut to that, right? It's not surprising that a lot of our former national captains came out of the Queen's Park stable. And the reason being is that they actually discuss a lot of cricket there. Not a short ball punched away, but can't get it through, as it's well protected in that area. Hall is in the way, and they can't get a run. It's the end of the over, 80 for 2 after 13.
Yeah, nice economical over. Just conceding 2 runs on that over there, Ryan Littleton. So supporting DeMarco Scott, who would have bowled a tight over from the Sun end as well. So building a little pressure here now, the Jamaican bowlers, but just continuing on that conversation.
Yeah, so, and because what used to happen is that after the day's play, you would sit and discuss cricket. You know, talk about what happened during the day. And former captains would be carrying on those discussions. And a bit of bounce and turn there, but again, signalers are wide. So if you sit with somebody like a Joey Carew, and Joey would tell you about you're doing this well, we did this good, you're doing, Brian Davis would tell you you're doing that, you're doing something else. So, and then you're listening to them, and, and you kind of learn and you grow. That's another preach of a delivery that just goes through there. I mean, when I played at Paragon, I could have listened to Ron Fire, carry on a discussion with Bernard Julian and senior men. But you can't help but learn from those discussions. Or you see their planning and all the processes. That's a very well taken single again. The way they prepare, how they prepare, when they make their bowling changes, why they make their bowling changes, and sometimes the change is just to switch ends. A simple thing like that. Sometimes we have captains who are reluctant to do that. Once they take you off, you're off. But it has nothing to do with what are they seeing that will allow you to do better at another end. Maybe the breeze, as you said, or something to that effect. That's another well-judged single from them. So there are a number of factors that would have to go into that. And then it brings us now to team selection. How do you select your teams? What you want in your lineup, your batters. Do you want a left-right combination at the top? Or do you want, 3 or 4 other left-handers inside there? That's well played again. And just different things that you have. Now remember, you're picking from a much larger pool when you're picking from the West Indies. So as a captain or prospective captain, when you play against teams, in your planning, you take in notes, or you have whoever is a statistician, whatever it is, will give you notes about certain players who do certain things, what their traits are, right? And you, again, not a tight over there. And so you look at those things, and it's one thing to have technology, but it's how you use that technology to your advantage. So the coaches could give you X and Y, but you now have to find the Z in all of that. Make sense of it, understand it, and make it work for you in that regard. And to me, we are a little bit hesitant in exposing our players to that. I don't know if we don't feel they can handle it. It's the end of the over, and it's a water break for the players. And at the end of over number 14, it is 83 for 2 now.
Yeah, 83 for 2. After the first hour's play here in National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, I think Trinidad and Tobago will be pretty pleased with their efforts so far. They're scoring in just in excess of, they're scoring at 6 runs and over at the moment. They would have lost 2 wickets. The captain, Salim Khan, would have been disappointed. He played a stroke-full 48, being caught at short cover. But to continue in that conversation, Ruskin, and not just in terms of building leaders, it's an opportunity for me as well here, sitting beside you, to gather the knowledge, because it's something that I'm looking to pursue in terms of media coverage. So I'm learning a lot from you, and it's a great opportunity. What I have noticed in the CPL, we just have 2 local captains. Rovman Powell of the Royals. We have Puran, who's now retired from international cricket at the age of 29.
You only have 1.
So what are we doing? And I know it's franchise cricket, so it's...
The object is to win. It's not so much... No, they say it's developmental, but there's the other side of it. Everybody wants to win the tournament.
Correct.
And you don't blame them for that, because it's a big investment. But there has to be... So now what you have to do, like how you have stipulations here. Remember the West Indies Cricket Board that said if a fast bowler get a certain amount of wickets, you get a point or whatever it is. So you're incentivizing fast bowling. Same thing with spinners. if spinners get X amounts of wicket, you get a point. So you're putting incentives in there for them. What you're also doing is you're asking a captain to analyze that and figure out ways how he could use that to his advantage without hurting the team, or in fact, enhancing the team's chances of success. And what it was, I was just doing the under-14 tournament, the girls' regional under-14 tournament. One of the things that coaches had to manage was the amount of playing time for each player. So some of them were mandated to play each player a certain amount of time. So you couldn't bring a child all the way from wherever, Suriname or wherever, or Martinique, and not play them. Or play them one game when the team plays 6 games. So you had to, so all of those are things to manage and how you do it, and you have to discuss it with the players. So the players know everybody's aware of what is happening out in the middle, and you kind of work with them. And that's why, sometimes you say captains are born, but you can help them, to develop that innate ability that they might have been born with. And, so you have them to bring it out. And the best way to do that is to expose them early. Give them the opportunity to lead. And, okay, it doesn't mean you're discarding them, but you could also see somebody who has potential. So you give that person a chance to lead as well. And, and I always tell people this, when I look at Pakistan teams, and to a lesser extent India, or maybe just as much, you realize they have 4 and 5 captains on the field at the same time, or men who would have captained the team at different times, right? You could imagine that think tank when they sit down and plan, about, put the egos aside. We're doing this for the country, we're doing this for the team. What do you think of X? How do we approach, this batsman or this situation on the field, whatever. And if you could get them to buy into that, you're pretty much, you're pretty much safe and ready to go. We're getting back to the action in the middle. The players have been refreshed. And that's not the best shot Badri is playing there, but he's going to get a single. A little bit late, the decision to just dab it to short point. Hall again called into action. And now, because there might be a little drizzle coming onto the ground, the mango pelters have now become tarpaulin movers, covers, attendants. And they are bringing the tarpaulins on, so it's just about 10:45 now, so we have a little rain interruption at this time. We don't have any heavy rains as such just yet, but there is the potential for that because it's a heavy cloud buildup to our right, and from the east, so the rains will come this way. How heavy, we just have to wait and see, and I must say, this is so much better from the ground staff than what we had a couple of days ago, because they were caught, literally caught, because the winds were so high that it was fighting them. And then they only had like 3 or 4 guys on a cover, and it just was beating them up. They couldn't get it down on time. And even when they got part of it down, the wind took the other part and sent it. So they were really fighting the covers over time. But I'm really happy to see that they have both covers on quickly, and they could then start the process of nailing it down much sooner and really protect the wicket for as much as possible and for as long as possible. But this is the first step, and I think they've done a fantastic job, obviously learning from where they fell short the last time. And I say that to say this, that when play was ready to resume, because of the work that they did, a little bit belatedly, you still have to give them credit, because they got the surface ready for play in a pretty good time. And then the performance after that from the players, you didn't see too many players slipping and falling or anything like that. So they did their part. Like I said, my thing was they just took a little too long that first instant to get the covers on, get the first set nailed down, and then you could add after that. And here's the other thing I don't know who will do it or what. When they finish this aspect of it, they just sit in line and wait for the rain, or if the rain is falling, then they just come off. And my thing is, why not add more covers and protect more areas on the field with that same time? That's what I'm saying. Make the covers available to them, and so as soon as they finish this aspect of it, put the additional pieces around and cover more. Let's say we're covering just the entire circle, the inner circle, the 30-meter circle, 30-yard circle that we have. Cover that entire thing, because that's where players are going to be fielding most of in a limited overs game. So you're going to have players inside of there. The boundary is going to take care of itself because the water will run off and might be a little bit soggy on the outer portions. We don't mind that too much. It's inside there is where the main concern is most times. That's what get umpires very kind of antsy. They don't want to play if inside there is affected. So knowing that, try to protect as much of that surface as is possible. So you see, look, they got the covers on, right? Nobody's making an attempt to bring the additional covers out. If that rain comes, it means the bowlers run up. It's going to be affected at both ends. The sides of the square, just off the square, where water tends to just run off and settle, would also be affected. And those are the areas that I feel, that we have to kind of take a little more serious, a more proactive approach to solving in terms of protecting our surfaces.
Yes, spot on, Ruskin, as we see them now making their way to get the additional covers. And it could have been done a bit quicker, especially as it seems as if we're going to get a longer stoppage in play, because there are some dark clouds coming from the eastern side. There are a number of grounds in Asia where you see the entire ground being covered.
Is this Sri Lanka? They cover everything. Yeah. And now I also feel we have to find a way to do that. Because now the way the world is playing cricket and the times that we're playing cricket. Look at CPL. CPL has been played in August into September. We hardly ever play cricket, this late in the year under normal circumstances. And it's not like our weather patterns have changed. We're still in the rainy season, but we're playing so much more cricket now that because of that, we have to figure out ways to protect, our playing surfaces a little bit better. And, I don't know, I really don't know what the answers might be. Like you said, cover the whole surface. That might be one. But that takes time, and it takes a certain amount of manpower to do that. So I know there's a cost involved in that, because first you have to get the tarpaulins, the correct size tarpaulins, to do that. And then you have to get the manpower to be able to quickly get that on the surface and nail it down properly. So there are all those kind of factors to consider. But if you're going to invest in a tournament like this, where you know that some of these guys are going to be future West Indian stars, and the key for them is to play as much cricket as possible, then don't bring them here and then have them sit and watch, 22 fit men, no rain falling, but because the outfield, was wet for whatever reason, they have to just sit and watch and not be able to continue playing and showcasing their talents and honing their skills, as the case may be. Sometimes it's good when they get these interruptions, because now it works on their concentration levels. While it gives the coaches a chance to chat with them now, they're off the field, you could talk to them a little bit more and point out certain things to them. They now have to realize when they go back to bat, what is the frame of mind, how do they get back into the groove again? So this is all part of the process for them. The bowlers also, you might get a slightly refreshed wicket because it's under the cover, it might sweat a little bit, so the wicket might get a little quicker, and so how do you take advantage of that? No, and the key to all of that is the preparation, is the mental prep, because you have to know what to expect, or have an idea of what to expect next as the conditions change around you, and how do you take advantage of that? How do you do enough your length might improve. You might have to change your length, carry the ball up a little bit more, or if it's bouncing a little bit more, then you pull it back and you use the short pitch deliveries to good effect. It's just different things, and we don't get enough of that. Unlike, say, like when in England, and now England was like finishing school for us. A lot of us play cricket in England, and it kind of opened your eyes, because what you realize is, like I tell people, I never got a wicket with a first ball. If I go to England, I bowl the ball, I just release the ball do all kind of thing, and wicket. I had no idea what went on there. Those are the conditions that would have done that for you. Now, if I were to go like out 2 weeks later, 6 weeks later, I said, boy, how could I get a wicket off the first ball? But now I have an idea in my mind where I could line up the delivery and get it to do, something like that. Now, when you come home here now in different conditions, you may not get the same kind of result, but if you put the ball in the general area, chances are it will react the same way. Maybe not as much in terms of the swing or whatever, but it will probably just move a little bit off the seam or do something unusual that way. And the part of the English conditions that I think works so much for West Indian cricketers is if I could open our eyes to batting and bowling under different conditions. Because every day you could get a different surface in England. You go to Leeds, you go to Yorkshire, you could get a sticky dog. You come down to the Oval in London, you get a featherbed wicket. You have to work hard and bend your back to do that. You go to Lords, you might get a little something off the wicket. You go down to Durham, something different. You go to Essex. So you learn as you go along, and you kind of come to terms with the conditions. And again, they help you a lot in England, because a lot of the coaches, and they're all former players. All of them are former Test players, and they've lived in those conditions. They know what to expect. So when they sit with you and walk you through, your do's and don'ts kind of thing, you come out. It's like you know exactly what to expect when you take the field, and that is where I want to see our young cricketers get to. Don't wait until they get to the West Indies team and you're now exposing them to that. They have to have that kind of input early so that they could process it, they could rehearse it, practice it, see it for themselves. And I mean, they have an advantage now. They have all this video technology that they can look at and see and critique and do a whole host of different things that could work in their favor. And like I say, use the technology. Don't be afraid. Tony Gray and I always have this argument, because you're always telling me about rewriting the history of West Indies cricket, which I agree with. But I'm saying we don't have to rewrite or reinvent the wheel. Other people have done that. We just now need to use their methodologies and their findings to work to our benefit, without us spending 5-10 years before somebody writes it down for us. And that could still go on, But at the same time, we have all these avenues where we could get information, we could pull information from people, and make it, use it to our advantage. And I just feel sometimes we might do it as individuals, but we don't do it as, it's not as institutionalized as it should be. And here's the example. When you say, let's say American football in the US, right? You go to a primary school, you go to like grade 12 or whatever it is, which is like secondary school levels. You go to college, and then you go to the pros, right? They all doing the same things, right? So if you're a quarterback, this is what they work on your mechanics. So they get you. It's like they're preparing you for the pros. This is how you do this is how you play this position. You're a wide receiver, this is how you play this position. You're a lineman, this is how you block, this is how you block for the run, this is how you block for the pass. So you're learning that at a very early age. Right? Sure, when you're young and they just allow you to play, you use your speed, and you might be bigger than everybody, so you bounce on everybody and what have you. But then when you get to the next level, the guy opposite to you is just as strong as you are, or he might even be stronger than you. How do you then counter that? You have to have technique. The untrained person might just look at American football and say it's just brutal strongmen just bouncing each other down out of the way. But you don't see the amount of technique and the amount of skill that goes into some of those same line positions, whether it's the defensive line or the offensive line. But that takes years, to perfect that. And when they start at an early age, then by the time they get to the pros, they're not seeing anything new. The only difference is what a coach is asking them to do for a particular type of play, or for a particular opponent, how you tweak it. You try to get off the line at this angle so that when you hit him, you're pushing him that way, away from your running back or whatever. So it's just little nuance that they're doing then. But the technique is already ingrained in them, and they all understand, how to do it. How do we now get the same thing from our athletes here in terms of processing it that way? A primary school coach teaching you one thing, a secondary school coach teaching you a different thing, and so by the time you get to the national team, the national coach now have to teach you something else. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be a kind of concentrated and concerted effort to do things in a very structured and very organized manner. You will have individuals who are exception to the rule. Just like you have a Michael Jordan and you have a Steph Curry or whatever. You ever saw Steph Curry take a bad shot yet? Because most of them going in. And the average person taking that shot, not even getting close to the rim. But it's Steph Curry. See, you factor that part of it in, that you have exceptional talent, will do exceptional things. But what happened to the rest of us mortals, who trying to survive in this vicious world of professional sport? If you don't give them those tools, a lot of them will fall by the wayside because they just wouldn't be able to match up to the other countries. Look at how many outstanding cricketers, look at how many outstanding fast bowlers India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka producing now. That was unheard of before. Before, Madam Lal was just a medium pacer, but Kapil Dev was the one who kind of opened our eyes to that kind of, serious fast bowler coming out of India. Then you had Imran Khan and Waka and those guys, coming out of Pakistan, showing you that they too can produce really fast, express fast bowlers. New Zealand, it's Richard Hadley and some of the others showing you that, they too can do it. We take it almost as like right that the West Indies should produce the best fast bowlers in the world because we might be more athletic and we're bigger and stronger than most other countries, but that's not the case now. A lot of these countries are deliberately developing talent for specifically that purpose, because they didn't have it before and they want to get it because they saw how the West Indies dominated world cricket with fast bowling. So everybody figured that if they could get one or two really outstanding fast bowlers, they'll be able to do well and be successful at the international level. And we now have to think, well, boy, we've gone through that phase where we had 6 and 7 and 8 great fast bowlers, over time. And we've always had good fast bowlers. I wish I'd say we've always had great fast bowlers, thinking back to the Hall days and, Sir Gary when he used to bowl quick, and some of the others. We had Jaswick Taylor and so many others, Hall, Griffith, I still have the greatest respect for like a Van Benholder. Keith Boyce, to me, had one of the most fearsome run-ups in international cricket. But it was smooth, it was just aggressive when he ran in. So batsmen, even if you didn't want to play him, you had to play him because he got your attention, because he bowled a heavy ball, So, and then after them we came and we got the Roberts and the Holdings and, and the Garners and Crofts and whatever. And we kept producing, Walsh and Ambrose and, whatever. Then Bishop came and, we've had others, and we've, one or two others might have not been as prominent. Sylvester Clark, who many people will tell you probably was one of the most difficult fast bowlers to face. Wayne Daniel. From your days when you're facing Wayne Daniel, you're never sure when he's actually going to deliver the ball because he used to miss his run up a lot. Sometimes we used to say, but it's a plan, just to throw you off as a batsman. But that was his natural. He never had a smooth run up. And then he was big, so he used to be bustling coming, and then he'd miss the run up, and he'd go back. And he'd start again, and he wouldn't like that, and he'd stop, and then he'd go back again, and come in. So sometimes, and then, let's say bowl a 5-over spell, he would probably miss his run-up 10 times. So as a batsman, you're there like, is he going to deliver this one? And when he delivered it, it was so fast. So sometimes not too sure. You hustling to catch up with him, And so, but that was his thing, And like I said, those are the exceptions to you, but they all had that one thing in common: they could bowl really fast. And and because so many of them operated in English conditions, they learned how to handle the conditions, how to let the conditions work for you. Malcolm Marshall was the king of that. He actually, he reveled in English conditions, probably even better than the Englishman, because he kind of worked out when to bowl fast, when to use swing more than pace. And whatever varieties he learned over time, and I think one or two other players kind of copied what he was doing, but I think that kind of was an injustice to us because we lost him at such a young age that we never really got the full benefit of that experience and that investment that was made in Malcolm Marshall, be it by the West Indies board or by Hampshire in England, or whatever, because he kind of figured out a way how to when it came to fast bowling. And I don't know if the region really benefited sufficiently from that, because we never really got the chance to pick his brain and to have him write about how he went through, what his processes were, even as a young man growing up, what he liked, what he didn't like, or as a shorter fast bowler. How was he able to do certain things? The things he did, he expected a taller man to do, given the bunks, but because he was skiddy and he still got the ball to climb, he then had to figure out the length to bowl in order to make that work for him. Michael Holden, with his ability to bowl quick on a placid pitch like the Oval, and take 11 wickets or something to that effect, or 14 wickets in a match, and just bowl down about 8 men, take the pitch out of the equation, and then just operate it at a length that most of the batsmen were unable to deal with. So we have these areas that we could work at, and like I said, if we start them young, they grow a love for the game. I mean, to me, this is the biggest benefit of the T20 cricket, because we now have a better audience for the game. So more people tend to fall in love with the game through watching cricket as opposed to playing cricket. We now need to figure out how to get them to play. And to do that, when the parents take their kids to the games, we kind of have to get them wanting to go and bat and bowl and catch and and do whatever it is that attracts them to the game. And it's any sport that you go to basketball, you see a man dunk a ball, you say, I want to dunk like that. As I told you, you see Steph Curry shooting, everybody wants to shoot like Steph, because you don't have to be 7 feet tall to do that. You can shoot from anywhere, even if you're 5'5", so everybody wants to shoot now like Steph Curry. So that helps with that sport. We now have to find, one, we need our heroes to be our heroes. You can't be a hero for a little time. You have to be heroes all the time. And so each successive generation, they have role models that they can look at and, pattern themselves from. And those role models cannot shy away from that role, because it's needed in our cricket. We don't have the numbers like some of the other countries that a world-class player could just, turn his back on cricket and go on and do something else, and we don't hear from him for 20, 30 years. We don't have the kind of numbers to be able to do that. So we need to get all of them to, in their own little ways, to come and be a part of this whole development structure that you and others are embarking on. And how do you get players to want to play cricket and to play it at a highly skilled level, for Trinidad and for the West Indies. So that is the crux of it. It's getting worse. I thought it was going to clear up.
Continuing on that conversation, though, in terms of what we discussed, getting these young men to play, Brian Lara would have made a comment. A lot of these youngsters now are utilizing the game, playing for West Indies to earn a greater income by, using that as a stepping stone to play franchise cricket where there's a greater dollar value to be earned.
Yep.
How can we now get them to transition to one, of course, you want them to have passion for the game and to represent West Indies, but at the end of the day, you do have to realize that it is a livelihood. Their sporting lifespan is very short.
Mm-hmm.
So what can we do to get them to want to represent West Indies and play for West Indies at all levels?
Well, it really is a dollars and cents issue. And that's the first thing, which we don't have in the region. The West Indies Cricket Board has been banging its head trying to figure out ways how to generate more revenue. And even when they do that, it still isn't enough and you don't want to take all of that or a substantial part of that to put towards player salaries, where only a handful of players could cream off all of that, and then the development side of things gets left behind because you cannot build nurseries, you cannot hold camps, and you can't do all the different things that you need to do to help develop the next wave of CPL stars or West Indian stars, as the case may be. So you're right, it is a little bit of a sticking point for them, but I feel that there has to be, I don't want to call it I hate the word legislation, but there must be rules laid down. Now we've gone through this whole thing where Bravo's career would have been cut short. Pollard never played Test cricket because we kind of pigeonholed him into being a white ball cricketer, as the case may be, and others. Now Puran decide, look, I've had enough of that, and I'm going my way. But you remember, you made an investment in these guys at a very early age, whether it was under 13, under 11, under 13, under 15, under 17, as is the case here, under 19, 18 tours, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Because remember, and I say we made an investment, I also mean the West Indies Board, because a lot of the funding sometimes that the regional boards operate with comes from the West Indies Board. That's from the money from television rights or from, regional tournament sponsorship and whatever. So now that you have a limited budget, a limited pie, everybody wants a piece of the pie. So you have to figure out how you're going to divvy this thing up to benefit everybody. Bearing in mind, you have an issue that after you do all that developmental work, a franchise could come and just cream it off, and you get nothing in return. So if that is the case, then we have to now find a mechanism that allows for the player to be able to still benefit from their talent, and as you said, in that short window that they have, but also commit to playing for the West Indies for part of the year, or for specific tours, as the case may be. Now it may take some juggling, but I think if you standardize it, I don't think we want to be as harsh as, say, India, where for you to play, like let's say if an Indian cricketer wants to come and play here in CPL, he has to retire from all forms of cricket. With India, he has to retire from IPL, he has to retire from international cricket, even domestic cricket in India, he has to retire from that. Then he's allowed to step outside and play outside of India. We cannot afford to do that because, again, we don't have the budgets to pay our players the salaries that they're going to make playing for those franchises. And so they may very well, what we have to be careful of, some of these players now may choose to migrate to other countries and play for those other countries. That one might pay them more money, and then that may not have the stringent rules that says you cannot play for franchise cricket, and their talent will still be recognized that way. So we lose them, but somebody else benefits from it, and they still get to do what they wanted to do in the first place. So we have to look at all those scenarios and figure out what is a medium point, a meeting point where we could allow them to play, but at the same time, they too must want to play for the West Indies, and this is how we're going to do it. So it might require some legislation or some rule changes, but and I think it's something that they have to work through with the players and their representatives, and try to figure out, how they're going to do this, because we become so used to a footballer plays football, a cricketer plays cricket, and in order to do everything, you want to play for the West Indies. That's the be all and end all. What happened with the Pollards and the Bravos, and they showed us that isn't necessarily the case anymore. So what do we do? You can't put your hand up and say, well, nothing we can do. There have to be things, there are things you can do. You just have to now work through like I say, work through the legislative part of it, hold the discussions, sit around the table, discuss it, tweak it, do whatever, look at what models work in other countries, what is working in New Zealand, what is working in South Africa, all the different things and do a sort of a hybrid model of all of those disparate groups, and try and find something that both the players and the administrators are comfortable with, and then you kind of work it, but money is going to always be at the center of it. And until you could pay salaries commensurate with what the players are making when they play the franchise cricket, you're going to have this issue. It's not going to go away anytime soon. And like that is what is the be-all and end-all of it. How do you keep your players satisfied and comfortable to want to watch at a contract offer and say, no, I'll be playing for the West Indies, for 3 months of the year, for whatever it is. But after, I could come and play, and do things. And there might still be options inside of there where the board could say, okay, while we might need you for this tour, we wouldn't need you for another one. And you could go and play. But it has to be open, transparent, and like I said, there must be a give and take. But you have to set clear guidelines that this is how we're going to operate going forward, and the players must also have buy-in on that. And they must have an input in it as well, in terms of, being comfortable with it and working, because they're the ones who are going to be impacted. So you want to make sure that they know what they're agreeing to, and that they're comfortable with it, and then everybody kind of benefits in the long run.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's very important that we get the players, the current players, not just the past players, because they would have lived their time and moved on. Now we need to get the current players in the boardroom, have these discussions with them, let them know, okay, how am I getting you on the field to represent West Indies? Yes, we know that you want to play the franchise cricket. Yes, that is where you're going to earn your larger income. But what can we do to get you representing West Indies and give it your best? Mm-hmm. And I think that's very, very key, to get them in the boardroom as well, have those discussions with them, because I think holistically there is a great level of pride for West Indies cricket. I mean, I see the likes of Jayden Seales. He's one player that I admire most in West Indies cricket right now. He got a stint in England. He came back a better player. He's going to be he's going to be number one bowler in Test cricket very soon. There's a lot about him that he's very passionate about the game, and you can look at him. He's a red ball bowler, but he's learning his craft, and now he wants to get into the white ball. I hope And knowing the young man briefly, I feel like, he's one that he's going to want to persist in Test cricket. Yes, if he gets the contracts, but Test cricket is what he's aiming to continue for and build his legacy on.
Yeah,
But
it's a tough choice, and it comes down to that. That's a discussion that he would have to have with himself. Do I make a $2 million US contract, or do I get 50,000 playing for the West Indies? When you juggle those figures and you look at it and you're saying, make it make sense. What was the Calypsonian say? Chucky, the maths say matson, something has to, so somewhere inside of there has to be a middle ground. How do we get to that middle ground? So that the same Jaden Seals, like 2 years, because it happened before, Think back to when Jason Holder was the captain, right? Jason Holder basically had to forego a lot of those lucrative offers. Not that he wasn't good enough to play, but he was the captain of the West Indies team. So he bit the bullet and, stayed playing the red ball cricket, carrying that passion and that desire to play for the West Indies, to represent the West Indies. And we all admired him for it. But we also knew that it wasn't that they weren't offering him contracts or he wasn't getting opportunities like Pollard and some of the others. It's just that he was turning down some of those contracts so that he could play for the West Indies. But now that he's kind of been there, done that, and, he's no longer the captain, he's probably saying, well, why am I killing myself? When I could go and play and make back some of that money that I'd foregone, for the first, 8, 10 years of my international career. Now I can make that back because two things. There's a greater proliferation of T20 leagues all around the world. So these players are playing cricket all year round now, right? Like I said, what we need to do is figure out a way how we're going to now, Australia, in terms of their footballers, I think what Australia did, and this may be something the West Indies could do, I'm not sure if they even open to a suggestion like that. Australia ranked all their footballers from, say, 1 to 100. So the top 100 players, right, 1 to 100. It might have been a flawed system, I don't know, but they just had a number to each player, right? So maybe they put 100 names on a board and they assign a number to each one, 1 to 100. And then they figure out, look, how can we best develop these players, over the next 5 years? So they probably had a 5-year plan. And how do we do this? The better players, they sent to the English clubs, the top flight in England and Europe. And they even agreed to some degree to fund some of those contracts. So if I'm a club in England and I'm getting a world-class player, and I get in a government or an association that says they will pay half the salary, I happy like papi. So let's say that accounted for the top 20 players, right? The next 20 or 30, what do you do with those? So you could send them to the lower leagues and do a similar type of arrangement, so you see them playing in the championship division, or they might be playing in the second division, or they may go to France or Belgium or some of these smaller countries around the world. So you account for another 30 players there. What happened to the younger ones now, the U19s, the U20s, who just finishing schooling but not good enough to break into the test team or the first team? So some of those players ended up going to universities abroad. So you saw a lot of them. I played against quite a few of them as well, playing at universities in the US. So another 40 or so of those were in big institutions in the US, UCLA, Virginia, and what have you. But now the government don't have to pay, right? They're on scholarship, but they're getting coaching from world-class coaches. So at all levels, development is taking place. They're learning, they're honing their skills, they're understanding what is going. So that was kind of a least cost method for the government or for the association to develop their talent. And now what you're seeing is that almost every World Cup Australia is qualifying, or they're close to qualifying. You know, they're in a kind of tricky area because they have to play more matches than some of the others because they only have a half of a qualifying. They don't have a whole qualifier. So then after they qualify from their group, they now have to go and play a winner from another group for that one spot. And, you know, so that's why I say it's like a half a spot they're getting. And then they have to win. So it's like they have to win twice to get into the final. Kind of like what we did with Bahrain, and we had to win against the Oceania qualifiers. So, you know, so there are methods, and I'm sure if we go around the world, we're going to find mechanisms that people are using that will work, and we just have to kind of figure out one, or like I said, do a hybrid and see how that works for us, and see how we could get more of our players playing cricket in England, playing cricket in South Africa. You know, we have bilateral. Look, India came here. The Indian Prime Minister was here, right? The government prior had discussions with an Indian investor about building a facility in where the old Trinbago building was there opposite Trin City, just before you got to the mall. That big eyesore building that we had on the right-hand side, which was the home for Pan, that never really took off. So you had that. So there are people who will be able to help you. You now have to help yourself in that regard. Instead of having him build one facility in Trinidad, why not have him build 5 in the region? You know, or have the Indian government take some of our players to play in the Ranji Trophy for a certain time of the year. Instead of them staying home here and doing nothing for 3 months. Take, for example, what happens to Joshua De Silva? You know, you don't think Josh would benefit from playing in Ranji Trophy or playing in Sheffield Shield cricket in Australia or something like that? And so to me, we have all these bilateral agreements that we sign and we do all kind of things. We want to exchange culture and put sport in there as well. And part of the exchange is, you know, some of our talented players must be able to find a way to be represented in your teams, whether it's Brazil, you know, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, whatever it is. All of those have, you know, big leagues that I think our players could benefit from. And it's the same thing with cricket. You look around the world, those countries play at a very high level. You feel New Zealand wouldn't like to get an influx of talented players on the West Indies? You know, so I'm just saying we have to find a way, and we have to scan the globe and figure out how we could get our talent going and let them, you know, let the players take off from there.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point in terms of those bilateral agreements. Especially we have a lot of West Indian batters struggling against spin. So an experience with them going to Asia, whether it's India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and playing some cricket there for 3 months could only do well for them and their confidence when they do represent West Indies or play the game going forward. So continuity and getting those agreements in place would definitely help. You know, you made a very valid point as well just now. You know, continuity is something that we probably lack here in the Caribbean. You know, even simple thing in like the government in Trinidad and Tobago, when we change hands, generally it stops, and it's to the detriment of the people, as opposed to, you know, and it's hard to say because, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, we want progress. We want to see you know, a better lifestyle for you, me, and our kids, our nieces and nephews that are coming up, the next generation. And when that you know, that progression holds because of a change of government, it's just backward steps that we're taking.
So you're starting over because they're going to bring another plan or something different, and whatever was started there kind of goes by the wayside, and it probably wouldn't be revisited until there's like a change in government again, and then somebody else brings another plan or revisits that plan and say, you know, this could work. And in fact, I'll give you an example of that. There was a time I sat in on a was a meeting, a meeting of minds as to how do we recognize some of the top sporting achievers outside of the annual Sportsman and Sportswoman of the Year award. But we felt that there were a number of, that could only do so much for a few. But we felt that there were a number of other areas that were not covered under the Sportsman and Sportswoman of the Year award. I mean, I'm glad to see they expanded it now with some of the other, Lester Lewis Award and some of the other Alex B. Chapman, different things have cropped up. But it was from that model that we realized that when we sat down and I tell them and say, you know, every year we crown a secondary schools champion. What is the biggest need in the secondary schools in the country for their sporting teams, or even for their students generally? It's transport. Very few of them have transport. But every day they have to go to a game in Arima, one down at, you know, one in the Oval or one by QRC, St. Mary's, St. Anthony's. So they're basically traveling all over the place, every 2 or 3 days to play a game. And somebody, the school now has to fork out that money to rent a maxi, to pay somebody to transport your kids, right? But then I'm only talking about the footballers. What about the cricketers who are doing a similar thing? What about the cultural groups in your school? You know, the debating club, different things, or the choir, you know, when you want to take them to Sandfest. All of that, sometimes you have to hire transport for them. And I'm saying, well, one of the things I realized, a lot of them have no transport. Why don't we work with the ministries and see how best you could get them a bus as the award for the champion school. You're not just taking their footballing prowess, you're taking all their academics, all their non-academic activity as well, and then you're coming up with a champion school, and the reward for them is a bus, right? And then you're looking at how you're insuring it, who's driving it, whatever. But I'm sure the schools will be glad once they get the number, they'll find somebody to drive it, you know, whatever it is, you know, and do it like that. And then some of the other things, you know, we put in there for different areas. People in communities who don't have any formal coaching, don't have anything, but they're fixing the pitch every year. You know, they're making sure that the children have things to eat, you know, when they come for games, whatever it is. How do you recognize those people? They're not being recognized by the Sportsman of the Year award, but every year you see them. You know, they're there, they're helping out, they're making sure. They're sometimes, as we say, they don't have any skin in the game because they have no children or grandchildren playing. But they're there, they do it
for the love.
Just for the love. You know, and I said, we have to find a way to recognize those individuals as well, you know, within their communities. And it don't have to be football and cricket. You know, it might be netball, I don't know, it might be basketball, volleyball, whatever it is, swimming, you know, and so that from that think tank we had there, was it Junior Williams? So she was like the chairperson of it. But we had Dave Lammy was there, was alive at the time, a couple other people, and we drew up this big plan. We had about 20 points that we had and stuff like that. But of course, government changed this, that, nothing came of it. Lo and behold, I saw something came up, and somebody put forward this big thing to have this big gala, right? Separate and apart from the Sportsman of the Year award, the identical plan that we had drawn up, discussed and actually formulated. But again, it probably went in an envelope and was stuck in a drawer someplace. Somebody saw it, looked at it, and said, but wait, we could do this, and what happened? Voila, we had this. But again, after you do it for 2-3 years and it dies, you're back to square one again, you know.
Continuity being an important aspect. So we have some good news here from the National Cricket Centre. The covers are being taken off. The skies are clearing just a bit. It's still very overcast and cloudy, but the covers have been removed. Ground staff are hard at work preparing the ground for resumption of play.
So we went off at about 10:45. It's 11:13 now. So we lost about 45 minutes, roughly. And so hopefully, before too long, we will be able to get a resumption of play here. And we'll figure out from the officials if there are any adjustments being made. The last time we were here, a couple of days ago, we lost, 15 overs aside, but that was a 2-hour delay. And so we'll see if the umpires, under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, feel that it's prudent to make the adjustment now or to wait. Because we still have a lot of cricket to be played, and we have a lot of time left in the day. So we wait to see what decision they come up with. But it's 85 for 2, 14 overs and 1 ball bowled so far. And so we'll see Zachary Stewart will resume on 15, and Roberto Badri is on 4. Men out, Salim Khan for a well-played 48, and Christian Lal for 5. Lal, in fact, was the first to go, was 18 for 1. And then Khan and Stewart put together a good partnership, 76 for 2. So a pretty decent little partnership between those two that netted 58 runs. Now they need a couple more of those. Like I said, not all of them have to be big 100-run partnership. You like that, but if you don't get that and you get 4 50-run partnerships, that will do just as well. And so it's really up to the teams now to figure out how they're going to maneuver the rest of the way in this encounter. So it's not the easiest of situations. And again, remember, these are young men now learning the game of cricket and having to do a lot of sort of thinking on their feet and also listening to their coaches in terms of what the approach is going to be and how they should handle the situations in which they find themselves. Yes, so the conditions are much improved, and in fact the ground staff is working assiduously to get everything in play so that they'll be able to have a resumption any moment now. As we welcome you back here, of course, the good news, the players are getting ready to resume their action out in the middle. And, of course, it will just 1 hour because we went off at 10:45 and we set to resume at 11:45. And just 49 overs per side, so just 2 overs, an innings, roughly, been cut off. The first session is due to end at 1:46, and the interval is a 30-minute interval between innings. And the second session is due to start at 2:16. So here we go. And that's a wide outside the off-stump. The maximum overs per bowler, 4 of them can bowl 10, 1 will have to bowl 9. And of course, the power play 10, which was the first session, 29 in the second, and 10 in the last. And the match is due to end at 5:32 this evening, and the drinks breaks at 12:45. Again, it's a delivery wide outside the off stump. That is signaled a wide. And the fast bowling quota is 20 overs per innings. So very interesting, Visham, that we didn't get much of a reduction in overs because I think they could make it up as they go through the day.
It's great to have the sun back, and yeah, always important to get as much players playing as possible, especially for these youngsters. It's all about their development. So well done by the umpires and all the ones in charge. Just 1 over being deducted from stipulated 50 overs. As you see, Ryan Littleton continuing.
Played out into the offside, but again, no run coming out of that. Littleton has come out here and he's bowled 4 consecutive wides. And, 3 consecutive wides, I should say. And the first ball before the break, that went for a leg by. So they have 4 straight extras. And that's a better delivery.
Yeah, exactly something that you were pinpointing earlier on. You know, that's another aspect of the game that is so key. The mental aspect when you there's an interval and you have to resuming play. Not just as a batter but as a bowler. You now have to go back there and get your focus back on what's at hand. So it's important now he gets.
Here's another peach of a delivery. That one went right past the outside edge. And just driving a little bit, as we say, airy-fairy there, not really getting behind the line of the ball, obviously trying to catch up with it at an angle. Stewart is on 15 from 35. And this time he gets bat and ball, but again can't score.
Very humid conditions here now in Balmain. Not much of a wind.
Yeah, it's very still. That's why it should make it easy to pick the mangoes. Slower delivery. Again, mixing up his deliveries quite nicely here as he eventually ends the over. 88 for 2 now after 15.
Yeah. Since the introduction of Littleton and DeMarco Scott, we've seen a reduction in the scoring rate of Trinidad and Tobago. So slower bowling definitely just lowering the scoring rate, and the batters now finding it more difficult to rotate the strike.
Yeah, but it's all part of the learning process for them, how they manage these situations. The bowlers obviously may feel that they have an advantage because they could just kind of put it there and just see how the batsman reacts to it. And if you get a wicket, fine. If not, but at least you get him back in the groove by repeating it. The batsmen, on the other hand, are the ones who have to be so careful because there's only one ball. that could get you out. You have to be so careful with that. As well played, and of course, resuming here is Scott.
Yeah, definitely going to be attacking his stumps. He has 5 on the onside.
And just everything has been a little bit slow since the resumption, because they're just almost as if they're building up to getting back into the swing of things. I don't think they had much by way of warm-up period before they were told, hey, we're getting back out here now, so let's go.
Long on and deep mid-wicket, 3/4 way back to the boundary.
Can Scott bang on target? He bowled well in that game, although he was a little bit expensive because I think his 4 overs cost 32 runs. But he created problems every time he got the ball. That's played into the gap again and straight into the lap. In fact, and an easy catch taken there in the cover region. And that's exactly what the Jamaicans wanted. Binns, the man hauling that one in. And he has to go for 4, Badri.
Yeah, that's the end of Roberto Badri. Playing that one uppishly into the cover area and picking out Binns at cover. And leading to his demise. He'll be disappointed. Just on the resumption of play. You know, the second over, and he's playing recklessly outside the off stump. It was, you know, playing in the air, not finding the gap. You know, maybe there was no fielder out on the boundary on the offside, so therefore possibly thinking whether to go up and over, inside out, in 2 minds, and just picking out the fielder. He'll be very, very disappointed as he trudges off.
Yeah, he made just 4. And I suppose the pressure was starting to get to him, but you only just got back out there. You know, you can make up. You know, you can make up later on. So you don't have to get too flustered not scoring quickly, especially this soon after the break. So here's another good delivery again, and Ali Khan is in behind it, right? Ali Khan had to be watchful there. So it's now 49 overs a side affair, and here he is again coming forward long. So this is good from Jamaica, keeping the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago, not letting them get away. End of a maiden wicket. On the part of Scott, it's 88 for 2 now after 16.
Yeah, excellent over from DeMarco Scott. Just what Jamaica would have wanted, getting a wicket on the resumption. Now building the pressure with some dot balls. Can Littleton continue? He's bowling from the northern end. Packed offside field.
So Jamaica here now looking to break the game open if they can. And the best way to do that is to pick up some more wickets, some quick wickets. Ryan Littleton 1 for 11 from his 3 overs on 1 ball. So Jamaica chipping away here, trying their best to contain the Trinidad and Tobago scoring.
Yeah, just dot balls being bowled at the moment, building that pressure. Trinidad and Tobago would have gotten off to a flyer earlier this morning. Salim Khan, blistering 48. He would have been disappointed, driving one straight to short cover.
And again, he's trying to score but having difficulty doing so. So a real gilt-edged situation here for the both teams, because the Jamaicans, they are the ones trying to squeeze Trinidad and Tobago, and the TNT batters trying to break free of those shackles. Slow delivery again. So this is so good from Littleton. He's really mixing it up.
Yeah, they have them in a vice grip at the moment. The Jamaican feeling they're on their toes. They're making sure they're cheering on their bowler, building those dot balls, building that pressure. Just a matter of time that you'll probably see a big shot.
Short ball, pushing it out, thinking of a single, and Halls is in the way, so you can't get it.
Yeah, good feeling there. Preempting, making sure that he's alert, ensuring that there's no chance, because don't want to relieve that pressure that the batters are on right now with 5 consecutive dot deliveries, 1 ball remain.
And again, just jumping in there, and again Hall is the man in the way. So back-to-back maidens here now. It's 88 for 3 after 17.
Yeah, excellent work by the Jamaicans thus far since the resumption of play. Bowling very economically, as well as getting the wicket of Badri. They've come out with some clear plans. You can see they're attacking the stumps. Very straight field. They have 5 on the onside of the bowling in the right arm off spin of the Marcus Scott. A straightish man, mid-wicket, very straight. Man in front of square. On the onside as he continues to attack the stumps. The ball spinning in to Zachary Stewart and Riyad Ali Khan, 2 right-handers at the wicket. He's bowled well, Scott. 1 for 5 in his 4th over.
And again, causing some problems, but that signaled a wide, so he's probably getting a little more turn. And the new batsman having his problems negotiating that turn-in ball.
Yeah. There's always a lot of turn on offer here at the cricket centre.
And again, this one spoons up in the air, but not out, says the umpire.
So barring the wide, it's just been 14 dot deliveries consecutively. So something's got to give.
Short ball, pulled away nicely. That's going to break the shackles, and that's 4 runs.
Scott will be disappointed with that one. It was too short and it was going down the leg side. And he just rocked back on the back foot and swiveling quite nicely, placing it into the gap and getting 4 runs for it. Well played, Riyad Ali Khan.
He hit it away from the man at short square leg. And, now they're dropping him back a little bit. And it's always dangerous when you're bowling an off spin and you do not have a deep backward square. Now they pushed him back a fair distance.
Especially when it's turning as considerably as it is.
And again, it eludes the keeper, and they take one. I don't think they were too keen on a second. Leg by is the score, so Ali Khan remains on 4. Zachary Stewart, who's on 15. And likes that drive, kind of poses when he plays it. Didn't really kind of lean into it. He just kind of played it from the crease, pushed it more than anything else.
We've seen 2 batters being caught on the drive so far. So he's got to be able to keep it on the ground, make sure his head is over it.
That ends another pretty impressive over from Scott. His figures continue to improve. 1 for 10 now at the end of that one. 94 for 3.
Yeah, so things have slowed considerably here now for Trinidad and Tobago. At one point in time, they were scoring in excess of 7 runs and over. That has now dropped just above 5. So the squeeze is on. And the spin continues to play a big part of the slowing of the run rate and the variations of Ryan Littleton.
So I'm sure Robert Haynes would be happy with the response that he's gotten from the players since the resumption. Question is, where can Trinidad and Tobago get some runs? Easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the field placings at the moment. You know, they're squeezing. They have 7 men in the 30-yard circle. So, despite being outside of the power play, they're still ensuring that there are no easy singles being gifted to the Trinidad and Tobago batters. The 2 men on the boundary are third man and fine leg.
The key to that remains the bowling itself, the consistency of the bowlers. If they can keep plugging away there, they can force the batsman into error. And there he goes again, trying to score, looking for that big booming off drive, or probably trying to slash it square. Makes no contact.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. You're going to see those big shots because they're feeling the pressure of all these dot deliveries. And he's unable to pierce the gap when they do make contact.
Again, not all of them are turning or swinging as much as some of the others. So this is a really good spell here. Both ends. The bowlers are really doing a number for the Jamaicans.
Yeah, they're unable to drop and run at the moment because the fielders are quickly coming in.
And, this time they'll get a deserved single.
Yeah, able to find the gap down on the leg side. That one's just straying in line. Bit too straight there by Littleton.
Obviously, it's a good scoring shot, the sweep shot. They haven't played it much, but there is some risk involved when they play it. This time he's able to pierce the gap there. There is a widest slip, and then there's a short third man. But there is a third man on the boundary that limits them to just the 1 run. So 1 more to the score, 96 now for 3.
Yeah, much better by the batters in the last 2 deliveries there. Able to just find the gaps and able to rotate the strike, getting 2 singles. So that does relieve the pressure. The dot balls is what will pose the issue, because then they will believe that they need to play the big shot and try and score runs, as when it's important that they try and occupy the crease as long as possible as well. We do want to see these batters, all the teams in particular, batting the majority of the overs, if not batting all of the overs.
And that's another peach of a delivery that goes right through him, and it misses, but not by much.
Yeah, lovely delivery by DeMarco Scott. He's really in the middle of an excellent spell. A little bit of flight and guile and a lot of turn on offer.
And again, trying to cut away. Remember, when you play that cut shot, you're going against the spin. And you have a slip and you have the wicketkeeper that could easily come into play.
Seems as if he's drifting the ball slightly away from the right-handers and then turning it in sharply.
And again, he's assuming that awkward position there where he's probably waiting for the turn, trying to negotiate the turn. And if he continues to play with hard hands, then there'll be nobody or nothing at forward short leg, because that's where, when you turn it, that's where you invariably place it. Here's another good delivery going right through the gate.
Yeah, he's bowling beautifully here, is DeMarco Scott. Both batters struggling at the moment, unable to rotate the strike, and struggling to get bat on ball.
And again, more of the same. So it's been a real intent and an intense bowling display here from the Jamaican. They're not prepared to give away anything right now. You have to earn it. And they're not able to earn much of it just yet, as another over comes to an end. And at the end of it is 96 for 3. And It's another maiden.
Yeah, another maiden for DeMarco Scott. So he's bowling well. He's building pressure, and you hit the nail on its head. When on the resumption of play, the Jamaicans have been out. They clearly came out with a good intent. They've bowled very well. They've bowled on certain channels, and they've built pressure. They've gotten a wicket, and now they just continue bowling dot deliveries, creating the pressure on the batters. They're unable to rotate the strike. They're unable to pierce the gaps. The slip comes out now. Has an additional man on the leg side, so it's 5-4. Mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and a fine leg on the on-side, allowing Littleton to bowl a bit straighter.
Met with a nice full face of the bat, and that's all. They're going to have to get back on their horses here and try to pinch a few quick singles, see if they could loosen up the field somewhat.
Yeah, Riyad Ali Khan, 5 of 12. Zachary Stewart, 16 of 52. Things have slowed considerably. Run rate still pretty healthy due to the fact that Captain Salim Khan played such a blistering innings.
This was a good shot hit in the air, and that's gone a long way. Did it go all the way? Yes, it did. 6 runs, and very well played in the end. It just got under it and just lifted it.
Yeah, something had to give. Riyad Ali Khan, a release of pressure there. That one just slightly overpitched by Littleton with the room to free his hands, and that he did. Going over the cover, going over mid-off.
It's a splendid shot with minimum risk because you're playing with a straight bat and you're just presenting the face of the bat to meet the ball and lifted it beautifully for a maximum. And again, so we've seen this before, this playbook where the bowlers dominate for a while and then they just kind of release the shackles just a little bit.
Yeah, just that one big shot now making Littleton straight in line, and he's able to rotate the strike quite easily.
And again, they might have taken a single there, but their running is not as aggressive as it was earlier. And they couldn't eke out a single there, but I tell you what, if it was Khan and Lal, they would have been forcing a single. Once more, this is good bowling. Just allowing the batsman to come onto the front foot, but not giving them the pace to work with. He's mixing up his deliveries quite nicely.
Zachary Stewart, 16 of 54. Can he get a move on?
And this time they're going to go for the single. They'll get it too. A little bit of a fumble in the field, couldn't cut it off. And the batsmen do get the single. So 104 for 3 now at the end of that over.
So it's been a good spell of bowling by Ryan Littleton and DeMarco Scott. DeMarco Scott seems as if he'll continue from the sudden end, but at some point in time we're going to have to see the 5th bowler being introduced, 5th and 6th bowler for Jamaica. You know, can they continue building on that pressure?
That would be the big thing. Is Ramnaresh Singh is the one they'll be looking to, I would imagine. And if we already seeing Scott getting some turns, Singh might be fancying his chances.
Zachary Stewart taking strike here.
Once again, it's 2 movements he's making. He probably needs to cut it down to 1 forward, and then he's trying to bring it further forward. So it's like the trigger movement and then the actual movement to get into line with the ball.
Yeah, he gets a thick inside edge onto that one and scoots into behind backward square. Gets off the mark, so hands it over to Riyad Ali Khan. He's been a bit more aggressive.
And again, but once more they can't get the single. Inviting the drive. It's a tough little period here for Trinidad and Tobago. The batsman trying his best here to hammer this one through the offside. No run.
It's really been excellent bowling by DeMarco Scott. It's been economical. He's utilized the conditions well.
And he's trying again to force the issue here, not to the pitch, and pushing well away from the body there, Ali Khan.
Yeah, we look at the replay here. Did get some bat onto it.
And now he wants a single. He's going to have to hurry, and he does. And that's a good run on his case because he pushed it and set off immediately. The response, a little delayed, but he was able to make it through. That ends the over. It's 106 for 3.
Yeah, excellent feeling by the Jamaicans here. Rushing in one stride, was able to pick up, but they did well to get through for the single quite comfortably in the end. Good backing up. Very important aspect of the game. Always being alert and paying attention, backing up, ensuring that there are no buzzers.
Yeah, it's so important that they keep this going. Another opportunity again, that's the run out that they just missed out on.
Umpire Mokan scampering out the way. Man from Burbies. We'll have a large Guyana contingent visiting the shores of Trinidad and Tobago soon. Big clash coming up on Saturday night at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba.
Cricket, lovely cricket. This one bounces off and turned away on the onside.
Ruskin, will you be there?
I doubt it very much.
Comfort of your home.
Yep.
Lots of traffic in South Trinidad expected on Saturday.
And again, they're thinking of a single, and eventually changed their minds, not able to really go through with it. Ramnaresh Singh is in the way there, so he'd like to get his hand on the ball soon. Once again, they can't get contact on the leg. So he gets a wide, but misses out.
Yeah. Riyad Ali Khan is definitely a little more innovative. That one is sort of a half sweep, half paddle.
So Andrew Lloyd is continuing.
Just by making that change and that attempted shot, he forces a change in the field. Man at cover, the sweeper comes into cover, and the sweeper goes to front of square, bolstering the onside.
The sun is back out with us now, which is a good sign. Once again, the two players in the inner ring on the onside doing well. Then there are 3 behind them as cover. And more of the same here, but the batsmen are probably going to have to figure out a way here how they're going to just to maneuver the bowlers a little bit, because right now they're just wheeling over their arms and choking up dot balls.
Yeah, Andrew Lloyd has done a pretty good job since coming on, replacing Littleton.
Now they're going to get the single that they were craving. If they only could get 4 or 5 of those and over, they'll be happy. But that ends another stingy over. 23 gone, it's 109 for 3.
So it's important that they get a partnership, but they need to get some momentum into the innings. Riyad Ali Khan is trying his best. He's 14 of 24, but Zachary Stewart, he's in a bit of a rut. 18 of 57, he's struggling to rotate the strike. As you see another bowling change, this time from the sudden end.
I think it was only a matter of time before they would introduce Singh, Ramnaresh Singh.
It's a wrist spinner. It's a very difficult art to control, wrist spin. Does create a bit of mystery.
Yeah, he didn't bowl as well as he would have hoped, but he does get the ball to turn and bounce some. Probably not as much turn as we saw from Scott, but I'm sure he will be able to impart a little bit of spin. And that was a gift that he couldn't take advantage of. A full toss, a high full toss, and it's a no ball. Signal for height. It was over the waist height.
And that's going to put him under real pressure here now because it's gifted the batter a free hit. And not the way you would have wanted to start your spell.
Nope. He probably just slipped out of his grass. He hasn't bowled for the morning as yet, for the day. And that one is hit and it goes inside out down to that deep cover position. And, but they're happy with one.
So he did well on the free hit, just conceding a single. So it's important that he gets into his spell, Ramnaraj Singh. He's a key cog in this Jamaican bowling attack.
Driving again, he's going to have to hurry. The fielder does well, but can't cut it off.
He's overpitched on both occasions. And first delivery was a full toss, so it's important that he needs to just take a minute, gather his thoughts. Much better length.
But that was easier because it's almost like that was a finger spinner, so you could see the off break from before. It's the leg break that's giving him the big problem because he don't want to just jump down the wicket and have it go past him. Let you drive it like that. And once he continues to get that length, he could work with that.
Yeah, much better batting by these two as well. They've been able to rotate the strike in this over quite competently. 4 singles and the no ball.
And again, off the back foot this time. Really a quiet period here for Trinidad and Tobago. Real consolidation. And that one peels off a thick outside edge, goes down behind point, but he doesn't get a run. It's the end of the over, 114 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, that was a good feeling at by the man at backward point, Andrew Lloyd, ensuring that no run was scored.
Yep, so they have to figure out a way, Trinidad and Tobago, the batters here, to just to get the scoreboard moving again without taking undue risks. The one thing you don't want is that they use up these overs and then somebody just jumps down the wicket and give the wicket away, give their hand away.
Yeah, agreed.
If you're going to spend the time going through this, then cash in, try and sort of cash in at the other end. Edging past slip, and he's going to get a couple here if he runs. He's not running hard. Now they're going back for the second run. It's almost like a delayed decision that he wanted to go back 4-2. But he got it he got it in the end.
Yeah. Didn't see the intent as we have seen earlier.
Yeah, they need all hands on deck here. Everybody's gonna probably have to contribute to him. More runs again, just a single. So the fielders have been doing a fantastic job.
In the last 8 balls or so, they've done better by rotating the strike. So you need to continue in that vein. Just a reminder, it is 49 overs aside.
And again, they're going to get another comfortable. They might get 2 if they hurry, but they decide against it. And we'll settle for the 1.
Really well played. That one turning in, and he was able to just wait on it, angle the bat, and find the gap on the onside. So it's intelligent batting there by Riyad Ali Khan.
Pitched up again and pushed hard down to mid-off. But even the man at mid-off just seemed frozen there. He never tried to attack the ball. And even though the batsmen were a little bit late in leaving, because he was so stagnant, they were able to complete the single, as we say, standing up.
Yeah, the batters catching him off guard, showing a bit more intensity in the running there, and was able to go through for the single quite easily.
This one pushed up on the offside, no run. The end of the over, 119 now for 3 after 25.
So both men, they're taking their time, but they're building into an innings, looking to push on a little. They've been able to rotate the strike a bit more easily in the last 2 overs or so. Ramnari Singh to continue. Didn't have the best first over.
Driven again into the gap, but there is cover out there. Although they should be running harder, they couldn't go back for the second run. A little bit of football out there to stop it with the boot.
Yeah, Ramnari Singh struggling to control his length at the moment. His line is quite okay, but his length has just been too full on a number of occasions.
And again, let's see what he can do.
Much better delivery there. Well played out into the offside, no run. So Jamaicans don't want to allow to release that pressure that they built in the last few overs. So it's important that they continue keeping things tight. But just want to break the shackles a bit. They've weathered a bit of a storm.
Yeah, they've really just, they've been cautious. Let's just put it that way. They're not taking any undue risk. And now they'll pick up another single. So it's been that type of scenario for them. And just forcing the team to have to react to what they're doing. Forcing the Jamaican fielders.
Two balls remaining in this over. That's a beautiful delivery.
Another good one to end the over.
One.
And at the end of it, I'm sure they'll look to talk it out, maybe get a message or something. But 17 to Ali Khan, 27 to Stewart. It's 122 now, 4-3.
Much better over there by Ramnari Singh. Being able to control his length on a bit better in that over. Just conceding 3. Scoring just about 4.7 runs and over. Projected score for around 235. I think they'll be pretty pleased if they can get there.
Yeah, they know that they are faltering here a little bit. But any target that they can set, they probably feel their bowling is strong enough that they may be able to defend it. But Jamaica's batting has clicked. It doesn't always click like at the top, but they always get something in between that helps them to accumulate a good score.
You'll be seeing a lot more spin from Trinidad and Tobago as well later on in the evening. This is Andrew Lloyd continuing. Trinidad and Tobago has 2 left-arm wrist spinners, Chinaman bowlers.
And that's because they're probably not used to playing the spin. He's trying to force it away, but he can't get it through. Can't even get it off the square.
Zachary Stewart is really struggling here. He's 27. It's on his faced 68 deliveries.
And they will have to plug away, keep fighting, keep digging.
It's the same ball being repeated, and he's not showing much innovation. He's playing the same shot, picking out the man at short cover on every occasion.
Driving again to no avail, can't get it through.
He'll be feeling the heat. Will be Zachary Stewart.
And another lovely delivery and the end of another good over. And causing problems all the way through. Another maiden.
Excellent over there by Andrew Lloyd. Zachary Stewart will need to find a way to create scoring opportunities. Struggling at the moment. As we see Ramnari Singh to continue from the sudden end. Can he back up that over with another?
Yeah, they're doing well. They are complementing each other very well. That was an opportunity to maybe pick up a couple, but too close to the fielder.
Picks out the man at cover, the lone man in the cover region. So the runs are continuing to dry up here now for Trinidad and Tobago. Riyad Ali Khan striking at 50.
And that's well played in the end, but only a single. So one by one, they're going to have to fill the bucket. This time around, they're not getting the big overs that they would have been craving.
Captain Gordon maintaining that slip.
And, another, it's like a repeating, it's like a recurring event. Bowler bowls, batsman comes forward and plays it in the offside. Now they've decided they're going to bring extra cover, almost like a short mid-off. 3/4 of the way down the pitch. And this time he's looking to run it down to third man, gets it past the keeper, but not past the third man.
I think he's putting himself in a lot of problems here now, Zachary Stewart, because he's not finding the gaps at all. He's not being innovative to try and work the ball around, move his feet. And this one goes by the outside edge. He now moves. He's still on 27. He's faced 76 deliveries. Strike rate is well under around 33 runs per 100 balls, so he's definitely struggling, and Trinidad and Tobago are just limpering around, going on at 123 for 3 after 28 overs. Limping on.
Yeah, well, I think they might be thinking, well, if we can get at some of the maybe the quicker bowlers just to use their pace. Right now the spinners are dominant.
Yeah, very economical bowling here by the Jamaicans. Riyad Ali Khan, I'm sure he'll be targeting long on or so.
This one is hit hard and straight. Is it going to carry? No, it doesn't. And the man at mid-on is able to scamper around and complete the fielding. But finally, some aggression.
Yeah, good work by the man on long on, just ensuring that it's just a single, so it brings Zachary Stewart on strike.
And again, so they're probably just mimicking each other to some degree. If you can do it, I can do it too.
Able to knock it down to long on this for him, and gets a single.
And this one is hit in the air, almost carrying back to the bowler.
Yeah, really good effort, good delivery, standing up on it, and batter just prodding forward, pushing it back with hard hands, but just falling short of Andrew Lloyd in his follow through.
Yeah, that would have been a splendid cotton bowl effort there. And this time he's bowled and he went right across it, lost his patience there, and Ali Khan goes for 19, bowled neck and crop by Webber.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. The pressure was building. The spinners were doing the job for Jamaica. And this one, straight onto the stump, bang on middle. And that's the end of Riyad Ali Khan. Going across the line, playing across the line, looking to target deep mid-wicket. And not being able to make contact, he loses his wicket for a very, very slow 17.
It's 125 for 4 now. And Andrew Lloyd, what we call Andrew Lloyd Webber. And the man with a famous name. So big opportunity now for the young man coming in to bat is Ramnanan, Cristiano.
Yeah, he's the wicketkeeper batsman, Cristiano Ramnanan.
And that's going to be interesting. The man with a heat, talking about famous names.
Parents probably expected him to play football. He ended up in cricket.
Yep. And
Are you a Manchester United fan, Ruskin Mark?
I don't know. Well, no, I'm not. But I think a lot of people would say they're not because after losing to Grimsby yesterday in the cup tournament, I don't know how many of them will admit to being Manchester United fans.
Yeah, they're definitely they're struggling, just like the Trinidad and Tobago batters at the moment. Struggling to rotate the strike. They're struggling to get points and get a win this season. Winless, being knocked out of the Carabao Cup as well.
Yeah, so it's a sluggish start for them. And it's a kind of start that puts pressure on the manager, undue pressure. But he doesn't kick a ball, he just prepares the team and send them out there. Here's another one hit in the air, early o'clock down to the man in the deep. So Ramnana not wasting any time to give you his intentions, making it very clear.
It's good to see that aggressive intent. And he gets off the mark immediately. So 126 for 4 after 29 overs. A reminder, it's 49 overs per side, so 20 overs remain in this innings. It'll be a much better matchup here as well for Cristiano, the left-handed batter against Ramnari Singh. In theory, the leg spinning ball delivery will be turning into him.
Because he doesn't have a big wind to help him. But who knows, he might be able to clear the fence or at least get it into that gap between the wide long on and the deep mid wicket. Or hit it straight. That should be the gap he's aiming for first up. Instead, he's cracking it square and we'll get a single.
So now that brings Zachary Stewart on strike, and it's so important that Zachary is able to rotate the strike here because he's putting a lot of pressure, not just on him but also the other batter. It's 20-77.
So now can they pick up something here? No, they decide against it.
Continues to be picking out the fielders.
Pitch stop, hit straight. That's a good shot. That's gone. That's 4 runs. Hit straight down the ground, back past the bowler. Again, not going across the line, just going straight back and getting 4 much needed runs. A big boundary for TNT.
Very, very important boundary for Zachary Stewart in particular. Excellent choice of shot, going straight back over the bowler's head. 4 to his name. That will definitely release some tension that was building, but so important now for him to just find a single after getting the boundary and not just absorb dot balls again.
trying to cut then. And again, a bit wider, but a little more bunks, but wide outside the off stump. Should be straight, not going after that one. And again, so they'll get another comfortable single. And that ends the over. The end of it is 132 for 4. It's so important that they kind of work out a way to accumulate runs without losing too many wickets, and they probably will be well advised to just focus on the bowlers more than anything else, and if you have a matchup that you like, then you let that batsman face more deliveries from that particular bowler. Taking the time here to sort it out. Stewart, though, is on 33. And he'll get another one here. That will make it 34.
So much better batting by Zachary Stewart. Able to rotate the strike, get Cristiano back on strike. He's new to the crease, but he has a lot of positive intent. He's 2 of 2. Andrew Lloyd has bowled well, 1 for 12. He's in his 5th over. A lot of spin being offered up here by the Jamaicans. Who would have thought?
And again, he's on the back foot this time. Buys a lot of time there. Now he's a small person, so you have to be mindful of that. A good length ball to a taller batsman is a rank long up to him. And Ramnaran was on the back foot early.
Yeah, quick feet movement as a wicketkeeper. That should be his staple. Right up in his wheelhouse. So Stewart back on strike.
Trying a little, almost like an improvised shot there, and a late decision to try to turn it on the onside. Gets away with it in the sense that he does get the wide call. And not able to push and run on the offside anymore. That worked early this morning, but the Jamaicans have been, as we say, hip to it. And again, he's cutting, and that one jumped.
Yeah, but an extra bounce on that occasion. The horizontal bat strokes he's struggled with. He's done well driving the ball with a vertical bat.
And again, they're trying to turn it on the onside. This time it's not called a wide.
Can he close off the over? It's been a good over, just conceding 3 runs off it or so far. And he does well.
Again, just keeping it tight and not allowing the batsman too many luxuries. 135 for 4 after 31.
Yeah, excellent over by Andrew Lloyd. He continues to bowl an excellent spell. It's 1 for 14 or 5 overs. He's done well for his team and his captain. Ramnari Singh to continue from the Sun end.
Remember, we have been under the new dispensation. 4 bowlers can bowl 10 and one a maximum of 9.
So we'll definitely be seeing the legs of Sylvera and Henry coming back on a bit later on.
And of course, Sylvera is probably going to be the key, as he was the last time. And that one kept very low, and you could see him squaring up, but just keeping it out of his pads.
Yeah, was expecting it to be a bit short on standing up for him to pull. He had to just knock it back to the man on mid-wicket.
And gets a run here, but that's all there will be in it. So not able to really dominate the bowlers.
slow going. The run rate has reached to 4.34. Still pretty good in context.
And this one is hit in the air and straight into the lap there, and he has to go. You could see him standing there, Stewart, really bewildered. He goes to 34.
Yeah, that's very, very disappointing. After putting in all the hard work, he's 34 of 87 deliveries. He's soaked up so many balls to play a shot like that, to pick out a man at cover. You know, he didn't even have to move a muscle, just straight into his hands, and that's the demise of Zachary Stewart. He'll be very disappointed. And that's the third wicket we've seen today, being with the batsman driving the ball in the air and being caught at cover. So the ball is either slowing up and they're hitting, or they're not getting their head over the ball and driving it. And again, leads to the demise. So another wicket goes.
So 5 wickets down now for Trinidad and Tobago. So it's the game really just kind of teetering there at the moment. Either team can take it by the scruff of the neck. But right now the Jamaicans are the ones who are showing the intent.
Yeah, they've done well since the resumption of play. They've bowled well, they've been very economical, and they've been able to pick wickets in the right time. New batter is Ronaldo Fonillier. Trinidad and Tobago will be hopeful that these two new batters can forge a partnership together. Ramnari Singh getting the breakthrough for his captain.
And he'll be looking for more here as well. He hasn't tried to do too much with the ball, but he's kept it up to the bat. And quicker delivery, striking him on the pad.
Yeah, that one just going on with the arm. Maybe a bit of a flip or just slider. Just looking at a couple of videos of the great late Shane Warne a couple of days ago. A master at his craft.
Yep.
You ever got the opportunity to see him live?
Yeah. He's a real showman too. Pitched up, driven nicely. Just for a single, but at least it takes some of the pressure off. And he's able to at least get a run. 137 for 5 now after 32.
Yeah, very well played there by Ronaldo. You know, we've seen a lot of batters struggle, not just at this level, but at all levels in West Indies cricket against spin. But if it's one man that played spin masterfully, would have been the great, Brian Charles Lara. His footwork was impeccable.
And he had tremendous bat speed as well. I think that's something that people didn't really look at much. Sometimes even if he wasn't in the ideal position, because of that bat speed, he would access the ball at precisely the right time. And it's one force meeting another force. He used to generate a lot of power. You could see them trying to maybe push and run. I think the Jamaicans have to be very mindful here.
Yeah, the Prince of Port of Spain, Brian Charles Lara. Have an academy named after him in South Trinidad. We'll be seeing a lot of CPL action there later this week. Also, we have Independence Day celebrations coming up soon. Ruskin Mark.
Well, we don't have the parade this year, but there are a number of other things planned. I know that Invaders Steel Orchestra have their breakfast still going on. This one is finishing the shot with one hand. So they still have their breakfast going on. I think there are a couple of events at the King George V Park. The City Corporation are putting on those events. And of course, then the big one is in the night. It's Pan on the Avenue on Independence Night. So all of the major bands will be there. In fact, a couple of them are playing up in Tacarigua and then going down to, I know Trinidad All-Stars is doing that. Renegades also. This one is hit in the air. There's a man trying to get under it, but all he could do is look up and watch it sail over his head at long on. And that's a good hit there by Fonelia for a 6.
Yeah, over pitch by Andrew Lloyd, and Ronaldo just backing his power and going downtown over long on and gets maximum result, 6 runs.
And what a way to, well, not to get off the mark. He got off the mark with a single earlier, but this is a way to get his first boundary. And we have a little delay because they have to find the ball.
Yeah.
Where are the mango pelters when you need them?
Yeah, retrieving the ball on that end of the field can be a bit of a struggle.
I've never gone down in there. I would imagine it might be some, I suppose, shrub, bushes, something so the ball could kind of hide in it.
Yeah,
So you have to kind of gauge to see from here where it's gone and then kind of hold that line as you go in behind the first set of trees that we're seeing here.
yeah, the grass is a bit thick on that end. So it appears as if we're going to be taking a little intermission.
Yeah, it makes sense to do so. Now you look at it again, that's a big hit, and they will all get a little bit of refreshment. So we take a break and we come back when play is about to resume. So welcome back. It's 143 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago. Really need to get a move on here now. So they have just the one ball to complete the over, and so it remains at 147. 147 for 5. $33 overs completed now. And that's another big hit, as you could see there. So just as the players were trying to settle in, it just eluded the grasp there of the middle fielder. And that too went down the boundary for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Fanilia. Not afraid to put bat to ball. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago needs that injection here as they try to maneuver these last 10 overs in this final power play. And that too is cracked away. That's a good shot, but good fielding and limiting the batsman to just the 1 run. Singh giving a little bit of width there to Ramnanan. And using his fielders to back him up on that occasion. So now they've put the square leg back. Actually, they're bringing him in a little bit. There's a cover on the boundary and a long off, as well as a long on. But it's dangerous to bowl without the square leg. And the way that Fanilia is hitting the ball, Singh has to be very careful here. And driven nicely down the ground. Just for the single on this occasion. We haven't seen Joel Williams with the ball. And this one is hit in the air, and is it going? It's gone. That's a 6. Straight hit. Again, hitting with the spin. And a nice flourish there from Ramnanan. He's a small man, but he packs a punch. And he got under that one, pitched up to him, and he didn't waste any time executing that full-on swing, got under it, hit it straight over the ball, went high. Short, pulled away this time down through mid-wicket, and that too is going to find the boundary. That's 4 more. So just like in the previous over, back-to-back boundaries, 1 of 6, 1 of 4. Quite naturally, the bowler a little bit apprehensive right now, and trying to figure out where to bowl. Score races on now to 159 for 5. And this pair trying to stitch together something significant for Trinidad and Tobago. They came together at 136 for 5. It's 159 now. And the ball is taking a little while to come back. Over pitching again, and probably got away with that because he could easily have put that away also. So Singh under some pressure here. 1 for 29 now. And again over the inner ring, and it goes down to the widest long off over extra cover for 4 more. So it's 163 now for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of that over. 34 going. So remember, it's 49 overs, and that's a good shot. That's a really excellent, good execution there. And of course, after the 34th overs, the captain has the option to choose which ball they will go with for the rest of the innings. So now instead of having two balls at either end, they're going to stick with the one. So a good little flourish here from Trinidad and Tobago now after a very sedate period where the spinners seem to have them bogged down. Now all of a sudden they've started to expand their games, and both batters have taken a liking. Funele is on 12 from 10, Ramnanan is 19 from 10. And it looks like coming back into the attack, Sylvera is going to come back. So try to curb this little purple patch here by Trinidad and Tobago. So Tyson Gordon has called on his quicker bowlers. And Hall is in the way there, so they can't steal a quick single. But a good little flourish this from Trinidad and Tobago. They needed it. They were basically stalled a while ago before these two got together. And not only were they stalled, they lost some crucial wickets. 1 for 18, 2 for 76, 3 for 88. And again, another good delivery from Sylvera, man who picked up the 5-4 in the last match against the Leeward in a losing effort. So Jamaica also had their first game end as a no result. They lost the second one by just a 1 wicket. And they're trying to pick up their first win here. Trinidad and Tobago coming off a big 5-wicket win against the Windward Islands. They too would like a win, and that one plain on a miss. The ball had gone through long before the bat came down. So very interesting scenario here now. Can Trinidad and Tobago recover here and put a score in excess of 200 on the board? Edging, this one is coming down to third man. They got an easy single. Again, the running is not the quickest. Had they been able to maybe get the first one quickly, they might have been in position to challenge the second one. Andrew Lloyd down here at third man. Now the left-handed Ramnanan comes back on strike. He has 19 from 10, and I'm sure he'll be trying to see if he can pick up a couple more boundaries to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He's done a good job so far. Pretty healthy strike rate. But came comfortably in behind it. Sylvera, a different proposition. 1 for 32 for him. And 1 for 21 to Littleton and 1 for 12 to Scott. And I think you could also add a wicket there to Singh as well. And 1 to Lloyd. Those are the 5 wicket takers. It's 164 for 5 now after 35.
Yeah, this has been an excellent partnership between Cristiano Ramnanan and Ronaldo Fornelli. They've added a lot of impetus into the innings. They've gotten the run rate back up to just 4.7 runs and over. It was dropping close to 4. So they've shown a lot of intent. Ramnanan in particular. He's done well. And Trinidad and Tobago innings now heading in the right direction. Looking for a total of in excess of 200. Another 14 overs remaining. They'll be hopeful that they can get probably another 70 runs or so. Get to 250.
If you could get to 250, at least you're going to give your bowlers a chance on a wicket like this. Now, the wicket does look like it can offer a little bit of bounce and a little bit of spin. And if it can offer bounce and spin, it could offer seam to the quicker bowlers as well. We just had Dan Raj come off a 7-wicket haul, so he must be licking his chops to get out there and show what he's capable of. So the batsmen just need to give them something to work with, just in case Jamaica can put together a good partnership or two.
So, change of ends for Andrew Lloyd.
And he's hit this one, that's going, and it's gone. Another good, solid blow there from Fornelli.
Yeah, he definitely packs a punch, does Ronaldo Fornelli. That one, again, overpitched. He uses his feet, gets to the pitch of it, and he launches it over long on. Maximum for Fornelli.
That pushes it to 170 now for 5. Now there's a long on, a deepish mid-wicket, and a deep square leg, as well as a long off. So, short ball, and he's smashing this one straight back past the bowler. That's 4 more.
Yeah, lovely gap finding there in between long on and long off. Straight back past the bowler, and he gets another boundary. Trinidad and Tobago on the charge at the moment. 174 for 5, 36 overs. 13 overs remain after this.
This is good hitting. He's picking his spots, and he's finding the gaps where, even though there's a long off and a long on, he placed it so well. As you say, equidistant between the two fielders. Neither one could get across to it.
Yeah, this partnership has been very, very impressive. Much needed for Trinidad and Tobago.
And I think for a moment of a single, it's not there, but good sensible batting. You don't want to try to hit everything and perish as a result. But if you can pick your spots, now they're doing away with the slip. And the mid-wicket has dropped back a little bit as well, so and this one he misses it and it's bowled. He went right, it was a short ball, kept very low indeed, and here was Fornelli trying to hammer it through the onside, misses, and is bowled for 23 by Lloyd.
Excellent reports there by Andrew Lloyd. This one is a shortish delivery. As we see the replay, it's definitely seemed to have kept low. Or it just skidded through and hitting the base of middle stump. Ronaldo Fornelli would be disappointed. Unfortunately, he has to find his way back to the pavilion for a very well played 23.
The partnership netted 38 invaluable runs for TNT.
Yeah, in quick time as well. Lose their 6th wicket.
And now it's Aidan Owen.
It's important that they continue just putting a couple partnerships together. They don't want to get bowled out. They've lost 6 wickets already. There's still a lot of overs remaining. 13, in excess of 13 overs to be bowled. So it's important that they get just stitched together another partnership. Ramnanan is batting very well.
Yeah, and it's up to the others now to support him until they can get in the groove.
Yeah, Fonelio will count himself very unlucky there. That one was a shortish delivery and just didn't get up at all.
Yeah, you could see him kind of open up that left leg so he could to get swinging room. And he was really swinging for the fences there, but missed out. There's another one kept a little bit low as well. So all of a sudden the ball is steamed down at that end. And Lloyd is taking advantage. 2 for 34 now. And a play and a miss.
And this one just gets a bit of extra bounce, so there's a bit of variable bounce in the surface. Could bode well for Trinidad and Tobago, especially as they are their turn to bowl. They do have 174 on the board already. They'll hope that they can get in excess of 200. They've lost 6 wickets. But they do have their wicketkeeper batter at the crease. Cristiano Ramnanan is 19 of 11. He's batting well. Very positive.
Yeah, they need him to kind of steer the ship the rest of the way, or for the majority of the rest of this innings, because of the start that he's had and the fact that bowlers tend to almost like they forget what is the perfect length for him because he's so small, and his center of gravity allows him to punish deliveries that otherwise might have been deemed good deliveries.
Yeah. Very contrasting wicketkeepers we have here. Ramnanan is the typical build of a wicketkeeper, with short compared to Richardson.
So Sylvera it is who's going to continue. To do that again.
Hasn't had the best day, Adrian Sylvera. He'll be disappointed. Did create a number of chances earlier this morning, just because fielders didn't support him as well as he would liked.
Yeah, it has been a bit frustrating for him. But, you know, as they say, sometimes you bowl rubbish and you get 5 wickets, and then you bowl exceptionally well, you get 1. That's the nature of the business. Played away again, but no chance of a quick single this time. The Jamaicans, of course, they're in the game at the moment, unlike 2 days ago when they looked for long stretches to be flat and out of sorts. And there he was, I think he was trying to pull. Now, the pull shot is on because there's nobody out here. But it's almost as if he had to restrain himself at the last moment there, and decided to play it on the offside instead of trying to pull it through the onside.
Yeah, it seemed as if he had a bit too much time, maybe just a bit of a cutter, a slightly slower delivery there by Sylvera, and didn't get on to Ramnanan as quickly as he would have thought, and just defended it out into the offside. But he has acreage of room on the onside.
This time he's clipping it down behind square. There's a room for a couple, but there's time for a couple of runs there because there's nobody out in the deep. And it's a little bit of a chase on, and they're able to get the 2 runs. Gordon doing the honors.
Yeah, very strong offside field, but Sylvera just staying in line and attacking the pads of Ramnanan, who clips it into the backward square and he gets 2. So now we see the long one being pushed a bit wider, but still just 3 men on the onside. Mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a long one, and a fine leg, my apologies.
Joel Williams cut in and he's out caught. Well, he hit it straight into Hall's hand and has to go for 21. So Ramnanan goes for 21, just as we're saying he needed to stick around. They've gotten rid of both Fonelier and now Ramnanan.
Yeah, that's a disappointing end to a very promising knock for Cristiano Ramnanan. That one short and waiting to be hit. He picks out the man at backward point, and you had so much room available to him on the leg side. He should have probably looked to go into the onside, but just picking out a man at backward point, and that spells the end of his innings for a quick fire 14.
Yeah, he was trying to probably run it down to third man, but didn't get on top of it as well as he was anticipating.
So 177 for 7. We're seeing a bit of a collapse here now by Trinidad and Tobago. They're putting themselves in a position where they can be bowled out within the 49 overs. Sylvera now 2 for 35. He's one of the strike bowlers for Jamaica.
Yeah, continues to take wickets, and that's always a good feeling as a bowler, regardless of the type of bowler. Once you're able to pick up wickets along the way, you're happy. The new batter is Pittiman. Amrit.
He's also left-handed as Amrit Pittiman, facing up his first delivery from Sylvera.
And that's looking to turn it on the onside, played it a little bit awkwardly, and it's almost like a reflex thing. You don't want to get hit on your body, so you just put the bat to protect you.
You can see Sylvera, the minute that he picks up a wicket, he gets buoyed. All of a sudden his speed rises, his energy rises, and he's just steaming in. He definitely goes.
He blows hot and cold. And as I say, sometimes he looks menacing, and then other times he seems a little disinterested. Short, nudged down to third man. There's a chase out here, but they'll get a comfortable single. They were thinking for a moment of a second run, but that would have been suicidal, as looking down there would have been Littleton. That ends the over. At the end of it, it's 178 for 7.
Yeah, successful over for Sylvera and Jamaica, picking up their 7th wicket. So they'll be hoping that they can restrict Trinidad and Tobago under 200. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago will be looking for well in excess of that. 12 overs remain.
Because they must be able to get 2 runs and over the rest of the way. That's another 24 runs that get you past the 200 total. The key here, though, is to hold wickets, keep your wickets intact, and just bat the overs. And again, not an aggressive shot, although it started to look like he was going to play a big one. So Pittiman here now has to work out what he wants to do.
Slip definitely in play with the ball spinning away from the left-handed Pittiman. There is a deep mid-wicket. We now see the mid-on, the long one being pulled into mid-on. So they're going to encourage him to go over the top. He'll be playing against the turn.
And a play and a miss.
That one's skidding through to the wicket keeper. So it's been a good over here. 3 dot deliveries.
This time he's able to make some contact, but yet again they can't get the single.
That's a good move by the captain, bringing up the man from long on to mid on, so cutting off that single.
Still not able to take advantage here.
It's been a terrific over so far by Andrew Lloyd. Can he finish it well?
It's in the air, but just can't get it can't get it off the square right now. As the over comes to an end, a pretty good one, and at the end of it, it's 178 for 7, a maiden over.
Very well bowled, Andrew Lloyd. doing a job for his captain as the fifth bowling option for Jamaica. 2 for 34 in his 8 overs thus far. He's rotated his bowlers well, has Gordon.
Yeah, they've done a good job. You could see real intent on the part of all the bowlers. They've come in, they've dropped a couple of catches again, but I think they're used to that. No, not as something you want to get used to, but I think for all intents and purposes, they kind of live with it, but they also kind of react to it when it happens. And spot on right now, not giving much away. And in fact, this is the time then they have to be concentrated the most, because you don't want to leak any unnecessary runs, because that total could swell quickly. And then it means there's more runs that you have to face. So if you could do your business in the field, makes your life easier with the bat. That's well played, but again, can't get it through.
So it's good work here by Sylvera and the Jamaicans, keeping things tight.
This is not the easiest of surfaces for the batters, but they've had to work hard. And the bowlers have enjoyed it quite a bit, it has to be said. And again, trying to turn it away, but nowhere to go.
So dot deliveries piling up here now. The wind has picked up as well. It's blowing right to left on your screens. So would aid that in swinger, the angle that Richardson is creating. Sylvera, my apologies.
He's bowling around the wicket. And he's trying to force it, hits it hard, but the fielder cannot stop it, prevent the single. But that's a good, vicious back drive.
I will bring Pittyman on strike now. I think Jamaica will be targeting him. It's an opportunity here to get their 8th wicket. 2 balls remain in this over.
Yeah, can they tack on a couple more in the over? And that one goes down the leg side. No signal from the umpire.
Throughout the day, he's struggled with his run-up. It seems as if it's the first official warning for running on the playing area.
Yep, and he's bowling around the wicket this time, so now he's gone back over the wicket.
So that's the first official warning for Sylvera.
And that's another wide. So the wheels coming off here for a little bit.
Saw the same thing happen earlier today. Ran into the playing area. It wasn't an official warning at that time, and then he bowled a couple of wides, keeping he was keeping in mind that he wants to get off the surface to avoid just not concentrating on where he wants to deliver the ball. And now it's similar result again.
Yeah, he wants to just go back to his basic, go back to what would work for him. He's going to hit into the gap. They're going to go for a quick single. Again, it's a kind of a delayed run, almost as if he wasn't aware that they were going to start for it, but they get there.
So after 39 overs, 181 for 7. 10 overs remain in the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
And so there is the power play signal. We're in the last power play.
So that now means Jamaica can have a maximum of 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But they continue to build pressure, so therefore they're keeping the field in. Pittyman on strike, and he's going big, and that's a maximum hit over deep mid wicket. Lovely shot.
Yeah, that's more like it for Trinidad and Tobago. They need a couple more of those as they push towards the 200 mark. And they're up to 187 now, so that's a good way to start the over.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot indeed. That one, he got the room to use his hands, and he went over wide, long, or on into the mid wicket area for 6. Lovely shot.
This time he's trying to pinch a single square on the offside.
What I want to see though is in between those big shots, you want to see them able to find the gap and rotate the strike. They're hitting 6 and then soaking up dot balls. On this occasion,
Still can't get it through.
so 6 of the first delivery, now 2 dot balls. You want to maximize the over. You want to make it into a big over. You want to turn it into a 10+ run over.
Again, trying to pull it through the onside, not able to. Kept a bit low again, so he wasn't in full control. Pitman is 8, and again another one that kept very low indeed.
It's been a very good comeback in the over by Andrew Lloyd. After conceding 6 of the first delivery, he would have been put under pressure. He pushed back the long one for a little extra protection, and now he's bowled 5 consecutive dot delivery, 4 consecutive. Well, that's 5. It's a wide actually. So he just wants to finish off the over well after conceding the 6 of the first ball.
Again, Trinidad and Tobago need to figure out a way here now to try and punch it. They're going to go for a quick swing. That's well played because both fielders had to move, and that gave them more than enough time to complete the single. So he inches on again to he's 1. Pitchman is on 9, and that's good going from Pitchman there, just making sure that they keep things turning over. That's the important part here now. Jamaica pretty assured of how they're going to negotiate the remaining overs with their bowling attack. Remember, 4 of them can bowl 10, 1 can bowl 9. It's not absolute, it's a maximum of 10, and then the one bowler bowling 9. Remember, it's a 49 overs affair aside.
Bowling change from the northern end. It will be Littleton to replace Sylvera.
Right up into the block hole of the first one.
He's a man that makes things happen. That's Ryan Littleton. So after this, we'll have another 8 overs. Who do you think he'll turn to from the southern end?
I think he has to bring back the former captain, Scott. Scott has been bowling very well. The problem with Scott is if the batsmen are swinging, and this is why Fornellier would have been critical to spend a little time out there, because he can get under the spin bowlers.
Yeah. Ronaldo Fornellier does pack a punch. Does hit a long ball. But unfortunately, he had to go back. One scooting through and taking his stumps. Littleton now to Aidan Owen.
And he's unable to really get it down the hill. That's the important part. He wants to see if he could get it past that extra cover, that short extra cover region there to the right of the man, and send it down the hill to long off.
Yeah. Because it has so many variations.
This one he's hit it in the air. That's a big hit. The man is under it, takes the catch. So he was trying his best there to get on with things and pays the ultimate price here now. Trinidad and Tobago lose yet another wicket. And Owen goes for one.
Yeah, he's a very promising cricketer, is Ryan Littleton. Every time he's given the ball, he makes something happen for his team and comes back into the attack. And he has so many variations. He bowls the cutters, the leg cutters, the off cutters. This one is a slower delivery off cutter. And the batter going for a big shot, not middling it and going straight up in the air, long off, just trudges in about 10 yards and takes a simple catch. That's the end of Aidan Owen. And Littleton, once again, the man of the hour for the Jamaica team.
Very well bowled by Littleton again, 190 for 8 now.
New batsman is Holder.
The young man who does have another one of those with a bright future as a kind of a utility player, if you want to call him that. Daniel Holder. Bowling quick and trying to scare batsmen.
So what will pose as an advantage for the Jamaican team as well is that if they do bring back DeMarco Scott from the Sun end, which would probably be a really good choice now that there are two left-handed batters in the crease. So he will be, in theory, turning the ball away from them. As Littleton to close off his over. Excellent delivery.
Yeah, so there's a lot to consider at the moment for both teams. They want to get the right bowling changes. They want to get the right bowler for the circumstance. They still have loads of overs to go. Trinidad and Tobago, though, are down to just 2 wickets left. And big play and a miss outside the off stump there. Big gap in between bat and pad, but luckily he survives. 190 for 8 now after 41.
Yeah, terrific over by Ryan Littleton as we see sprinkling coming down. Hoping that it blows over quickly. Seems as if we'll just push on with play. It's just about 8 overs remain. 8 wickets down, 190 for 8. Can Trinidad and Tobago get over 200? So, Jamaica, the captain seems as if he'll persist with Andrew Lloyd. He's also bowling off spin, so he'll continue to turn the ball away from the left-handed Holder and Pittyman.
Yeah, they're doing strategic bowling right now, and they're going to go scamper a quick single, and not much you can do about that. That's very well judged.
Yeah, intelligent batting there by Pittyman, knowing that there's no one close in on the onside. He just worked it quite nicely, soft hands, and was able to get a single quite easily. This brings Holder on strike.
So you have to try to get up to speed quickly. Not that you expect him to just throw the bat here, but he has to understand after him is just one more wicket after this pair. So they have to take full advantage of this. They have a few overs to work with. And they're going to get a quick single here. Very well judged in the end. Not much could be done about that one.
Yeah, that's well played by Daniel Holder. Rehearsing a big shot, but I think he just stroked it quite nicely into the offside.
When rehearsing, cut in, and they'll get another single. So one by one, they're trotting along. I think they've kind of assessed the situation.
Yeah, just a number of still in excess. It's in excess of 7 overs remaining. So need a partnership. Try and get at least closer to the 48 overs. So, and then they can probably look at maximizing. But it's important that they bat the majority of overs remaining.
And here's another one that is squaring him up. And didn't really know too much about that one. But survives hold up. Daniel Holder facing Lloyd. And he was trying to execute a scoop. But he played his hand very early. The bowler probably spotted that. And he is again trying, and to lose the keeper. It's going to run very close to the boundary. They're going to go back for two. And what looks like two byes. Yep.
Yeah, there you go again. Attempted scoop. Not making contact, but putting the keeper off. And he's able to gain two byes for his team. So he's definitely one that is looking to score.
Still
and this
trying.
one.
Yep, still trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, even though they're not making big, aggressive shots. At least they're making an effort to keep the scoreboard ticking over as this over comes to an end. 42 gone, it's 196 for 8.
Yeah, Holder will be on strike for the next over. Littleton to continue. He's a very adventurous cricketer, is Daniel Holder. Especially when it comes to the bat. If you take a look at him, he's always rehearsing some shot.
He's like Carlisle Best. For Steve Smith. He has another one that misses everything. The keeper doesn't take it. And they're going to get another two byes. I don't think he got a touch, or did he? He might have gotten an under edge. So that's 2 runs to the kitty there. So Holder has doubled his score now to 4. 198 for 8. So they're closing in on 200. Won't get it there.
Just defending it into the onside. So he's picking his balls, Holder. He's not targeting every delivery.
Let's see what he does now. If he can get this one away. And still can't get the single.
He's playing a bit more orthodox against Littleton. At least up to now.
And this one he's slapping down to the man at mid-off. Does he hold on? I think he dropped it and then he couldn't get the ball from under him to release it. And it just, that's Sylvera there, and it's just not happening for him. It was a full toss, hit, and it might have just dropped in front of him. But by the time he picked it up, they were thinking of the single. Now, had they gone early, they probably would have gotten there with ease. But since there was this big indecision, they didn't get a run.
Yeah, number errors in that delivery. Was first a full toss. It was played in the air, then middle it. And just dropping short of Sylvera. Was unable to field cleanly.
And picked away nicely. They're going to amble a quick single. And that brings the score to 199 at the end of the over. So 43 gone. It's 199 for 8.
6 overs remain in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. You have 2 wickets in hand. And now we'll finally be seeing the return of DeMarco Scott.
Yeah, but especially with a left-hander at the crease, he must be licking his chops there. I'm sure he'd be anxious.
Had a very, very impressive spell earlier on today.
2 for 25 for Littleton. And again, that's what he wants to do. See if he could just get them to play defensively. 1 for 12 from 6.
Spooling to Holder.
And again, they're going to get something out of this one. So, but the running is not aggressive. There was a nice big bubble in the field. Now, the Leeward Islands would have been taking advantage of that because they were putting so much pressure on the outfielders. And again, they pinch a quick single. So that single, the one prior, brought up the 200. And now it's on to 201. So it's a landmark achieved.
Yeah, well played, yeah. So Trinidad and Tobago knocking off 200 and looking for a bit more.
This one is hit in the air. Again, it's dropping in front of the fielder and they can't get it through. So it's like a nearly catch, one would have to say, not for the first time today. They always seem to be just a split second too late.
Yeah, that one dropping short of Perico Henry. But he did well to get his body behind it.
And so this little cat and mouse continues here between bat and ball.
Yeah, really good effort there by Henry.
Once again, the bowler doing his bit here, keeping a bit low, and that's something the Jamaican batters, I'm sure, would be wary of. 202 for 8 now after 44.
Yeah, they'll definitely have to be mindful when they do come out to bat. Facing the deliveries on that end, it does keep a bit low. You're seeing a bit of variable bounce. 202 is still a pretty good score. Trinidad and Tobago will be hopeful. They still have another 5 overs. Can they eke out another 15-20 runs? Get that total to about 215 to 20. I think they'll feel very comfortable with that score. Jamaicans will be hoping that they can just close off this innings as quickly as possible.
Then go about the business of scoring the runs, whatever the final total is. Hit back past the bowler, that's a easy single, but they almost turned into a run-out opportunity because he seemed to be laboring to get up to the non-striker's end. So a chance there now for Pitman. Play and a miss.
Yeah, looking to go for extra cover. Unable to make contact. Good choice option though.
Yeah.
Good shot option.
Yep. Trying to, and you could see him trying to get it maybe just over the inner ring. Turned away nicely, but once again they're going to have to sprint. But a bubble in the field by Hall.
Yeah, they're able to cross over for the single quite easily on that occasion with a bubble. So it's been a nice little partnership in the end here for the 9th wicket. Done well because they were in danger of being bowled out on the 200. Well,
And
that
this might be out as well because he just snuck out of his crease there, Holder, and couldn't get back in time.
Yeah, well beaten again. Ryan Littleton always delivering for the Jamaican team. He's done extremely well throughout since being present here in this Rising Stars Under 17 tournament. Change up delivery, off cutter again, going past the outside edge of the advancing Daniel Holder, and the cleanup work by Richardson. Collecting cleanly and breaking the stumps, and that's the end of Holder and the fall of the 9th wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. They're 204 for 9.
Yeah, so this is the dicey period for TNT right now. So we had one Jamaican bowler picking up a 5-4 in the last game, and we have Littleton flirting here with 4 wickets. He has 3 already. Can he pick up 4 before it's all said and done?
He'll be backing himself. He has 2 deliveries remaining in his 9th over. He'll be bowling to Darren Danraj.
The mystery man, the man with the 7 wickets. If he can get 7 runs, I think Trinidad and Tobago will be happy here. Both he and Pitman could probably stitch together a last wicket partnership of some order. That doesn't instill too much confidence.
Yeah.
Playing and fishing.
There's a bit of a drizzle as well, as can be seen on your screens. But hopefully it does blow over quickly. Littleton continuing.
Oh, that's a wayward delivery, and he's going to get away with it to some degree. They're going back for a second run. He has to hurry, and Danraj just makes it back. A no ball. Height.
Yeah, trying for some extra pace there, and that one just losing control. It is a bit wet due to the little drizzle, so losing control and a full toss over the waist. Danraj is not a very tall young man, just over 5 feet.
It's 207 now for 9, and he's again trying to scoop. He's gone for 1. I don't think he should go back for the second run because I don't know if he's going to make it. He probably would not have gotten half pitch had he gone back for that second
definitely would have been suicidal.
But the over comes to an end, and he's still there, 208 for 9.
So every run is very valuable now for Trinidad and Tobago. They're hopeful that they can, just get as much as they can. Still 4 overs remaining. Question is, can they bat out the 4 overs?
Yeah, because I want to believe they're going to try and score runs. And the best way to do that, if you have the tail enders mentality, is to swing for the fences.
And that will definitely create some opportunities for the Jamaicans.
And here's a stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. So a leg by.
Pitman has done well. He's 14 of 25 deliveries. He's been batting with the lower order. He might back himself to hit a big one here.
And he hits this one down behind square. There's a man down there running and trying but failing to hold it in. And it's gone for 4.
Lovely batting by Amrit Pitman. Backing himself. This one was short. It was a loose delivery from DeMarco Scott. It was short. It was on the legs. He moved across into the offside, and he knew that the man at backward square is a bit square, so he pulled it around the corner, further finer, into the gap, and the man down there was unable to cut it off. It goes into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and now a big loud appeal, and not out, says the umpire. So they're inching their way to batting out the innings, but every delivery carries drama with it. Pitman is on 18. He will stay on 18.
Jamaica wants to close off this innings as quickly as possible. Minimize the damage.
Flight to delivery, sweeping, wide signal by the umpire. And it's going close to the boundary. It's just kept in. And they've completed 2. They want a third, but that 2 might have been risky. So tack on another 3 runs there. 216 now for 9.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a wayward over from DeMarco Scott. Very unlike him. He's bowled well throughout the day, and now he's just straying in line. Probably just striving to get his last wicket. Desperate. Trying everything.
And a big hit as well. Going to get a couple more here if he hurries. And they should come back for 2, and they do. So runs flowing now for Trinidad and Tobago. It's up to 218 now for 9.
Yeah, it's been good batting by the lower order actually. The 8th wicket put on a nice partnership. The 9th wicket and now the final wicket. Every run counts, so they've done well to get in excess of 200.
Now more drama here. Are they going to go for it? I don't think they were going to complete that single there. But Pitman has to stay. He doesn't get the strike. He wanted the strike, but it's 218 for 9 now at the end of the 46th over.
Yeah, 3 overs remain. Can they bat out those 3 overs? But they're playing very freely, so they're going to create chances for the Jamaicans because they're looking to get as much runs as they can as well. Rain has come down a bit stronger.
But the umpires are letting them play. You know, in England we played under much heavier conditions, and that's normal. You know, I say, what, you all have something against going off? Or they play. They just love to play their cricket, and rain mustn't interfere.
Yeah.
As far as possible. And that's driven nicely, but they can't get the single. But a good compact looking back drive.
As Sylvera comes back into the attack, he replaces Littleton. He's looking to wrap up the innings.
Yeah, Danraj doesn't look like a number 11, does he? Darren Danraj.
It's a nice stance. Slightly open chested. High back lift.
Now again, can they do it? Still, they can't get that elusive single. I think he wants to get Pitman on strike. Let him do the heavy lifting. Danraj knows what his role is here. It's just to pinch a quick single.
I think if it was earlier on in the innings, they would have brought out the covers already. But they're just trying their best to try and get to the end.
Initially it was, the original cutoff time was 146, was it? And this time, they still haven't decided to go for that single. So it's on 146 right now. And we will have 2 overs after this one. Now, 2 days ago was a similar scenario, and they played out the innings, even though they went past the original cutoff time. And again, a swing and a miss. So Pitman stands hopelessly at the non-striker's end there.
It's been a good over by Sylvera so far. He'll be backing himself to get this final wicket.
Something's got to give, you would believe here. And that one is nibbled down to fine leg, and they're going to get 1. I think they'll be happy with that. Pitman is going to finally come on strike. 1 more to the score. 219, is it?
Yeah.
219 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago needs to get Pitman back on strike.
Valuable runs here for the 10th wicket. Pitman 20 of 30 deliveries. There's 1 ball remaining in this 47th over.
And he's just looking to nudge and run, but can't get it through. almost gifting him the run by a shy at the stumps that misses. But again, he's going to be kept off strike at the end of 47, 219 for 9.
So it seems as if we're going to continue. The umpires are trying their best to allow play to continue and not just go with the cut-off time, but try and get in as much overs and as much play as possible for these young men.
Yeah, just allowing them to play. Because a lot of them play, when they're home with their friends, they play in the rain. And there's a nice swinging across the line of that one, but again, it might just be a little bit high. But it's a ugly looking shot there. Just kind of swung right across it.
Scott will be looking to redeem himself after that over previously.
And this one is pulled away. There's a man coming in, but he won't get there. And they will get the single. So after 2 deliveries, he finally gets pretty much on strike.
Yeah, a number of occasions we've seen big shots and just falling short of the Jamaican fielders. Bittyman.
And he's looking to force it through, but the offside field is nicely set. There's nobody out in the deep and the offside. So they're pretty much bowling stump to stump here to try to limit stroke play. This one is going high in the air, but it's going to drop safely, or is it? Just dropping, and that too drops inside the ropes. He was trying to come across to his left there. He just kind of stretched his hand out, and I think it just dropped right in front of him, and that's Williams. Joel Williams, that's 4 runs, not 6. But it just dropped almost about less than a foot inside the rope.
Yeah,
Or did it? I think it's 4 runs, so they'll settle it for 224 for 9.
You're not judging it as well as you would have liked to.
Yeah, he's coming across there, Joel. Quicker, flatter delivery. But I think Prettyman has to be smart here. He needs to get on strike for the next over, the final over. So he cannot afford to waste any deliveries. I mean, if he gets a boundary ball, hit it, but try and get a single at least. And they want the single, but it's not there. So good bowling, a quicker delivery to end over number 48. 1 to go is 224 for 9.
Yeah, 224 for 9. 1 over remaining. It's remarkable. This final wicket has put on 20 runs already. Valuable runs for Trinidad and Tobago. So in this final over now, they think they'll just, whatever they can get, they'll take. They've done well to reach this stage. To bat out the maximum of the innings. Final over will be bowled by Sylvera, it appears.
Yeah, he's finishing his 10th over. 1 for 20. Well, Scott has 1 for 29 from his 9.
Actually, it seems as if it's going to be Perico Henry.
And that one is cracked away through the offside it goes, and they're going for a couple. Yes, they'll get 2, and I think they'll be happy with that. So not a bad shot there from Dan Raj. Picking up 2, and the ground staff have probably decided, look, it doesn't make any sense. We dropped the covers and we're going back in the shade. But the drizzle has subsided significantly. And that one is slapped down to long out. There's a single to be had. And Dan Raj picks up another. He goes to 6 now. And Pittman, who's on 24 from 35.
Yeah, he's done well. Must applaud the umpires as well for staying out there. They've done a good job to maintain play despite a persistent drizzle. So
Let's see what Henry can produce here. That one is hit straight. Down it goes to the man at long off, but they're only going to get a long on rather. They're only going to get a single. Probably didn't time it as well as he would have liked.
228 now. 3 balls remain.
Danraj, if he blocks, he has to block and run. That's probably the best advice here. Instead, he's crashing one into the deep point position for a comfortable single.
Block nothing, Ruskin.
But at least he got off strike and got a single. 229 now for 9.
Yeah. They've done well. 2 balls remain. It's been excellent work by the low order of Trinidad and Tobago. At the point in time, they were 177 for 8. They now got up to 229.
Now let's see if they could add to that. And he's having a big, almighty swing, misses. And it remains at 229 for 9.
So the final ball of the innings. Trusted to Perico Henry.
Not for 41, Henry. And it's a wide, and he's able to get back. Well. And Danraj was looking to steal one, but a wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, I think that's very intelligent by Danraj, knowing that's the last ball, so trying to get every run possible, but Pittiman realizing that it was a wide, he wants to stay on strike.
And Henry missed. That's nicely played. They're gonna get one, and they're gonna back for a second. He has to hurry, and he does. So he will remain on 25 not out. Or actually 27 not out. 232 should be the final score. Yes, 232. So Pittiman is 27 not out. It's a fine recovery of sorts for Trinidad and Tobago to get to 232 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, excellent performance by the lower order of Trinidad and Tobago. They were 177 for 8. They carried on, they batted their entire allotment of 49 overs to reach 232 for 9. I think they'll be very pleased with that effort. It's runs on the board. They have a very good bowling attack. They have a lot of mystery about them. I think, they'll be pleased going in at the halfway mark. It'll be an exciting run chase.
Should be that. So we'll take a break and we come back, but just to tell you, 48 to Khan at the top, 34 to Stewart, 19 to Alicant, 21 to Ramnanan, 23 to Fornelia, and an unbeaten 27 to Pittiman. So about 4 batsmen about 5 of them actually got decent starts, but nobody carried on in the end. But it means that 232 for 9 is where Trinidad and Tobago reached after they were put in. The Jamaicans now would need 233 when it's all said and done. And we'll have that when we come back. Welcome back as we get ready here at the National Cricket Center for the Jamaican reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 232 for 9 in their 49 overs. So it means the Jamaicans will have all of their 49 overs to get the required runs. So as it stands right now, the Jamaicans need 233 runs in their 49 overs. Again, Trinidad and Tobago's 232 punctuated by a gutsy 48 with Chansey as well from Canada at the top. Stewart made 34, Pitman and Enterprising 27 not out. And you could add contributions from Riyad Ali Khan with 19, 23 to Ronaldo Fenolier, and and 21 from Christian Ramnanan. So it's been a splendid scenario for the TNT batters all the way through, and it's Daniel Holder who is going to pick up the attack for TNT, and that's the first delivery wide outside the off stump. Just a bit of a loosener, but I think the players understand what is required here. Early wickets, that's the best tonic for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And if they can get early wickets, you never know. And Holder again, trying to see if he could get Hall to come outside the off stump there. Demario Hall and Tyson Gordon, the captain at the non-strikers end for the moment. So welcome back, Vishram. Again, an important period, this new ball period here for TNT, as for Jamaicans as well.
Yeah, very much so. Watch will start here by Demario Hall. Just a few wide deliveries by Daniel Hooler, just string in line. Probably a bit too wide outside off stump. And just needs to make full use of this new ball. Get the batter to play as much as possible. But it's very critical that the Jamaicans start well. They will need an early partnership. They will need to start because their top order is what they rely on heavily.
And that's a delivery touching down and just hitting the outside edge. They're going to go back for the second run. They'll get it too. And not much they could do about it.
Yeah, much better delivery there by Holder. That one starting probably just on about middle and just moving away with the with the new ball, the swing, taking it across to Mario Hall, taking the edge but going through down to third man. He's off the mark.
He came back for the second run quickly for Nelia, unable to prevent that second run. So nice cool conditions here. Excellent bowling conditions. Might get a little bit of swing. And that one is also called a wide. So the umpire's being very strict.
Not the start Holder would have liked. It's been a bit wayward. Hasn't been able to control the new ball. Very attacking feel.
Yeah, 3 slips. Third man, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off, a mid-on, and a man at square leg. No fine leg. So it means he's basically going to have to stay outside that off stump. That's more like it. And good carry as well.
Yeah. Much better delivery. Captain Salim Khan on the attack here. Hoping to get early wickets. Will make the job a lot easier later on. Defending 232, Trinidad and Tobago.
And another wide signal by the umpire.
I think what Salim, the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, could do to assist the bowler is probably just bring across one of the other fielders from the offside to the onside, because of the 7-2 field.
Yeah, he's just scared to go down to even attack the pads.
Yeah, so he's putting a bit of strain on the bowler at the moment, but
Beautifully though. Just touching down outside that off stump and leaving him as he was groping at it hole.
a lovely delivery indeed. Oh. A lot of cloud cover, bit overcast, slight drizzle in the air, so good conditions to swing that new ball.
Yep. But you have to give it time to swing, to pitch it up. And this one's a lot shorter, and but Hall was in behind it. So that ends the first over, and one leading with four wides in there, and just 2 runs off the bat, 6 without loss at the end of it.
Yeah, Holder would want to improve on that first over. Being entrusted with a new ball. Yeah, the drizzle is definitely becoming a bit heavier. Still very hopeful that it can just blow over quickly so that we can get as much play in as possible.
And the players are
Well, it appears as if the over wasn't completed.
like there's a ball left in the over, because there were 4 wides.
Even the umpires.
The over was long.
Yeah. It's a 10 ball over here.
You're allowed to bowl 10 balls in the 100.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery, pitching right up, and Hall just getting the bat down in time. So a good way to end the over, even though it wasn't the brightest of starts. So it remains 0 for 6 after 1.
Yeah. Speaking of the 100, are you a fan of it?
Actually, I haven't really watched much of the 100, to be honest with you, male or female. But every so often when I take a look, because a lot of those players play a lot of county cricket, you find that they know how to score quickly. So every time I go, somebody's swinging the bat.
Yeah.
Every time I take a peek, somebody is scoring heavily.
Yeah.
And that to me is because they've been in the system playing cricket, so they know how to maneuver, how to manipulate bowling. And so I'm never really disappointed, because I'm always seeing action, especially with batsmen scoring big runs.
Correct.
So is this Fornellier who's going to come into the attack now? Ronaldo Fornellier.
He'll be bowling from the administration end. The sudden end, that is. He batted pretty well early on, so he'll be high on confidence.
Yeah, actually batted beautifully. In fact, he was unfortunate to get one that kept very low.
Agreed. Fornellier.
Played away nicely, just nudging it and taking a quick single. So immediately Gordon is off the mark.
Both opening batters now off the mark. A very pleasing feeling to be.
And I was looking at Fornellier, the run up there. He didn't seem as if he had it all together. He was straining in the last couple of strides. He still went through and delivered the ball, which as a young fast bowler you're discouraged from doing. If you're not comfortable, then don't force it. You might hurt yourself, or at worst, you could probably produce a no ball.
Much smoother run up on that
Yep.
occasion.
You could see he was kind of, he wasn't chopping his stride, but he wasn't striding out. So he was making sure that this is, I don't know if it's a count he has in his head, that you have this many steps that you want to complete it. And,
He's got some strong shoulders, Ronaldo. Hits the ball a long way. Can he get early wickets here for Trinidad?
and that's another good delivery, touching down just outside the off-stump. Hall, who likes to put bat and ball, in fact both batsmen love to do that. Hall is more likely to probably go after him with a big drive or something. He's not afraid to throw the bat on the ball. But he has to be careful here. Here he goes again, playing at one just outside the off-stump.
Yeah, that's a beautiful start by Funny. Just angling the ball across the left-handed to Mario Hall. Does have two slips in the cordon, so it's a perfect angle, looking to get that outside edge.
Funny enough, you would think he would put it to its slip for Funny, given the fact that he's dropped on a good line already.
Yeah.
Stroked down to mid-off, but he can't get it through.
Yeah, a lot more control by Ronaldo.
And this is such a great opportunity for these youngsters to be in a national team at the under 17 level. A lot of them will probably graduate to the under 19 squad if they're not there already. And then, of course, the senior team is the next stop. We're wide outside the off-stump, the end of the over, and just a one run in it. It's 7 without loss.
Yeah, good start here by Ronaldo for nearly bringing back a bit of control to the new ball. Just a reminder, in this format, two new balls are used, one on either end.
Until the 34th over.
Until the 34th over, in which one is chosen. As you were speaking about the age groups, we do have the under 50, the under 13s, the under 15s, now the under 17s and the under 19s. And yes, you do graduate into, some of them would graduate into the senior team, but now there's the breakout league, the under 23 breakout league. It's a really, there's so much cricket for these youngsters. There's avenues for them to really earn an income and play so much cricket, get the opportunity to, have exposure.
Yeah, and hone their skills.
Correct.
And don't feel because you wasn't the start under 15, you can't be the start under 19, or even not under 17. And then once you get that confidence, and that confidence really is in your own abilities, what you could do with the bat, what you could do with the ball, how you improve your fielding, your catching, and as you go along, you just build on that. This one again is angling down the leg side.
Struggling to control the new ball is Daniel Hola. But I couldn't agree with you more, Ruskin, with regards to, believing in yourself. And for example, Ryan Littleton would have been a replacement player. He wasn't part of the original squad for Jamaica. He came in and he's been the shining stars for the Jamaican team. So sometimes it's, you just have to wait on your opportunity, and when it does come, you have to grasp it with both hands. And he's done that.
That's well played. That's driven nicely down past the bowler. That's 4 runs. The man at mid-off didn't really get across to it. He didn't really have a chance to.
Supreme time in there by Tyson Gordon Jr. Leading on that one, stroking it elegantly past mid-off. And that's a glorious shot. What a shot to get the scoring.
And as I look at Holder here, you could see how his whole biomechanics are a little bit off right now. Especially look at his delivery side. His body is twisted all over the place. Like if he's trying to bowl, he's looking at, to the right-hander, he's looking at mid-wicket square leg when he finishes, because his head is here and his hand is here. So again, it's just some of those little things that he will, as he gets stronger, he may be able to master. But biomechanically, if he could improve that, then it becomes so much easier for him. And so then the action becomes a repeatable action. Right now it's not, because it's still, look at how he's chopping his run here. So it's still not here nor there. That's a good delivery though. And it goes right through Hall.
He's having his struggles with his action and and having control with new ball, but he's still able to deliver
A good delivery
Wicket.
rate. But it's, can he reproduce that? No.
Yeah.
And that depends on how he runs up, how he feels when he's about to deliver, how the legs were planted. Things that shouldn't really count. It should just be the action itself.
Yes, we've been speaking about that throughout the day. It's about repetition, honing your skills, continuing, having that continuity.
Yeah. And that to me is, once you identify the talent, these are the next steps. Because like I always say, you don't have talent growing on trees. And when you get to this level, everybody has talent. So you have to help him, to help yourself too. It's a short ball that took a tennis bounce and almost stopped in midair.
Very, very, very short indeed, and has signaled one over the shoulder.
Yeah. And that's, to me, sometimes it seems so obvious, but it doesn't happen. And then you wonder why it doesn't happen. And there might be a number of factors. I don't know where he lives, how accessible it is for him to come to the center to do the type of work that is needed. And sometimes you have to be selfish. You see, again, he's chopping the run up, playing and missing, or did he edge it? The umpire doesn't move, neither does the batsman. Hall stands his ground, and Trinidad and Tobago will have to try again. But it was a good delivery, pitched up, moving away from the left-hander. Hall drove at it, might have hit the ground more than anything else. And but the umpire concur, not out. 13 without loss after 3.
Yeah, huge appeal on that final delivery. It was an excellent delivery, just going past the outside edge. He hasn't started well, so therefore on this occasion, because of, it's a beautiful swinging from the arm, going past the outside edge and taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Ramnanan, but he's not out. Lives to fight another day, does Demario Hall.
So, and you can see that, and again, even with that last delivery there, he's still not as fluent as he probably is normally. So he has his struggles. Turned away nicely, and they'll get an easy single. And again, look at Ronaldo Finale. He is. It's like he's taking these rabbit steps. He has a fairly high knee lift. It's not the smooth, just like striding out to get to the wicket. You look at him, it's almost like he's starting at point A to get to point B, and it just shoots. Look at how he raises that. Look how high up the knee comes, but he's right on target. But that's his style, and it's. When he gets more comfortable with it and he gets stronger, it doesn't become a bother. It doesn't sap energy out of him. When you do the run up must help you to propel yourself to bowl fast.
Yeah, he'll definitely be able to generate more pace as well. So, still very tender in his age, in his cricketing career.
Wide outside the off stump, signal the wide. But you could see from all these different teams, you're starting to see real potential, talent that you could work with. How do you get them now from point A to point B? And get them into a system that can work for them, work with them, and work for them.
Yeah. Get them to perfect their skills.
Oh, that's well bowled again, but well played by Hall. Going to get some runs here, might get 2, possibly 3 if they hurry. The return is on its way, and that's good. It's not the strongest return, but it was an early return that forced them to abandon the thoughts of a third run
Yeah, lovely looking shot there by Hall, leaning on it and placing it in the gap for 2 runs. It's a big outfield here.
The trick here now is to con him to take away that shot from him, because that's a shot that Charlie Davis played a lot. But he relied on it so much that a strategy against Charlie was to plug that gap and ask him to find another area to score, if he can. And that used to frustrate him no end.
And that's exactly what Captain Salim Khan has done. He's reinforced the offside and bringing across a man from the onside. So it's once again a 7-2 field. 2 fielders on the onside is a fine leg and a man at mid-wicket. 7 men on the offside, inner ring, 2 slips, a 3rd man. So encouraging Fonilia to bowl outside at off stump.
Pitching up again, and that's more like it. Don't be afraid to give the ball the opportunity to swing a little bit. You have nice atmospheric conditions. Every so often you could just hang one in there. And what was good about that, it was on the stump, so he had to play at it.
Yeah.
Playing and missing again, beaten outside the off stump. That's good bowling again from Fonilia. Doesn't get a wicket, but continues to impress.
Yeah, excellent over by Ronaldo Fonilia. Good start for him. Maintaining the pressure, bowling tight. 2 overs, just conceding 5 runs. It's 17 without loss after 4 overs. Jamaica chasing 233 for victory.
Yes, and it's such a wonderful opportunity for these youngsters. They learn about touring, they learn about playing away from home, living with their teammates, understanding their teammates a little bit better in a more controlled environment. They're at a hotel. I don't know if all the teams are staying at the same place, so they could fraternize with each other and they could talk. You develop friendships, and sometimes these are lifelong friendships, even though one might be from Jamaica, one from Trinidad, one from Guyana, and now with social media, you could communicate a lot better and a lot more with them, even when they're back in their home countries. There's another delivery that is called a wide, a little bit belatedly, but you could just see Gordon was just trying to tickle it on the onside, misses.
Yeah, Daniel Hula continued to struggle with the new ball. Really hasn't found a consistent line and length as yet. But yeah, you're so right in seeing the friendships that can develop, at this level. They are all together in one hotel.
But this time he plays on this. Now I would like to see him maybe come from the bottom end. And I feel he's, when you're bowling from the top end sometimes, you tend to lean forward. And he probably thinks he's arriving at the crease way too soon. So he starts to chop his run to get there. So maybe if he operates from he may feel he has to push up the hill a little bit more. So that might help him work out some of what he's going through right now. Good bit of fielding there, but can't stop the single.
Very good running there. It is a bit of a slope that he's working against. So it is posing a bit of a challenge.
Not all the bowlers love to bowl uphill, because that is a challenge that they despise. In fact, you always talk seniority, and the senior bowler will take the top end because they feel they're just coming forward. They don't have to go uphill with it. And I remember Colin Croft used to say, well, I can't tell Michael Holden and I'm nothing, I have to bowl from this end. This is the end I have to work at. So he said, once I get the ball, I look in to take wickets, because the only way I might ever get that new ball and get the ball from the top end is either when they're not in the team or they're tired and they're resting, and I get the opportunity to so I have to prove to Clive Lloyd that I could bowl at both ends, as the case may be. In the air, and he's out caught. He went flicking at it, Hall. He goes for 4, and that is a good catch. And despite his struggles, Holder gets the breakthrough. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, this one full on the legs, and Demario Hall will be disappointed because it's a half volley on the legs, and he just picked out the man at short mid wicket. That should have been dispatched to the boundary. Instead, he's walking back closer to the boundary and into the pavilion. He'll be very disappointed with that shot and the fall of the first Jamaican wicket.
But that's the breakthrough that Trinidad and Tobago wanted. And in fact, they would think that if they could just keep taking wickets all along, even if they don't get a big cluster, but if you could get one every 4 or 5 overs as you go along, and you want to believe that you're always in the hunt and you're on course for victory. But it was a good catch too. It was a catch at about that kind of in-between height, just under the throat and just up the top of the chest. So you had to take it with the fingers pointing up, kind of backhanding it to accept it at that point in time. And again, it's all of those little things that these players get into the habit of doing, and having success doing it is what is going to make them better cricketers all along.
Yeah, that's the aim for us at this point in time, to maximize the talent that they have, so we can have a West Indies team competing for trophies once again. It's been a while that we haven't been competitive on all formats.
So Binns is the new batsman. So they're really going to need him.
Yeah, he's coming off a good knock on Tuesday. Him and DeMarco Scott, they're very reliant on those two, as well as the captain Tyson Gordon Jr.
And this one again is causing some problems. So maybe that wicket will now do Holder a world of good, and maybe get him to get his juices flowing, and maybe get him to produce a couple more wicket-taking deliveries.
Yeah, he always does well for the confidence, picking up wickets. Just a bit of a false start there.
I have to lodge a complaint to the Jamaican technical staff that they didn't play my favorite player on their team, Light Brown. When I first saw the name, I was like, Light Brown. Bowled again, turned away nicely. Yeah, he's from the Leeward Islands, that's who it is, and he's such an amiable person, you know. He's very kind of light-hearted, but I'm sure all through his school days he probably keeps hearing about light brown and dark brown and whatever else, and going through. But
yeah, had the opportunity to speak to several of these youngsters. They're all keen to do well.
Bowled him. Well. Again, what one wicket can do, trying to come onto the Tyson Gordon driving, probably drove off the under edge, pulled it back onto the stump, and he has to go now for 8.
Daniel Holder, you beauty. What a delivery to dismiss the captain of the Jamaican under-17 team, Tyson Gordon Jr. This one swinging from the arm and in the block hole, taking middle and off. And that's the end of the captain. A big wicket here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And now the Jamaicans are in a spot of bother.
Yeah, and this is what you want. You want to put pressure on the opponents, and that's the first delivery really kind of hung up, push it up and allow it to swing a little bit. using the atmospheric conditions to your advantage. Say, right, that's an excellent delivery, and he got the result that he was requesting.
Yeah.
20 for 2.
Wonderful bowling indeed there by Holder. I mean, now we understand why he's been entrusted with that new ball. Yes, he was struggling in the first 2 overs, but his third over, 2 beautiful deliveries. The latter most impressive to dismiss the captain, almost unplayable. Now we have DeMarco Scott taking striding into the middle. It's so important. This partnership is pivotal for the Jamaicans if they are to get anywhere close to this total of 232.
Yeah, and DeMarco Scott is really looked accomplished. Remember, he's one of the 2 captains on the team. So he was captain for the last game. He's relinquished that, so he replaces the man who replaced him. Gordon at the crease right now. And, but it's the end of the over, so 20 for 2. After 5, what a 5th over. Can Fornelia get jealous now? And you could sense he's jealous. He almost went under the bat there on that occasion.
Yeah, lovely delivery. They've done well. He's bowled very well actually, Ronaldo Fornelia, pitching the ball up, angling the ball initially across the left-handed fall, went past the edge a number of times. Now he's bowling to the right-handed bins. DeMarco Scott is also right-handed, so he'll be targeting those stumps on the outside edge.
Playing and missing, really not in a position to play. Look at it's almost a horizontal bat shot he's playing at the delivery that he never was behind the line of it. He just kind of hung the bat out there. Lucky he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, most definitely he'll be happy that he didn't nick it off. There is 2 slips waiting. A nice inner ring, 3 men in the circle on the offside, 2 on the on. Fornelia.
Again, he's right up in the blocker. He's going to have to hurry, and he does that well enough. They're going to get the single in the end, and now he is limping a little bit. I'm not sure if it's an injury or because quite a few of these players might be carrying little niggles here and there. So
yeah, they've been playing a lot of cricket. It's been a lot of cricket over the last 3 weeks. We're nearing the end. This is round 3. We have 2 more rounds to go to climax this 50 over leg of the under 17 Rising Stars West Indies Championship. Final round is on Monday.
Barbados won the 2-day tournament.
They've been very impressive. The Beach and under 17s.
It's another wide, just trying to maybe attack the pads a little bit more. But you can see he's working up a consistent amount of pace. Now, can he bowl quicker? I'm sure he can, but that will come, I suppose, in time.
Yeah, definitely. When he gets, as you said earlier, gets more comfortable with his action.
Again, just the angle going across, trying to cut it into the right-hander. Starting it on the stumps, but by the time it gets there, it's gone down the leg side. And you know, we were talking about pace and getting stronger. Last night, a gentleman accosted me. And I tell you why. He was telling me about the Shaniqua Bascom, the sprinter. And he was looking at her time and comparing it to, you know, Sharika Jackson. And I had to tell him, I say, that's a great shot, but he won't get a run for it. That's excellent cricket. And good diving effort there to cut that one off and making sure that they don't get it. It's Aidan Owen. They're doing very well at mid-off.
Yeah, doing very well is Aidan Owen to support his bowler because, I mean, it was a bit overpitched. Drove it beautifully, but excellent fielding effort to prevent any run from being scored. So that would add a little pressure to the batter.
And again, this time the bowler does the fielding himself. So he was telling me he was looking at her time. I think she was 11, 19. I think is what she won the Junior Pan Am Championship sprint title with. And he was looking at some of the women running the 100 in the Diamond League. And I was telling him, I say, they are senior athletes and they are professional athletes. She's a junior athlete and an amateur. She's at university, a full toss, but he can't put it away. You know, and I was telling her, I say, when she gets stronger, that could make her times will come down as she gets stronger and she gets faster. 23 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, just like these fast bowlers. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of growth that we can see with these young men, especially Daniel Holder. He's swinging the ball, and that's something, you know, he has a bit of pace about himself. He's tall, you know, nice languid action, and he's capable of swinging the ball. If he can learn to, you know, just get the ball to move the other direction as well, it's he can only get better.
And all that requires is work, you know. But somebody has to be there with him to kind of guide his adjustments. You don't want to take away his natural abilities, but you want to enhance what he already has. This one is hit in the air. That's a good shot over the top, over the inner ring. It's going down to the boundary. It's going to get there. Does it? I think it might have just hit the ropes. Yes, it's signaled as 4.
Yeah, very attacking shot there by Odean Binns. That one over pitch, but I mean, I would encourage Holder to continue because he's swinging the ball. That one, it did swing again, but this time Binns getting enough bat on it and going over the top. We are in the power play, so he was able to go over the top, over the offside and get a boundary.
Yeah, you could see him, to his credit, he was planted. He wasn't on the move. He actually planted that left foot and swung through again. Admonishing himself that he didn't do more with that one. But that's just the thing, and so I had to like explain to the gentleman. I say, if you look back at that age, she was actually quicker than some of the world-class sprinters you have now when they were her age. So she has the possibilities to be among some of the elite ones. And a slightly slower delivery, again, good change of pace. You know, and so that is how she could get. Now she's at the university. She's at Ohio State University. Right? She's already ran in the NCAA in the NCAA finals. Right? She ran relays and she ran the individual 1 and 200. You know, so by the time I think she's only a sophomore this year. Pitched up. This one is hit in the air, and the 3 fielders closing in on it, but neither one of them could get there in time, and the batsmen are able to come back for a couple runs.
Yeah, it was a very late reaction by the man at
Cover. Yeah, he got closest to it.
Correct. If he had reacted a bit earlier, he may have been able to get a hand on it and create a chance.
Well bowled again, but well played also. Treating a good delivery with respect. And you could see something is bothering him. It might be his knee.
Yeah, he
is hobbled.
He was hit in the previous game on Tuesday on his knee. He came off the field when they were fielding, so he has a band on it. But it's so important that he stays out there to bat with DeMarco Scott because a lot is riding on this partnership.
Remember, also, Scott has a bad back. Pulling in the air, there's a man out there, but all he could do is watch it sail over his head for 6. And a good pull shot from Binns not mixing matters.
Powerful shot there by Odean Binns. That one short of a length. And as we see the replay of the ball before, the chance that it was a full toss and it went out into the cover area. The fielder did react late and was able to get 2, but we'll soon see the replay of the 6. It was a short delivery, and he got behind it and was able to swivel on the back foot and get maximum value. A lovely looking hook shot by Odin Binns. Here we see the replay again. First he stepped down, but it was short. Got onto the back and pulled it away magnificently. Ferociously hit. All the fielder can do is fetch the ball as it bounced away towards the roadways here in Couva, Balmain, Couva. Nice overcast conditions. Ronaldo Fornelli continuing from the sun then. It's very still, no wind at all, as we see the flag just...
Big drive again, but not able to pierce the field. Yeah, it's very still. Nothing is moving right now, other than the players out in the middle. And the helicopter that flew by just now.
We
It's
also
like the
see,
national security helicopter.
we also see a few members, family members around. You know, how important it is to have a good support system at this age.
Very important. In fact, it's almost critical because pitched up again, and we're going to get this single. Well played, well fielded also. Because at this stage, a lot of these, you have to call them kids, a lot of these young men, they are still, despite what they might tell you, but they really play, they want to perform for their family. They want to impress their parents because they know that their parents invested a lot of time, effort, resources, whatever, into them. So they want to do well for their parents. And once they can do that, they're good. Nicely driven, good on drive, into the gap. They pick up a couple more here.
Yeah, well
And he's getting more and more noticeably, he's limping. He's hobbled now.
He's definitely struggling, Odin Binns, with his running. He's batting well. So 16 of 12. He started off very well here.
And I think the injury is probably forcing him. It's like all or nothing with him. He's going to go as long as he can. It's a good delivery, and he's going to get a single. So I think that's kind of like what is working in his favor right now. He's probably made up his mind. Look, if I'm going hard. So we're only in the 8th over, so he still has like 2 overs in the power play.
39 for 2. Very important that they continue to build on a partnership here. Can't afford to lose another wicket within this power play. That's a full toss, and that's nicely played, finding the gap through cover. They get 1. They're able to cross over for 2. So that's excellent batting there by DeMarco Scott. He'll be disappointed that he didn't get the boundary, but it was delivery begging to be hit. But he was able to find the gap, and he gets 2. A reminder that 2 umpires that we have presiding, one from St. Lucia, Mr. Johan Williams, and the other from, it's a no ball.
The height.
Yeah, and it's signal a free hit. And the second umpire, man making the signal right now, is Mr. Imran Mokan from Berbice in Guyana. So it's going to be a free hit.
And that's the other side of a tournament like this, because allow these umpires to hone their skills, to get exposure. Because just as the players are getting exposure, the technical people, the umpires, everybody. They're pulled away nicely. There's nobody out there deep mid-wicket. And they completed 2. But remember, it's tough for Binns to run. And so he can't really do the business.
And they end up settling for 2 on that occasion.
Well, Scott is batting at the bottom end. And Scott is full of form, but he too had a bad back that was really bothering him the last game a couple of days ago.
And we saw umpire Zahid Basarat recently making his ODI debut in Taruba. So, rightly as you said, there's opportunities not just for the players, but for so many others in the administrative background with tournaments like these.
Yeah, the match referees, you know, everybody who is involved will get they have a role to play. And, you know, and because there's a bigger picture to all of it. So 43 for 2 now, 44 for 2 rather, after 8.
As we see the physio coming onto the field, we're going to take a look at Binns.
I think he has removed the pad.
Yeah, probably need some additional strapping.
He has on a knee brace. So, I think he's going to try and guts it out.
It's a nice little partnership building here between Odin Binns and DeMarco Scott. We still have a very long way to go.
And I know not long ago when you say you're coming to play in Trinidad and Tobago, you would say, well, you know you're getting 3 spinners. You might get 1 fast bowler and a medium fast bowler. But boy, how the times have changed now. Well, you might meet a Trinidad team with 3 seam bowlers and maybe 2 spinners plus a makeshift spinner. And going from around the wicket this time and able to just nudge it and angle a single. So despite his troubles, Binns is batting very well. 18 from 14. And Marco Scott, 5 from 8 is the other batsman out there with him, who's on strike now.
Yeah, he's just building on his innings. He came off a half century in the previous game, so he'll be high on confidence. He'll be hoping to replicate that performance and probably even go further. Look at scoring a century. We've seen some hundreds in this tournament. You would have been able to call one of those hundreds in the last game.
Last time out, yep. It was a very good innings as well.
Captain of the Leeward Islands team, Tanis Francis. How impressed were you?
Well, you can see that there's a great amount of material there, a lot of maturity in his batting. Again, leading from the front. And that is what you like to see. Players accepting their responsibility and taking on their responsibility. And this one's played in the air but over the head of the inner ring. It's going to get into the boundary, or is it? No, he's able to put it back. Just inside a meter of the deep turn on a backward point boundary, and limiting them to 3 runs.
Yeah, very good chase there by Aidan Owen. I know you can see in this wide ball version, these two batters, they bat so much more freely, especially DeMarco Scott. He had his struggles in the 2-day format, but now in this limited overs, he's just grown in confidence. He's playing his shots and he's batting a lot more freely, a lot more confidently, and he's scoring runs, and that's what we want to see from these young men.
So this is something that I suppose most of the Jamaican batsmen are not happy just leaving the ball alone. They much prefer to play a shot at it. But if you're a bowler, that's exactly what you want to do. You want them to go after deliveries that they shouldn't normally be going after. And he's going right across that, but that one was angled down the leg side, so that's another wide.
You can see the disappointment in him. We know that he has no fine legs, so any hint of bat on that would have just raced to the boundary. But he still is able to get the wide. But there was an opportunity to get a boundary there. He's scoring pretty quickly. It is in excess of 5.5 runs and over. So the scoring rate is not an issue.
It's another good delivery, but it's very well played in the end by Binns, who ambles up to the non-striker's end, and obviously in some discomfort. A win here for Jamaica will probably do their confidence a world of good. A win for Trinidad and Tobago will be a big boost for their title challenge. Well bowled again, right up in the block hole, and kept out quite nicely by Scott. And he goes for a little jog. That ends the over. It's 50 for 2.
Oh, what an excellent delivery to close out that over there by Daniel Holder, right in the block hole, and DeMarco Scott good enough to just keep it out. So he survives, and he'll fight on for the Jamaican team, who are desperate for victory. They haven't tasted victory in this under 17 competition to date, so they'll be desperate to get a W.
Yeah, they need a win. The first game was a no result. You lost the second game, so you really need to fire here today, or else your chances of winning the tournament diminish significantly.
As you were mentioning earlier, Ruskin, you know, this Trinidad and Tobago team does have 3 seamers, and we'll see the third coming into the attack now. It's Aidan Owen.
So they need to get all the frontline bowlers into the action.
He's replacing Ronaldo Fornilier from the sudden end. Facing up is Odin Binns.
And, but you can see Binns. Look at how elaborate his foot movement is.
He's batting well, 19 of 17 deliveries, scoring in excess, strike rate in excess of 100. You can see the confidence oozing from the man.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Look at his legs, how they move, and he's driving brilliantly. Square the wicket on the offside. Won't get a boundary, or won't he? It did cross over. The fielder got his hand to it, thought he was able to stop it, and then he just sort of scooped it off the ground, but then scooped it back towards the rope.
Yeah, that shot deserved 4th. Look at it again. It's full wide, and he's just leaning on it, driving it square and getting a boundary. Aided by the fielder, of course, but a lovely shot. Very well played, Odin Binns. And as I said earlier, he's just oozing confidence right now.
Again, just touching down just outside the off stump. That's where you wanted to keep him honest, force him to play a rash shot out there. He may or may not get away with it. There is no third man.
He is slightly hindered with his knee injury. But Ruskin, you would have seen a lot of cricket. Sometimes the injury spawn players.
Yeah, some players, yeah. And another comfortable single. Yeah, some players live for that challenge of playing with an injury or playing hurt. Because if you're injured, you can't play if you're injured, but if you're hurt, you can still play because it's not, it's not preventing, it might limit you, but it doesn't prevent you from playing. Right up in the block hole again. This time it's going to run down the hill, and that too might get to the boundary, and it does. So, again, living dangerously there, Binns. Somehow he got some bat down on that one.
Runs flowing here now for the Jamaicans. Another boundary. This one angled down the leg side and taking the pad, going down to the vacant final leg boundary. It's just what Jamaica wants. A partnership. And they need a big one, especially between these two batters. They're the key to this run chase for the Jamaican under-17s.
Yeah, they need they need to keep going here. Trinidad and Tobago look to break this partnership before it really gets started at them. And almost giving a sniff there by Bins.
That's a naughty shot there. Just one wide outside the off stump, and he just angling the bat. It wasn't a full-fledged cut or drive. Just was flirting with danger. Luckily for him, he survives.
So 59 for 2 now after 10. And just to do a quick comparison for you, after 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago was 70 for 1.
Yeah, that's a result of the quick start given to them by their captain, Salim Khan. He was quite brilliant. Quick fire 48. Until he picked out the man at cover. Be very disappointed with that. Had an opportunity to make a big score. These two at the crease would be looking to do something of that sorts.
Captain is persistent with Daniel Holder. 5 overs, 2 for 33. Can he prize out another one here? Because you think this might be his last over of this spell. And his pace has dropped considerably.
Still maintaining the 2 slips. It's a 6-3 offside field. On at backward point, cover, and mid-off. Just one man outside the circle, and that's down at fine leg.
Can start in wide, staying wide.
And signal wide. And called wide, as you said. So just struggling a bit. He's in his 6th over. It's quite a long spell for the young man. Very humid conditions.
Well played again. Just dropping the bat in it, dropping the wrist. And easy does it. 2 more to the kitty.
Yeah, very well played, as you said. What I like about it is that he's finding the gaps. This one, knowing that there's a vacant third man, so he just angled the bat, just hitting the top of the ball. You know, there was a little video of Kane Williamson. You know, normally you would think a batter tries to hit the middle center of the ball, but Kane Williamson said that he always tried to hit the top of the ball.
Yeah, he's a different. You think of somebody like a Steve Smith, who loves to bat.
Yeah, you want these guys to, learn from those legends. Men who just love batting and batting long.
That's the general idea. When you get a chance to bat, you bat. You don't worry about bowling or fielding. You just focus on your batting. And that's how you compartmentalize your different roles. Your role is to bat and make runs now. And trying to get around one just seemed to get stuck on the pad there, but a leg by as a sit down.
It's been very attacking, has Vince, using his feet against Hula as well. Probably trying to counteract the swing that he's. But I mean, at this point in time, I don't think it's swinging as much as it did early on. As we now see the square leg being pushed back all the way down to the boundaries, about 3/4 way, now coming backward square. So possibly an attempt of a short delivery.
Maybe the bluff. It's in the air, just over the inner ring. The man at extra cover was jumping, but had no chance of hauling in that one. So living a charmed life.
Yeah, exactly as you call it, Ruskin. Double bluff there and pitching it up and getting the batsman to drive in the air, but just out of reach of the fielders. So gets a single, DeMarco Scott, and now brings Vince back on strike.
And it literally swept it. And again, not the quickest delivery from Daniel. In fact, it was a slower delivery. And he was able to go down on one knee and almost swept it behind square for 4.
Yeah, very badly lined delivery there on this occasion. That was just waiting on the legs, begging to be hit, and that's what Odin Binns obliging to that one and dispatching it to the fine leg boundary. Maybe one over too many being given to Daniel Holder. 2 for 41 in his 6 over is a bit expensive, but yes, he was able to prize out 2 prize wickets to Mario Hall and Tyson Gordon Jr. So 68 for 2, 11 overs, is scoring in excess of 6 runs and over. So the run rate is no issue. Just needs to continue building on this partnership.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, would love to break this partnership early. Not let it get to dramatic proportions. Here's a play and a miss again. Aidan Owen just doing enough with the ball.
Yeah, DeMarco Scott still doesn't seem settled at the crease. He's played a number of shots, but hasn't looked himself as yet. We know his abilities. We have seen how well he can bat. Yes.
Again, he's going right through him once more, pitching the ball up. And I think that is the message that they should be taking from this, is that whenever he does that, he looks, not only him, but all the other bowlers also look very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely not a wicket inducive of short pitch bowling. Got to keep the ball up as much as possible. Encourage the batsmen to drive. We've seen a number of batsmen being caught at cover and short cover today. So the ball, if you do keep it up to the bat, you encourage the batters to drive this time.
Again, to the 3rd time, he's playing and missing outside the off stump.
Yeah, if it was baseball, he would be 3 strikes and out.
Yep. Playing and missing. And this one kept a little bit low as well. The wicketkeeper took it just above his ankle height.
It's a good thing he's in that tall. Doesn't have far to go, does Cristiano Ramnanan.
Yep, he's already down there.
It's been a good over so far by Aidan Owen.
And the bang on target treated with respect this time.
Yeah, it's bowled well. It's 4 deliveries in this over. It's created a bit of pressure on DeMarco Scott. There's 2 balls remaining. It's very important that he closes off the over well. Doesn't want to release the pressure by bowling a hit-me ball. Yet another one that goes through DeMarco Scott.
It's like a replay.
Without a replay. Yeah, lovely bowling here, Aidan Owen. 1 delivery remaining in his 2nd over. Can he close off the over? It's been beautiful bowling.
And again, playing and missing. So all 6 deliveries gone through unmolested. But he didn't get a touch when it was all said and done. A maiden over. And it remains 68 for 2 now after 12.
Yeah, excellent over by Aidan Owen. Doing the job for his captain, knowing that they need to build some pressure. They need to bowl some dot balls if they're unable to get the wicket. Those dot balls will mount. As we saw earlier in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, there were several points in the innings where the batters were unable to rotate the strike. As a result, resulting in them playing the big shots and losing their wicket. So now, with Jamaica batting, if they're unable to rotate the strike, you will see them be urged to try and play the big shot, and that can lead to their demise. So you wanna, if you're not getting wickets, you wanna build pressure by bowling dot balls. It's
a simple math, it's not complicated. The execution, though, is something that could be the more difficult part, as well as the consistency to do it on demand at all times.
See a spin bowling option being introduced into the attack. One of the trump cards for Salim Khan. It's Taron Danraj. He'll be bowling from the northern end.
Hit it in the air, it's going away from the man at mid-off, it goes bouncing into the fence, it doesn't actually get there. And they will have 2.
Yeah, that one hit over the top and just plugging a bit in the outfield. There was a bit of rainfall earlier on, more of a drizzle to be honest, and just plugging in the outfield a bit. So it just settles for 2. So Udin Binns pushing on, he's 32 of 26, he's been very attacking. And he's not going to let Tarion Danraj settle here. He's going to take it. He's going to attempt to take him down.
And again, he's having a big swing. He's going to have to hurry. And should be a bye. A leg bye, says the umpire. Yep.
Attempted sweep shot there by Binns. And just deflecting off the pads. Going past the wicket keeper, and that's a leg bye. So partnership continues to build. 71 for 2. Again, the physio being called out.
Yeah, he's having a tough time. Every time he tries to run, it seems as if he aggravates something. And now it's getting worse. He can't. He could barely stand at the moment to meet the physio. But he's probably determined not to go off. So after a good start, so he figures he might as well stay out here and blaze away.
So we're going to have a bit of an interruption in play as the gentlemen will take drinks. So in that period, we'll just take a short break.
Welcome back. As we had the players refresh, just took a drinks break, but at the same time, Binns got some additional treatment. So hopefully he'll be raring to go again, but there is that lingering issue with his knee, it looks like. That left knee, bothering him to no end. Here's Dan Raj. And again, two minds started to come forward and then decided to go back. And by the time the bat came down, Scott, the ball was through him. So DeMarco Scott on 9, 32 to Binns. And here it is again, just hitting the edge, but no pace. So the batsmen are going to have to apply the power, because Dan Raj doesn't really give you much to work with in terms of speed on the ball. It could always go up in the air. And that's a ball hit back past him. He trying to figure out how he missed it, but it went fast.
Slow left-arm orthodoxes there on Dan Raj. And yeah, he'll be disappointed not being able to field that one off his own bowling.
And knowing bowlers, they don't like to concede runs at all. And worse yet, if they're the culprits themselves of their own bowling.
Short, worked into the onside. And lovely running there. Despite being hindered, still able to cross over for 2. Good work.
Yeah, but every time he runs, it's like he's just doing more damage to that knee. So maybe something that they look at and see what happens. So he remains on 34 Binns, 10 to Scott, at 74 for 2 now after 13.
Yeah, they're scoring at a very good tempo, just under 6 runs and over. They require further 159 runs at a run rate just under 4.5. So that's not an issue. It's important that these two bat as long as they can and get them as close to that total as best as possible, as much as possible. Because we've seen a number of times that once there's a partnership and one wicket falls, there's generally leads to a collapse. So for the sake of Jamaica, they would be hoping that these two can get them very close. Trinidad, on the other hand, would be hoping for a breakthrough as quickly as possible.
Aidan Owen is going to continue from the southern end.
Bowled a very impressive over previously.
Hoping that he could reclaim that line, that immaculate line he was bowling. And a little shorter. He's going to have to hurry here, and that is where it hurts the most. I don't know if getting run out or just running is what is going to be his biggest bugbear right now, but he had to put on the afterburners there, and that every time he does that, it seems as if it just increases the pain.
Yeah, DeMarco Scott is going to have to be mindful of it. He just played it and run with the shot, so he's going to have to be mindful that he's playing with Odean Binns, who's hindered at the moment, so it's going to pose a bit of challenge for both men.
Got another good delivery. He's getting right across the line of the ball, and so that leg stump is a prime candidate there for an LBW, because that front pad is coming right across the ball, especially when Binns is batting. He tends to plant the foot and then play across the front pad. And that cut away nicely.
It's very well played all along the ground. Out to the man, a sweeper on the offside, he gets 1. So rotating the strike quite easily. These two, Marco and Odean.
Mm-hmm. It's a really nice, cool afternoon. And a little bit shorter this time. He's It's not found that immaculate length he had in his first over. I don't think much has changed. I think he needs to try to regain that length and that line. Here again, playing at one outside the off stump, might have taken the inside edge or the under edge of the bat, and it's gone past the keeper. And that's 2 runs.
Corridor of uncertainty. He's bowling on and about that off stump line. And batters in 2 minds there whether to play at it. And getting the under edge, going down to the vacant fine leg. He gets 2. So runs continue to flow. But Aidan Owen definitely creating some opportunities.
Here again, they're causing some problems for him. He does have that simple action. It's a repeatable action. And the line is good. So the batsmen have to be aware. And the wicket, as we saw at that end, the wicket it's playing a little up and down. So some are staying down and a couple are jumping. So it will be interesting to see how they progress if he could start putting it on the stump itself and let them kind of go across it as they tend to want to do sometimes, or drive it big into the cover region.
Yeah, it will be a very good tactic to attack the stumps with the variable bounce on that end.
Danraj again just giving it a nice little loop, and I don't think it's going to be long before Binns gives him the charge. He might clear long off, but he could hit straight. But you just get this sense that he's itching to get down the wicket at him. Danraj just has to be careful. He kind of like has to play cat and mouse with him. Quicker delivery, but again badly lined. And the batsmen are going to settle for 1. A leg by, says the umpire.
Yeah, I think Danraj was thinking that maybe he might be coming down the wicket, so just pushing that one down the leg side. But Binns just staying in his crease, getting some part onto it, and goes behind to the wicket, behind the keeper for 1. Again pushing it through, but badly line. You're going to get at least 2 here.
It's not the line that he needs. If he's going to bowl that line, then bring a fielder in there. But that's not the line. You have a heavily packed offside field, and he keeps drifting the ball into the pad.
I think Danraj's strength is to just float the ball up, give it some air, use your guile. He's darting the ball into the pads at the moment. That's much better. He looks more penetrating when he gives it up with the air outside the off stump. Looks more likely to get a wicket with those deliveries.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering if he's getting any spin at all, any purchase off the wicket. So really turn it across the right-hander. There you go. Question answered. As that one jumped past the glove and went through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over. 81 for 2 now after 15.
There you go, Ruskin. You called that one just before it was even delivered. One just giving it a bit more flight and ripping past the outside edge. Very well bowled there by Danraj. It's bowled 2 overs, none for 7. Seems as if Odin Binns once again is calling for some assistance. He'll be facing up Aidan Owen. It's bowled well. 3 overs for 9. It's gone wicketless. Captain Salim Khan is standing at mid-off. He's just about 10 meters outside the 30-yard circle.
And again, good sensible batting here. Just trying to get off strike as early as possible. So this might actually help him because it might work in his favor if he realizes that he can still contribute with the bat. Every so often he might play a big expansive shot. Pretty. A little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce, and he was right through him there. Scott didn't really know what happened there. You could see him, he's still looking bewildered.
And that's a lovely delivery there by Aidan Owen. Just bending his back a little more, just exerting a little more energy. And that one, and even where the wicketkeeper took it, above the waist. Lovely delivery indeed.
This one is a top edge and it's gone over the head of the keeper, and that's 4 runs. There's nobody there. So a good bit of variety in his bowling. Unfortunately for him, the top edge went for 4, didn't go to hand.
Yeah, unlucky for Aidan Owen on this occasion. He's bowling well. He's steaming in from this sudden end. He's bending his back. He has a quicker run-up than the other two bowlers. And he's charging in. He's creating some pace. But this one, the top edge, eluding the wicketkeeper on the slip and going all the way into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so it's... and the thing is, though, if he's going to bowl that short ball, you want to believe, I don't understand why they do not have the right field for him. Because if he's going to bowl that short ball and you're encouraging the batsman to hook, then put the fine leg in or the square leg back. And if you're going to bowl the short ball, then bowl the short ball. And because if he hooks, it's going to go a fair distance away from the wicket. Right up in the block hole, he has to hurry, and he just went for a little scamper. Maybe he's just testing the knee to see how it's going, but quickly retreated to his crease.
Yeah, it's very important as a bowler that you understand your field placings as well, knowing that when you're at the top of your mark, you know what delivery you're going to bowl and to have the right field placements at that point in time.
And again, he's throwing the bat at it outside the off stump there, Scott. And really not able to get it away, much to his chagrin.
Yeah. He hasn't looked himself through all this innings. He's still there though, which is most important for Jamaica. He's 19 of 34. He's normally a lot more fluent than this. But he struggled a bit, but he's still there. He's batting. And his team hopes lie heavily on his shoulders.
Yep. Once again, he can't score. So another decent over. Again from Owen, not for 14 from his 4. And it's 86 for 2.
They're going very well here, the Jamaicans, at this point in time. 86 for 2. After 16 overs, they're scoring in excess of 5 runs and over. They need 147 more runs. They're hopeful that this partnership can continue for as long as it can.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago need a breakthrough here. They need 147 of 198 balls to get those runs.
And they're persisting with Dan Raj.
Dan Raj, a small character. He gets a nice loop on the ball.
I think it's just a matter of time we'll see Ali Khan into the attack.
Down the wicket he goes and struck hard and straight for 4.
That's lovely batting there. Using his feet. That one given a bit more flight. And Binns coming down the wicket, getting to the pitch and playing through the line of the delivery and hitting the side screen. That's a perfect shot. Very well played, Odain Binns. He's looking imperious at the moment. Once again, we see the replay, a generous amount of flight. And just coming down, meeting the ball on the half volley and hitting it straight back past the bowler. And that's a boundary.
Yeah, once he hits straight, he's in business. As if he goes across it is where he ends up in problem, because the speed or the lack of speed could be the big problem for him. That's why he has so much success against low order batsmen, because they very impatient with him.
Wow.
They have to hurry, and the return is to the non-striker's end, but Binns, hobbled or not, was able to get in.
Yeah, that's a very risky single. I think he expected it to go a little further away from the wicket keeper, but it was close enough, and the wicket keeper got there quickly, took a shot at the stumps, was unable to hit. So he successfully gets the single, brings the Marco Scott on strike now.
And a quicker delivery. He likes to bowl that arm ball every so often. And probably has to find a way to better disguise it somewhat. The intensity doesn't bowl it from on top, he bowls it. That's more like it. That's a good delivery driven. And they're going to have to hurry, but the run very well judged in the end because it was a long chase to the left at point for the batsman to give the batsman enough time, and down goes Binns again. So he's really struggling and may need some additional treatment. 92 for 2 now. Binns is 41 from 38. Scott is on 20.
Yeah, so an excellent partnership continue to be building for the Jamaicans. They require 141 more runs. These two batting very well, running well between the wicket as well, despite the injury to Odie and Binns. And you're right in saying, for Darren Danraj to improve, getting that quicker one, that arm ball, you can see it's a bit more slingy as opposed to coming over the top where he normally does, giving the ball a bit of guile. So just something, those are little things that they can look at improving at this young age so that it doesn't persist later on in their career.
So Rayad Ali Khan is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, he's a wicket-taking bowler. His Riyad Ali Khan also would have taken 7 wickets in one of the 2-day games.
So Trinidad and Tobago, obviously wanting to break this partnership.
Marco Scott will be taking strike. He's 20 of 37. He's battling on.
Immediately he's and I don't understand why is he bowling without that deep backward square, because all it takes is one short ball, and spinners are, especially wrist spinners, are often prone to doing that, and it could spoil everything in the over for him.
Yeah, left arm Chinaman.
Mm-hmm. So really much prefer to see them take the field out, put him at the deep backward square position. They have the mid wicket, they have the long on. There's a cover on the boundary as well. Those are the 3 men out. Here it goes through the hands of the man at cover, and it goes right past him down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, hit in the air, but hit with ferocious power through the man even before he got his hands up. And that's a boundary straight through Daniel Hooler. They had covered. That was just hit so powerfully. Look at it again. DeMarco Scott driving and driving with fierce power and raced into the boundary. Lovely shot. Just want to be careful playing it in the air though. Maybe the man at cover was a bit too close at that point in time. Holder.
Those are the type of catches that would have to stick because you put your hands up there, never quite sure if you have it in the right position, if it's going to hit the right hand and stick in the right hand, hit the left hand, stick in the left hand, if you'll get it right between the two. And again, pitching up and asking the batsman a couple questions. Come on to the front foot, do your thing out there. The long one is on the boundary, the mid wicket is 3/4 of the way out. Well bowled again. Scott is treating it with respect. And the over, 96 for 2 now after 18.
Yeah, this is really good going here by the Jamaicans. They've batted well thus far. Yes, they've lost 2 wickets, 2 early wickets. But DeMarco Scott and Odin Binns have dug in. Binns have been scoring pretty rapidly. DeMarco Scott has struggled a bit, but he's still there. He's battling on. He's now seemingly getting the middle of the bat, looking to rotate the strike a bit more. But we know the caliber of the man. We know that he can score quickly, so the longer he stays there, it'll be better for Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago are now at this point in time, are becoming very desperate for a wicket.
Yeah, they need one, and they need it in the worst way. Here's another opportunity that the ball, did it go down? Did it hit the bat? And the glove, the wicketkeeper grasped it.
So look at the replay.
Just went out of his grasp there. And you could see him reaching for the ball instead of moving his legs and going with it. He was trying to stand his ground and haul it in, hit just the fingers. Down the wicket he goes again. This time he goes all along the ground instead of the aerial shot.
Yeah, lovely footwork by Odin Binns. That's been the hallmark of his innings so far. He's used his feet quite nicely. And it's good to see these young men using their feet against the spinners. We don't see enough batsmen using their feet in the regional game anymore.
And the thing with Dan Raj is that he's so slow through the air that he gives you a chance to come and get him, to get to him. The problem is, do you have the will and the skill to get out under that front foot and resist the temptation to go across the line of the ball, but to play on merit? Trinidad and Tobago looking for a breakthrough. And these two have really shut the door on the men in red, white, and black.
Yeah, very, very good partnership building here. They're hoping that it can continue.
Again, that one was like a moon ball. It went high up in the air, but once it hit, it just spun away and took its own sweet time to get there. The end of the over, 97 for 2 at the end of 19.
Yeah, very slow delivery. A lot of air in that one, dropping and spinning past. But DeMarco Scott, I think, did well by just allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper, because getting proper timing on that might have just looped to the man on the offside. So they're both still there. They're batting well. We had Ali Khan to continue from the sudden end. Left arm Chinaman, it's very important. Again, TNT desperate for a wicket here.
So they have 4 on the onside. They have that deep mid wicket, long on, a mid wicket, and just that square leg, plus the slip. And that one again, good purchase there, but good bounce also. The wicketkeeper almost had to run it down to catch it. So Binns, can he stay patient? Getting everything behind that one. Probably not sure which way the ball is turning.
It's 42 or 44. His strike rate has dipped under 100 now.
Again, trying to force it, but has to wait that split second longer to see which one is turning away and which is coming in.
Yeah, the mystery of Riyad Ali Khan.
Yeah, which is the Chinaman and which is the googly. And there was a googly that started wide and stayed wide. In fact, it went even further wide. Called a wide as well.
So another run to Jamaica.
And again, he's not quite sure. He's not to the pitch, and he's not sure. And that's what I'm saying. If he's going to hit straight, he has a better chance. But he tends sometimes to go across the ball And he has to be very, very careful how he's dealing with the spinner.
Sweeper comes into the 30-yard circle now, so Riyad Ali Khan most likely to get a wicket at this point in time.
And here's a delivery, probably just badly lined there. Starting just outside the leg stump. And as fate would have it, that same left leg that Binns that is giving him problems is the one that got struck. This one is hit in the air. There's a man there. Is he going to take it? Yes, he does. What a gift. 42, looking well set. Not a care in the world other than the knee injury. And he just gave it away.
Yeah, short delivery. That should have been put away, but he didn't get any timing on it. And he just picked out a lone man at deep mid-wicket who gleefully accepted that chance. And Riyad Ali Khan, probably the worst ball that he bowled in his entire 2 overs thus far, getting the wicket.
So a big partnership broken here. In fact, a 73-run partnership for the 3rd wicket. And Ali Khan has 1 for 5.
Yeah, that's the breakthrough that Trinidad and Tobago were desperate for. Vital partnership ended. So now we'll see the end, the back of Odin Binns as Ryan Littleton now enters centre stage here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Jamaicans require a further 135 runs in 29 overs. You can see the disappointment in Odin Binns getting off to a really good start, batting well. The only concern that he had was his knee injury, but despite it all, he was soldiering on. Would be extremely disappointed picking out a man at deep mid wicket. It was a bad delivery, was there, begging to be hit. And he did hit it, but he hit it straight to the fielder. Scored on the boundary. Quite a distance from the boundary as well. He didn't get the kind of contact he would have wanted.
So 98 for 3. And of course, Ryan Littleton joins Scott. Now, can Scott hold his nerve here and resist doing something rash? You know, as we say, after a big partnership, you get one, you tend to get both. And,
yeah, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to go bang bang. This one pushed down to long off just for 1. But yeah, they'll definitely be looking to pick up another one quickly. On the other hand, Jamaica will be looking to just build on another partnership, get closer to that target. These two, DeMarco Scott, it will be important for him to bat deep into this innings, if not the majority of overs, and let the entire team bat around him. Ryan Littleton, once again, a replacement player coming in to replace McKenzie, and he's done well throughout the tournament, the brief time that he's been here.
And this was appealing for a catch at the wicket, not out, says the umpire. It might have been bat on pad, but given this change in dynamic, I wouldn't, if I was the captain, I would try to probably put another slip or a gully, because Dan Raj now seems to be a little better with his line, and he's actually getting a little purchase off the wicket as well.
Yeah, he's definitely spinning the ball, and he's a lot more confident bowling against these batters as opposed to Odin Binns, who was using his feet and getting to the pitch and going over the top. Now these batters are more inclined to stay at their crease, so it's been able to get the ball to drop.
And once again, this time he's gone, just coming forward there, and the ball that came in with the arm is the one that did the damage for Littleton. He goes without scoring, and it's 99 for 4 now.
Exactly what Trinidad and Tobago would have wanted. They go bang bang and they do get that wicket. Ryan Littleton goes for a dreaded duck. Plumb in front. Leg before wicket. This one, exactly as Ruskin said, going on with the arm as we see the replay. Sliding on with the arm. And hitting him in front.
He played outside the line of the ball.
Just expecting it to turn a bit more. Didn't turn, it just went on with the angle and hitting the pad. And the index finger of Johan Williams sends Littleton on his way. So the fall of the fourth wicket. Jamaica boys 99 for 4 in pursuit of 233 for victory. And now in a spot of bother.
Richardson is the new batsman, Giovanni. He too is under pressure, and I'd really would like to see the captain just put a little more pressure on him. Don't give him a chance to settle at all. Put that extra fielder right in his eyesight there. Maybe have them chat with him just to throw him off of his game.
Yeah, time and time again we continue to see a big partnership, and then once that partnership is broken, wickets tend to tumble. So for the sake of Jamaica, they'll be hoping that Richardson and DeMarco Scott can build a partnership and stem the tide.
In the air, and he's out, caught, just stroking the ball and hitting it straight to short extra cover. And that is the end of that. He goes without scoring. In fact, he goes first ball, not getting to the pitch and paying the ultimate price.
Disaster here for the Jamaicans. They've lost another one. Richardson, first ball, driving in the air, picking out a man once again at short cover. That's the fall of the fourth wicket. Another one bites the dust, and Jamaica in deep, deep trouble. They're 99 for 5. Half of their batting lineup back in the shed.
Yeah, it really is a dramatic turn of events here, where it's just the patience. He works on your patience, Dan Raj. He's so slow through the air. You kind of feel that you just want to jump at him or get at him, and invariably you pay the price if you're not right on top of him, which is what we saw from when Binns was batting. He was the one who was getting on top of the left-arm spinner. These other batsmen are just prepared they just seem keen on just throwing the bat at the ball, and they're not in total control of it.
Yeah, exactly as you said, and we've seen today that's probably maybe the fall of the fourth or the fifth wicket today of a batter being caught at short cover. A lot of those batters driving in the air. It's either they're playing too far in front of them, or they're just not letting the ball come closer to them, and or the ball is sticking in the wicket and they're driving with their heads up in the air, and it's just picking out the man at short cover. So definitely a flaw to be highlighted by the coaches, something that needs to be rectified ASAP, because it's important that these young men are aware of what they're doing wrong at this point in time so that they can rectify it.
Well, I was just going to say, Danraj is on a hat-trick, and he now has a gully. So he has a slip on a gully, or a second slip if you want to call it that. It probably might have made more sense to put a forward short leg or a leg slip. But we'll see where the line is, so maybe the line is outside the off stump. That's probably what the captain is asking him for, but he's on a hat-trick now.
Well, we'll see that hat-trick ball in the next over.
Well,
because it just closed off the over.
And they were all ready to go. So it's like in slow motion, the over comes to an end. And it's 99 for 5.
Yeah, but this game has been turned on its head all of a sudden. Jamaica were cruising at a point in time, just a couple overs ago. And then the wicket taking over, the introduction of Riyad Ali Khan taking the vital wicket of Odin Binns, and then Darren Danraj going bang bang in his over. And now Jamaica in deep trouble at 99 for 5, staring down the barrel. Marco Scott, a lot rides on his shoulders. Not only will he have to bat deep, but he'll have to score the majority of these runs.
And he cannot afford to get out now for the benefit of the Jamaican team. So he has to bat as if his life depends on it, and he has to shepherd the middle and lower order the rest of the way. Full toss. Can't take advantage, but at least he didn't do anything reckless with it.
Picks out a man at long off, gets a single, turns over the strike to
The
the new
100 is
batter.
on the board, no?
And turns over the strike to the new batter, Joel Williams. It's now 100 for 5 in the 22nd over.
Do you realize that we haven't had a half century in this game? 48 from Salim Khan was the top score so far. The next best was the 42 that Binns scored. So batsmen are getting starts, but they're not carrying on. Play on a miss. And I'm not sure what he's rehearsing there, but that's not the shot for that ball.
It's a lovely delivery there by Riyad Ali Khan. He has really good control for his Chinaman deliveries. And he bowls with a good speed as well.
Right back on the stumps. And that's the thing. As a batsman, you will learn if you're not confident that coming onto the front foot, then you kind of use the depth of the crease to give you a little more time. You know, it's dangerous because especially if the bowler can turn the ball both ways, but you're really trying to give yourself time to read what the ball is doing. Again, play on a miss.
Absolute rip off a delivery, just ripping down the side of the ball and going past the outside edge of Joel Williams into the gloves of Cristiano Ramnanan. So it's really good bowling here by Riyad Ali Khan. Since his introduction, a lot has changed here for the Jamaicans.
And driving, but being very cautious there. Didn't want to play that big swoosh drive that he did earlier. Another good over, 100 for 5 at the end of it.
Yeah, so excellent over. He's continued to build the pressure from this sudden end. And Darren Danraj has been reaping the rewards. Now we're getting ready for this hat-trick ball.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember playing in a game, and I remember the guy was on a hat-trick. The play ended the day. The next day was a rest day, or we played a limited overs game the next day, and we had to come back like the Monday to resume. I said, boy, that's the longest hat-trick ever. He did get the hat-trick, by the way.
Yeah. Darren having to wait a little.
It's a wide signal by the umpire.
He'll be disappointed with that delivery. He's got the feel for it. Everyone just hopeful that the ball will come to them in the air. There's a slip on a gully.
Well, it might still come to them now.
Just 2 men on the onside. Well, a third now goes across. Deep mid-wicket. Seems if it's Holder going out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, but and look at the bunks.
Yeah.
And you can't play. Anytime you play that, it's going straight up in the air.
I think it'll be good for him to just persist. Give him that second slip because it's spinning so much.
And put the first slip in first slip. Right now he's kind of like in between first and second. Put the first slip in first slip. So if he gets a thin edge, he has a chance. If he gets a very thick edge, well, then it might go to him where he is now. But that's a big if because the ball is turning away from the bat. And, easy single again to Scott. So this is where the drama now unfolds. Now there's a big opportunity here for Williams if he can get to the pitch of Danraj and maybe hit him up in cow corner, up Pumpy Eye, as we say. But that's a big if. And this game doesn't really sort of demand that kind of batting just now. But then he may think, look, that's the only way that we could, get out of jail here. So throw the bat at it. And he looks like he's in that kind of mood, like that's exactly what he wants to do. Now he too has to be very careful with that arm ball because it could go right across him. Beauty. Right past the outside edge. And again, the arm ball doing the damage.
Yeah, batter expecting the ball to turn. This one, Joel Williams left-handed, so he's expecting the ball to turn into him. This one just going along there with the arm and going past the outside edge. Excellent work by Cristiano Ramnanan, again behind the wicket. So excellent bowling here by Darren Danraj.
Oh. So Danraj is probably telling him, you sure you have a bat? You got a bat so that I can hit the edge. 102 for 5 after 23.
So it's been an excellent fight back here by Trinidad and Tobago. Their backs were against the wall at one point in time, 98 for 2. Desperate to get a wicket. Not only did they get one, they got 3. And they're now in a commanding position as the run rate is on a decline as well.
After 23 overs, just by way of comparison, Trinidad and Tobago at 109 for 3 at the same stage after the 23 overs.
So similar scores, but just
2 additional wickets.
2 additional wickets, correct.
And the prospects of a lot more here. Good fielding again, good movement, and that's what some wickets will do for you. It just puts a spring in the step. Fielders are throwing their bodies around. Everybody wants to be involved. And, there we go. We did say that top end, the ball is variable bounce. Some comes up, some would stay down. So you have to keep your eyes on it all the way.
It's going to be a difficult run chase here for Jamaica.
Scott does well. He's probably not able to get on top of the bowling as he would like, but I'm sure he'd be happy to keep the scoreboard churning over. The problem for him is when he gives up strike, I'm not sure right now if Williams is capable of getting him back on strike quickly, like pinching a quick single somewhere, unless he carries a big hit.
And share your sentiments. And it's so important that they need a partnership and they need Joel Williams because the required runner is quickly going to get to 6 runs and over shortly with these dot deliveries.
There he goes again with a big almighty swing and a miss.
And that's a difficult shot. The ball is spinning past the edge. There is variable bounce on that side. There is a deep mid wicket, so you can easily top edge it and it can go to backward pointer. So he has to be careful.
Still can't get it away. So once Scott gets off strike, it's like a deep, it's like a black hole at the other end. Nothing is coming back out. It's 103 for 5 now at the end of 24.
Yeah, Riyad Ali Khan has done well since being introduced. 1 for 7 and 4 overs. He got the initial breakthrough. And Darren Danraj picking up 2. So Jamaica 103 for 5. They need 130 more runs from 25 overs. It's a tall order at the moment. And a lot lies in the hands of DeMarco Scott.
He's on 28 now from 56. If they should lose him now, that would really be a big dent for them. As he's trying again, and he's going to get a quick single. I don't think they want a second run here. It looks like Fonelia trying to intercept that one.
It's a lot more pleasing to see that one being driven in the ground. So many batters being caught at cover in this game. So that one, he's just getting his head over it and playing it all along the ground. Shoot to the man at cover, but he wasn't able to field it cleanly, so they able to cross over for a single. So once again, we're faced with this dilemma where Joel Williams is on strike. He's not yet off the mark. He's faced 10 deliveries.
And he's going to go big. I don't think he's going to mess around here. He's going to try and score. He should get two comfortably here. Salim can tracking that one down.
String in line a little there. That one just a bit too straight and doesn't have the protection on the onside. Just as a man a deep square, a mid wicket and a long on. So anything on the pads can be worked behind the corner and can get a couple runs.
And again, he's trying it. He really wants to get at him, but I suppose he's doing the smart thing. He's not recklessly jumping down the wicket, but he's trying to play him from the crease. He has good long levers. He's a tall man. Williams.
Yeah, massive wind up on that one.
Yeah, he goes. There are no half measures with him. When he's going, he's going.
Yeah, if he had made contact, that could have been close to the bird's nest.
It's like a baseball player when he's swinging for home runs, like Aaron Judge. Is it me or is it the umpire? It's almost like if he's running like parallel with the umpire and then having to veer in. I remember somebody like a Rafiq Jumadeen bowling from around the wicket. Jumadeen would bowl 6 different deliveries from 6 different angles. Might bowl the same ball, but he'll bowl it, that's another good delivery, but he'll bowl 6 different deliveries for you. Bowl one close to the crease, one in the middle of the crease, one wide of the crease. He'll go right up to the edge of the crease and bowl one in the corner of the crease. He just had something, he just presented something else for you.
Yeah, and that's important as a bowler. Sometimes, you just don't vary the ball that you're bowling, but also you vary where you're bowling the ball from. Those simple things can be the difference between hitting the middle of the bat or the edge, and that's where you can get your wicket.
Yeah, Rafiq was a real craftsman. And then you had the Ganesh Mahabir, the leg spinner, who was also, Ganesh used to try to tell him, I say, settle down, I don't know where to position in the damn slip because you're trying all these different things and I'm trying to adjust to what you're trying to do. But he was one of those guys that would actually bowl from around the wicket and end up beyond the batsman on the other side. You go right across the wicket like that. And it's because he was experimenting, or he's bowling, or he's anticipating where the batsman would hit it.
Riyad Ali Khan to continue.
Ken trying that big wind up. There is a long one. He's fairly straight, so I think they've worked out that he is going to, at some point, have a go, and he might connect with one. If he clears the fence, fine. Nothing you can do about that.
Williams needs to find a way to rotate this strike here because he's going to put a lot of pressure on DeMarco Scott as well as himself.
Mm-hmm. And that was a good delivery there, just to turn it on the onside. Look at that space there by the umpire. Could probably run 2 if it goes behind there. And Ken trying to wind up and smash it through the offside.
Picks out a man at backward point, so it's no run. That's 3 consecutive dot deliveries. Run rate is inching closer to 6 runs and over the required run rate.
Ken just getting back down in time, and you could see him signaling that there was bat involved.
It's really been terrific bowling here by Riyad Ali Khan. He's been the difference since coming on. Because Jamaica were cruising at one point in time. Now they're in deep trouble.
Ken driving it out there, but they will get the single. Unable to deny him that single on that occasion. I would also like to see the captain, especially for the left-handed Williams, maybe put a short fine leg just at the edge of the circle, or bring him in to like a catch, because if he just turns that ball on the onside, you're getting him off strike. So you don't want him to feel he could just block and run and get off strike that easily. Force him to make a shot. Edge, down it goes. I don't think it went to hand, but it went down. It was low down, and Khan not able to get under it, but a good delivery, and almost netting him another wicket. 108 for 5 after 26.
Yeah, lovely bowling here by Riyad Ali Khan. Continues to be impressive.
Just look at it here. Did he get it? Oh, it dropped just under his hand there. That's the kind of catch you have to come forward to take that. And the only way he could have done that is if he had stayed down. As if he had stayed down at slip, because then he would have seen the height and the trajectory of the ball, and then all he has to do is just reach forward. Yeah. Look at how high up, he's too up right there. So that ball is going down, so he now has to go down, and it's more difficult to go down, whereas if he was down already, he could just maybe even make a step forward and gain a foot or two to try to get under that one.
Spot on, Ruskin. And also, you can see his hands are on his knees throughout.
Yep.
The only time it comes off is when the batter is playing the ball. So that takes a split second now for you to react even further. And in this game, it's such fine margins. So he needs to get those hands off his knees and stay a bit lower. So therefore, his reaction time would improve.
Yeah, and when you're in that, people always ask me, what do I look at? Do I look at the bowler? Do I look at the ball? And I tell them I look at the edge of the bat. That's all that is important to me when you're feeling in the slip region. There he goes. There's a stumping chance. Not out, says the umpire. That good glove work again. A big swing and a miss. And the Bears removed quickly from Ramnanan. Ken nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Just chancing his hand there. And luckily the back foot was planted.
I think that shot's coming from the fact that there's so many dot deliveries and they're struggling to rotate the strike, so he's desperate to get a boundary. But the run rate is climbing. The required run rate is getting close to 6 runs and over. They're struggling to rotate strike. Haven't had a boundary in a number of overs. And these two spinners are in the middle of an excellent spell.
Yeah, similar to what we had when the Trinidad and Tobago team batted in, that middle passage proved a real chore for them to get on top of the bowling. Similar thing here. There he goes, and again it squirts off past that gully region. And you see that shot, look at exactly what the captain is doing. He's positioning himself now a little bit wider. Now if that ball hits a thin edge, which is likely to do, he's in trouble because he has to think of going both ways instead of going one way. Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking, bring the gully fielder in and tell him, go ahead, hit it over the top or something. And he might very well spoon a catch to the man at gully.
Because ideally you would want his left foot, man at first slip.
Closer to the keeper.
Correct.
Yep.
And
so
spinning
look at how
so
that
much.
ball is spinning, So another over comes to an end. 27 completed now. It's 109 for 5.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago's just tightening that vice grip on this match. Run rate dipping. It's just about 4 runs and over. The Jamaicans scoring at, and the required run rate is climbing. It's getting close to 6 runs and over. So therefore, and they only have 5 wickets in hand. So it's a tall order here for the Jamaicans to get close to this target of 233.
And hence the reason why I'm thinking Trinidad has to figure out how to get rid of somebody like Williams. Don't stop the flow of wickets, and just put pressure on him, force him to do something rash. Put another fielder in his eyesight there. Let him feel as if he has to hit out. Right now he's on the back foot. That's where he's probably most comfortable. So bring him onto the front foot. Don't let him just step back and wait. Ask him to come onto the front foot and make a shot from there. That's more like it. Let him go, and there he goes. Once you pitch it up, he's going to go after it. And he goes 109 for 6 now. He goes for 5.
Riyad Ali Khan standing tall here for Trinidad and Tobago. This one, and the celebrations come out as well. This one given a bit of air and it's spinning sharply, taking the outside edge and going away to the man at backward point. A simple catch, gleefully taken there. And that's the fall of the 6th wicket. Number 7, it's Christian Lal taking that catch.
Yep.
So the fall of the 6th wicket, and Jamaica 109 for 6 are in deep trouble. They require a further 124 runs, staring down the barrel of another defeat.
And that is good, sensible bowling. Don't let him go on the back foot and just wait. Say, okay, come on the front foot and do the same thing. See how confident you are coming on to the front foot. And what I've noticed at every level, at youth level, at senior level, whether it's men's cricket or women's cricket, a lot of the Jamaican batters cannot resist the cover drive or the big expansive drive, through the offside. It's almost like if they're programmed to play that shot. Sometimes even with the ball not there, they're still playing it. And this is just symptomatic of that whole mentality that once you pitch it up, we're going to play the shot. Doesn't matter. The state of the game, state of the pitch, whatever. They're just playing the shot.
And there goes another one. So Trinidad and Tobago in command of this game at this point in time.
Andrew Lloyd, the new batsman.
They require another 4 wickets for victory. So they'll be gun-ho looking to get these wickets as quickly as possible. Jamaicans, can they hold up Trinidad and Tobago charge for victory here? Andrew Lloyd would have bowled a very good spell early on in the day. So he'll be familiar with the conditions.
That's another good delivery, just targeting that front part there. And the batsman just playing. Now, notice how he's playing it as well. He's not playing the bat with the bat at the side of the pad. He's playing it in front of the pad. So he's a prime candidate for a catch, a close-in catch, or an LBW decision.
Again, he's unable to determine which way the ball is spinning. So that one taking the leading edge and going away. The man on backward point, no run. So he's building pressure, dot balls and wicket taking deliveries, says Riyad Ali Khan.
And hence the reason why I would really like to see them give him one additional close to the wicket catcher, because I just feel he's going to spin one and it's going to hit either the inside edge or the outside edge. They go for one, they think of a second, and they're going back for it, so they're going to have to hurry. Just that bubble in the field, and the batsman taking full advantage of that. And that is that Fonilia down there? The batsman able to complete 2 runs, 111. Nelson, 111 for 6.
Yeah, lovely running there by DeMarcus Scott. From the minute that he saw the bubble, he came back charging to the bowlers and the danger end and was able to complete the second run quite comfortably. So that's excellent running and good work there by DeMarcus Scott. And now puts him on strike and he'll be facing up. Seems as if it might be a bowling change from the northern end. But how impressed have you been with Riyad Ali Khan? He's bowled extremely well. Since being introduced, he's turned the game on its head. And he's been, he's definitely one that we can look at for the future.
Yeah, and the thing is, like we keep saying, as they get older, his wrist is going to get stronger. His general fitness is going to get better. So he's going to be able to do the things, because that type of bowling takes a lot out of you. And out of your arm strength has to be right up there. And this is the first delivery of a new over from Danraj. But as he gets older, he gets stronger, he'll probably be able to put a little more zip on some of those deliveries. And so in other words, he doesn't roll the ball, but he actually spins it. So when it comes out of his hands, it's like a shot from a cannon. You're hearing it singing when it's coming through the air, because there's so much revolution on it. And so as he gets older, which is what Ancient Ali was good at. When Ancient ripped that, so the ball singing coming at you.
And that's definitely what you want to hear, the revolutions. You know, the more revs you put on that ball, the more drift you can get, the more turn you can get as well. You know, on a wicket that there is variable bounce, you can almost become unplayable.
So he has to stay away from his pad. Just bowl him just outside the off stump. Let him reach right out there. There you go. And don't bother about his pads at all. Stay away from there. Look at the offside field. And that should be his biggest guy there. The captain don't have to tell him anything. Just look at that field. That's where you're bowling. Off stump, outside the off stump.
Captain persistent with Darren Danraj. He's in his 9th over.
In the air, there's a man running, coming from a long on. Now he has to go back, and he takes the catch. Well. What a catch that is. And Andrew Lloyd has to go. He thought he'd beaten him, and that ball hung up in the air. He overran it, and then he had to reach backwards and came up with a magnificent catch.
Yeah, he made it a lot harder than it needed to be. Misjudging it firstly. Look at it at the replay. Big shot, hitting the toe of the bat. Came in a couple steps too far and reaching back. Did well in the end.
It's a magnificent catch. No matter how you look at it, it's a boss catch taken there. And what a catch it is. And at a time as well, 112 now for 7.
Yeah, very well done there. It appears to be Christian Lal, number 7 on his back, down at long on.
So again, a good catch taken here. Roberto Battery down there.
Yeah, so very well taken there by Roberto Badri. Misjudging it initially, but getting his hands on it and holding on. So very well taken. A very impressive catch in the end. And the fall of the 7th wicket. Jamaica 112 for 7. They're a long way away. They need another 121 runs of 122 balls. Just 3 wickets in hand. And the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, the spin twins, Darren Danraj and Riyad Ali Khan, doing the job here for their captain Salim Khan.
Danraj has 3 for 23 from his 8 overs and 4 deliveries so far. And Scott is solely on. He's on 30 from 67 deliveries. He's just watching wickets fall at the other end.
New batter is Adrian Sylvera.
And it's too easy. Shouldn't be getting off the mark that easily at all. And again, Danraj has to understand that is not the line. Off thumb, outside the off thumb to the left-hander. Let him try to pull you through the onside. But don't give him a get out of jail, just a little nudge on the side. And you know, we were talking about captaincy, and this is where the captain has to be proactive a lot of times. And the wicketkeeper doesn't seem happy. I don't know why. He just seems unhappy with Danraj. Maybe because he bowled out too wide outside the off top. He looks at him as if to say, is what? Nevertheless, it's a dot ball. 29 overs gone. It's 113 for 7.
So they require further 120 runs. Trinidad and Tobago needing 3 wickets to close off this game. It's round 3 clash here in National Cricket Centre in Palmy and Vancouver. It's the CWI Rising Stars under 17 50 over championship.
I don't think he has a choice now but to bowl out Danraj. He is almost compelled now to bowl him out.
I agree.
And especially if they would pick up another wicket or two, he might have to bowl out Ali Khan as well. You know,
They've been in the middle of a really good spell,
Yep.
so there's no doubt both men will be eager to continue bowling.
2 for 10 from 6 for Riyadh.
He's been very economic. He's shown very good control, and that's what I've been most impressed with. Just, he has a lot of variation, but his control has been impeccable.
And again, the batsmen are just prepared to wait on the back foot, so he has to do the smart thing. Just go up, as they say, go up in jaw breeze and ask them to negotiate from the front foot, not on the back foot. And Skripin is going to get a couple here if they hurry. And it's good cricket, good running, good aggressive running. Might have been in danger if that ball had hit the stumps directly. But Scott still doing his bit there. Sylvera is up to 3 now, 3 from 3. And I still don't like the fact that there's nobody there to cut off that single, that get out of jail single that he's being gifted there.
Punches this one back down the ground. He gets a single. So he gets off strike and hands it over to DeMarco Scott.
So 117 from 117. You need 117 runs, they have 117 balls. That's a lot of balls. It's also a lot of runs. Now, if they were still going along with 2 wickets down, you'd say, okay, they're on course, but now with just a handful of wickets, just 3 wickets remaining, and the spinners bowling as well as they're bowling, you really need a minor miracle here, and you need Scott to play a blinder the rest of the way. And a short ball that he failed to put away, and he looked to the heavens as if to say, normally I would smash that through the offside.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one. Loose delivery, rare loose delivery.
Can't get it through. So the pressure building. And that's the other thing. This is what you don't want from Scott now, for him to feel he has to score. Now he knows he has to do the bulk of the scoring, but he doesn't have to be rash and, too adventurous. And here's a delivery that pitch right up, but it's a wide. And they're going to get a couple and be content with that. So tack on another 3 to the total there. So it's 119 now for 7. So Trinidad and Tobago really now just needs to be concentrated and be as consistent as they possibly can. Again, down the leg side it goes, swept away nicely, swept fine, and they're going to pick up a couple more. So that ends the over, and 2 for 16 to Ali Khan, 3 for 24 to Danraj, and 2 for 41 at the top for Holder. 121 for 7 now.
Exactly as you predicted. Darren Danraj to finish his spell of 10 overs.
Three for 24 after 9. Can he get another wicket here now and put Trinidad and Tobago closer to victory? Can Sylvera get to Danraj, or will he play the smart game and just see him off? It's only 6 balls. So that's right now, that's probably what is at play here. Sylvera probably just needs to curb his natural aggressive instincts and see off Danraj. And here's another one, a play and a miss. That you can't really get to him. That's a quicker delivery. Probably hit the toe of the bat again. Trickle back along the wicket. This one is in the air, just over the head of the short mid wicket, and that's the bounce that he's getting. But it's like a tennis bounce. It's so slow, and to get over that delivery is sometimes almost impossible. So he went with it. Luckily, he got enough of it.
Ballooning it over the man at mid wicket and getting a single brings DeMarco Scott back on strike. 2 balls remaining in this spell, but Darren Danraj will be hunting his 4th.
Scott, it's like he's dropped anchor. He's not prepared to go after Danraj at all. He's probably waiting to see if the quicker bowlers will come back on. And that one chopped down to third man. There's no third man. He's going to have some work to do. And they're happy with the 2 runs. So 3 for 27 now for Danraj.
Pittiman doing the work there, chasing, retrieving the ball and getting it back to the wicketkeeper. So the final ball of Darren Danraj's spell. 3 for 27.
It's a wide, so if you have one more delivery.
Take 2. He'll be hopeful that he can end the spell with a wicket.
So he'll end with 3 for 28 from his 10 overs. A splendid spell of bowling from the young man. And I'm sure he'll be happy with that as the players get some refreshments. It's 125 for 7. We'll take a break and come back in a short while. Welcome back, where we are getting down to the final stages of this encounter with Jamaica in dire straits at the moment. They're not out of it, but they're 125 for 7 after 31 overs. So they still have a few overs left. They have another 18 overs, but they have to get a move on here. And it's going to be Pitman who is coming into the attack now. Amrit. Played a good hand with the bat. And again, another left-arm spinner who can create a real havoc. If anything, he may be a little bit quicker than Raid Ali Khan. And going right across that. How did that miss? Is anybody's guess. And Scott at the non-striker's end just kind of bows his head and knocks on the turf as if to say, I don't know what to tell him again. I'm sure I told him to play straight. But he went right across that one there and almost lost his off stump. So Pitman. And again, waiting on the back foot because he's not absolutely certain which way it's going. And this time he's going to get the single, but he would have used up 4 deliveries in the over to get the single. So for the first time they need more runs than balls. They have 108 still required, but they have 105 balls in which to get those runs. So this is how much the tables have turned, especially with that cluster of wickets after that brilliant partnership for the 3rd wicket. So it was a 78-run partnership between Binns and Scott. Scott again reaching for that one, not in control, but again still not sure where the ball, which direction the ball is turning, and luckily got enough bat in it to keep it out of his stumps. That ends the first over from Pitman. And at the end of it, it's 126 for 7. 34 to Scott and 6 to Sylvera. So just 1 run from that Pitman first over. And Williams, or rather Sylvera, I suppose wants to get a move on. And Roberto Badri is also introduced into the attack. So now an opportunity for these young men to really showcase their capabilities here. Can he break this little partnership? I suppose the main thing is to try to remove Scott. If he can't remove him, then remove the others at the other end, just to get them out of the way. Big swing and a miss. The ball hitting the pad, the keeper's pad. Bouncing back onto the stumps. So really, Adrian Sylvera, 6 from his 12 balls. You could see he wants to get moving And nothing doing. And that one hit the back of the bat, bounced down, hit the back of the bat, and it bounced down again. And luckily it just trickled past the leg stump. Well, living a charmed life here right now is Sylvera. Hit it over the bowler's head, it goes, and it passes the man at long off. He was coming to his left, the ball went past him on the right, and it goes into the boundary at long off for 4 runs. Christian Lal out there. See, he got across to it, and then the ball just seemed to hold up in the grass. Spun away from him once again. Another shot down the ground. Both fielders converging out there, almost getting in each other's way. Just another single. 126 for 7 now. 107 from 101 balls. Pressure is on for Jamaica. It's when hit into the gap it goes, a bit uppishly, but it goes down through extra cover, and it's just going to die just before hitting the boundary. They're going back for the 3rd run. That's a good bit of running there on the through. And they're able to get 3 runs from it. It's 129 now for 7.
Good shot there by DeMarco Scott, finding the gap in the cover and picking up 3. So Badri being placed under a bit of pressure. Expensive start is over.
Just standing up and playing from the crease. That's where he's most comfortable, I would imagine, when it's all said and done. So, the end of another quick over, the first from Badri. And at the end of that over, the scoreboard probably just stuck a little bit there, but I would imagine it is probably another 4 runs greater, probably 130 for 7 at the moment. So it's going to be Pittman who's going to continue. His first over was a decent one. And he just has the one slip, a square leg, a deep mid-wicket, 3/4 of the way out, a long one back on the fence. And Scott again mistiming it. The whole momentum has gone out of his innings. He's really been starved. And again, not sure which way the ball is turning, so he's just armed and waiting for the one coming back into him, and that one spun and went the other way. Driven nicely, but again you could see he's not absolutely certain as to what the ball is going to do once it pitches. But to his credit, he played with a straight bat then, as opposed to trying to go across it. I would like to see him reproduce that delivery to Sylvera and see how Sylvera handles it. Chances are he's going to go right across it. There he is, at the bat, armed and waiting. And then at the very last minute, as it came back at him, he just pushed it out into the offside. But he did his job. He got the strike rotating.
Now have updated scores.
Mm-hmm. Big swing and a miss again.
Googly there by Pittiman, spinning across to Marco Scott as well. Bowl. Amrit Pittiman, he's done well since coming into the attack. Good control as well, replacing Riyad Ali Khan.
This time striking with the pad. There's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. But again, that's the Chinaman coming back into the right-hander. And that hit him well below the knee roll there. I don't know if it's the line that saved him, but look at it there. That ball, that is very close indeed, because he just plunked the front foot there and played all around it. So now 34 overs completed. They're going to have to choose a ball here. .136 for 7 after 34. The captain and his bowlers and umpires are deciphering. Deciphering which ball they will use. The third umpire comes and accepts the second ball. That's the one that they've disposed with. And they go with this one. So, an opportunity now for Trinidad and Tobago to try to finish this off. Pittman has done very well since coming into the attack. Now it's Badri's turn to see if he can prize out a wicket here and end this resistance. Has a deep square leg and a long one wide. Short ball hit in the air. The man at long one is coming in. Is he going to accept the catch? Yes, he does. A real gift there. And Sylvera goes for 12. And certainly, you could say he gave away that wicket. Talk about drowning in honey.
Absolutely long hop. Begging to be hit. That should have been hit into the highway. This not making contact that he would have liked and picking out the man at long on. And a simple catch. He just took a few steps in, judged it to perfection, settled, and what it was most impressive about the catch is how high he took it. Settled and took it quite comfortably. Simple enough, and that's the fall of the 8th wicket. Jamaica staring down another defeat here in the CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Championship. Trinidad and Tobago just 2 wickets away.
And again, at this point, they're not worried who gets the wickets, as long as they get them, and they could complete a victory here. A deserved one at that. They batted well. They had their problems, but they kind of played through the issues when they couldn't score, but they kept trying to rotate the strike. And then they got a couple big blows in, a 6 and a 4. It happened in consecutive overs, a 6 and a 4 at both ends. And that kind of eased the shackles a little bit for them. And then they were able to just kind of see it through to the end with another nice little partnership. Pittiman was involved in that with his unbeaten 27. Dan Raj played well for his 6 not out. 232, so 233 is the target, and they're some distance away from that. 97 runs, 89 balls, but only 2 wickets at their disposal, and Perico Henry is out there.
Yeah, the key to Trinidad and Tobago getting to 232 was the partnerships throughout the innings. In the lower order, making sure they were at 177 for 8 at one point in time. And they found a way to get to 232. They maximized, they batted throughout, faced all the deliveries available to them. So they did very, very well to get to a very respectable score. And they bowled very well here. Picked up 8 Jamaican wickets, and they're looking for victory. It's a chance of a run out of the bowler's end, but safely gets back in. So it's been a really good, impressive performance by Trinidad and Tobago boys at this point to date. They just want to be clinical now and finish it off.
That's the general idea for them now. There can't be any half measures. They can't relax. You still need 2 wickets. Cricket is a strange old game. A couple big blows, and next thing you know, the asking rate comes right back down. And here we go.
It's a beautiful shot there by DeMarco Scott, leaning on the back foot and finding the gap backward of point. They get 2, they're looking for the third, and it's excellent running there between Henry and DeMarco Scott. They get 3 for that beautiful looking back drive, just on the back foot and leaning on the back and getting into the gap for 3. Well played, DeMarco Scott. Continues to keep fighting valiantly.
Good aggressive running once more. And Pitman having to go from backward point on the offside to backward point, and the other on the opposite side as the left-hander is on strike. Okay, he's playing and cutting, and he's gone. So there was Henry trying to force it off the back foot. Quicker delivery from Badri. He goes for 1. It's 140 for 9 now.
Yeah, you picked it, Ruskin. That one was a quicker delivery, going through the angle, sliding on, taking the outside edge of Perico Henry. And that's the fall of the 9th wicket. Jamaica collapsed. They were 98 for 2 at one point in time.
Yeah, 140 for 8 now, I would think.
Yeah, so that's 42 runs for the loss of 7 wickets.
140 for 9, I should say.
So it's been a real collapse here by the Jamaican under 17s. And that's what we discussed earlier on. That partnership between Odin Binns and DeMarco Scott was pivotal to their run chase. The minute that it was broken, the floodgates were open, and Trinidad and Tobago didn't require any further encouragement. They just ran through it. And they're running through the batting lineup of Jamaica. They're 1 wicket away from a victory. And a very well deserved one of that.
Yeah, they still need another 93 runs for a victory here at Jamaica. That seems a long way away with the last pair now at the crease. So Ramnaresh Singh is taking guard. Trying to see if he could produce some kind of a miracle here. And playing and keeping it down well in the end. Now his role here is to partner Scott, see if he could get Scott over the line and get to a half century. 140 for 9 at the end of 35 overs.
Yeah, this is a good learning curve here for DeMarco Scott. Opportunity to bat with the number 11. So what is he going to do? What is in his head at this point in time? He's on 41. He's close to a half century. His team is 93 runs away from victory. Number of deliveries are running out. So therefore, does he look to target, try and take down Pitman, who's bowling well? Is he going to take the single? Is he going to, try and monopolize strike? I mean, it's all to be seen at the moment. But I mean, yes, it's going to definitely be an opportunity for him to at least pick up experience and learn from this.
It's another wide delivery, but again, turning away. So he's not bowling him the Chinaman much. He's bowling almost the googly exclusively. And that one never got up. Almost rolled. So Pitman. That's a good delivery again. You could see Scott just trying to work out something in his mind there, but his whole body language is one of, I'm just going to try and stay here as long as I can. And he's on the back foot trying to swing it. Probably he's out LBW. He went right across it. And just as I was saying, he was looking to stay as long as he possibly can. He got a short ball, had a go at it, and missed it.
Yeah, that one kept a bit low. Again, look at the replay. Pitching just outside off and turning back in. And then keeping low. Bang in front. And there goes the fall, the final wicket. The final nail in the coffin for Jamaica. They're all out for 140. And they fall short by 92 runs. Victory to Trinidad and Tobago under 17s. A clinical performance here. Ruskin, Mark, your thoughts?
It is a deserved victory for Trinidad and Tobago. Dan Raj, with his brilliant spell, 3 for 28, and really broke the back of the Jamaican batting in tandem with, of course, Ali Khan, and they really put the brakes on, and that was all she wrote there for them. So a convincing victory for Trinidad and Tobago. That's 2 in a row now for them. Trinidad and Tobago winning by 91 runs, and could, I suppose, enjoy this, but they still have more work to do come Saturday when the next round of matches would take place, and we'll have that for you here as well. So just to quickly run through this scorecard for you, the Mario Hall and Tyson Gordon started proceedings, but it was 19 for 1 when Hall went for 4, 25 for 2 when Gordon departed for 8. Holder breaking through for Trinidad and Tobago, and things started to happen. But then Odain Binns and DeMarco Scott joined forces. They put on 78 for that third wicket before Binns was out for 42 off the bowling of Ali Khan, 98 for 3. Ryan Littleton came heel off without scoring, LBW to Dan Raj, 99 for 4. Then Giovanni Richardson also made a duck, caught Fenolier, bowled Dan Raj, 99 for 5. It was 109 for 6 when Joel Williams went for 5, caught Lal, bowled Ali Khan. Then 112 for 7 when Andrew Lloyd was out for 2, caught Badri, bowled Dan Raj, a good catch out in the deep. Adrian Sylvera was also brilliantly caught out in the deep off the bowling of Badri, 136 for 8. Then 140 for 9 when Perico Henry was caught at the wicket off the bowling of Badri. And right here, the last wicket to fall, DeMarco Scott getting to 41, but then out LBW, and off the bowling of Piedmont, and that was all she wrote there. So a fine victory once again for Trinidad and Tobago over the Jamaican U17s, and they certainly now must be fancying their chances here. They just have to keep winning and keep going, and hopefully get a couple of results to go in their favor from the other teams, that is, and they'll be able to finish it off. So a fine victory for TNT, and by 91 runs. So that is the very latest situation here. 3 for 28 to Dan Raj. Piedmont ended up with 2, as did Ali Khan. Badri also chipping in with a couple of wickets, and as did Holder. So wickets shared among the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, so they must be very satisfied indeed. And it's now on to the next one, and we'll see you guys on Saturday.